Welcome back here to the Ultimate Karting Championship for another weekend of action where we are going to crown our champions here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. One has already been decided, and that's in the Mini Inter class. I'm sure you've heard the name plenty of times before on this stream. That's Emerson McAndrew-Urin. So his championship is already sorted. He's already got it wrapped up, and he's just racing for fun at this point. We're going to be here at Rowrah all weekend. I'm going to be Kai Bashini, and I'm going to be taking you through all of the action here of this weekend's proceedings. We're here at Rowrah. It's not the best weather right now. It's very cloudy. We've got a little bit of fog, and a lot of rain as well. Just over 1 kilometer in length and 12 turns for these drivers to tackle. This is definitely some of the drivers' favorite track of the season. Very technical, very fast and flowing, and it's all about keeping up that minimum speed if possible. And we're going to kick it off this weekend with one of the most exciting classes coming into this one, with a lot up for grabs, and it's all going to go down to this. First race coming up is going to be TKM Extreme, where Chris Whitten and Kian Bennett have been fighting it out all weekend so far. Chris Whitten has had a second and a first in the heat. He's currently leading the championship standings. Kian Bennett, his closest competitor, has had 2 P3s in the first 2 heats leading up to the super heats this morning and this afternoon. Once we get kicked off, it looks like we're going to have rain for the rest of the morning till around 1 o'clock. And then hopefully, fingers crossed from everyone here in the northeast of England, we should have a bit drier weather this afternoon when it comes to the super finals later on. And then maybe we can get a bit of dry racing if all goes to plan. TKM Extreme, though, it's been such a close class all the way over the course of the season so far. The 33 of Chris Whitten, he's a name which definitely you will recognise throughout the course of TKM Extreme action. A previous British Champs winner, but can he be the Ultimate Karting Championship winner? We're going to find out with the TKM Extreme Superheat coming up next. So, TKM Extreme, as just mentioned, are going to be the first of the superheats to make their way out onto the circuit. Leah Robinson, our 2-time winner, is going to be starting from pole position with Chris Whitten alongside him. Kian Bennett's going to start in third with Harrison Morrow alongside him. Row 3 is going to be William Bryant and Yehan Kalichern in 6th. 7th is going to be Jack Stewart, and rounding out this 8-driver grid is going to be Jessica Fitch Hall. Although it may be one of the smaller grids that we have with us this season, TKM Extreme, no matter the number of drivers, always seem to pose some brilliant action out on the circuit, and they always seem to put on a great series for us indeed. I'm just looking forward to see how this one is going to pan out, as we got a lot of drivers which are competing for the championship. 3 drivers which could take the championship crown by the end of the weekend. That is going to be the number 33 of Chris Whitten, Kian Bennett, and our pole sitter Leah Robinson. It's going to be a bit more difficult for him as he's 22 points off the back of Chris Whitten, so he would have to have a very, very strong final couple of races. Obviously in the Ultimate Karting Championship, points is only awarded for the superheats and the finals as well. TKM Extreme is actually the oldest drivers which are competing in this class. It's also going to be the strongest engine in terms of the CC produced. We've got 115cc TKM Extreme. They will be on the Maxxis tyres, so we'll have to see how they carve through the wet weather up here in Cumbria this weekend. We haven't had any wet races so far this season in the Ultimate Karting Championship, so it will be very interesting to see how the drivers can tackle these conditions. And talking about the conditions, you can barely see 10 meters in front of you out on this circuit. So as if it wasn't a challenging track enough, the drivers, the difficulty has just been times by 10 with the fog, and I'm sure, as you can see, the water glare down this camera lens. We'll just about manage to catch the drivers going down through Sunny Bend there as they make their way down through Paddock Bend. Let's see how this start gets underway. Leah Robinson taking us from pole. Can he keep it that way? Down the home straight and across the line we go. Green flag is flown and we will go up into the first chicane for the first time. Everybody just about keeping it tidy through there. Jehan Kalicher, not the start he would have been hoping for as he drops down a couple of positions there. The E-plate, not the start he would have been hoping for at all. And we'll see them re-emerge out of the first hairpin there. It looks like Leah Robinson might have dropped down into second, but who's he dropped down in behind? It's none other than Chris Whitten. Our provisional championship leader, Chris Whitten, has got himself into the lead of the race. Dive bomb down the inside there from the number 5, Kean Bennett, as he is fighting to keep his championship hopes alive. Down through the back end, through the centre-rest as we go. And down the hill towards Paddock Bend. Sorry, down towards Sunny Bend. And then we got Paddock Bend to round out the lap. But Chris Whitten, looking the master of these conditions right now, sideways under braking as he makes his way through Paddock Bend down the inside. That's going to be a move in the background as William Bryant tries to get the move done on Kean Bennett. They're going to fight out all the way up to the first chicane as we go through. It looks like just about gets it done. Does the 72 of William Bryant. Great move there from William Bryant on Kean Bennett. And Kean Bennett, for being a championship contender, this is not the start to the weekend that he would have been hoping for, as he's now dropped down into 6th position. Do remember these are 10-minute laps though, so the 10-minute laps, sorry, this is a 10-minute race, so Kean Bennett still has plenty of time to fight his way back through the field. So we'll have to see what he's able to do over the course of this race. And of course, anything can happen, especially in these treacherous conditions. One simple mistake is multiplied by 100. Just emphasizes how consistent these drivers have to be in these conditions and around this circuit. Down the home straight, crossing the line once again. Chris Whitten looking dominant out in front right now. He's already asserted a 1.3 second gap over Leah Robinson in 2nd position. We'll have to see if the 36 of Robinson can respond to the times that are getting put down on the table by Chris Whitten. Chris Whitten, of course, has already won multiple rounds this year. He's had 2 victories in round 2 and round 4. Has been able to pick another one up since, as Leah Robinson came in to steal the fun, winning round 5. Round 1 win went the way of Kean Bennett, the driver which is currently down in 6th position. And as they go through the centre S's, down towards what is going to be Sunny Bend on a not so sunny day here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Around the final corner once again to mark another lap completed down the home straight. Chris Whitten just really getting into a groove of things here. Leah Robinson has managed to now match the pace of Chris Whitten, which he's been putting down on the circuit. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to get himself into a rhythm where he's breaking down the gap to Chris Whitten in the lead right now. Obviously, these Maxxis green label tyres just cutting through the standing water as we see nearly sideways down the straight was the number 75 of Harrison Morrow. Alternate racing lines here, jacking up the rear wheel. You can see the mechanical grip there of Harrison Morrow's car as he goes flying off that final curve with the centre S's, going completely sideways in a straight line, just trying to get his foot down, trying to find some traction. And visually, I can tell you, out of my commentary box window, going around the final corner, it does look like this gap is coming down between Leah Robinson and Chris Whitten. Maybe my eyes deceived me, as the gap has actually gotten bigger between Chris Whitten and Leah Robinson on that previous tour of the circuit. Nearly half the race has now been completed. So there is still time for Leah Robinson to catch his way onto the back of Chris Whitten if possible. Kean Bennett, the number 5 plate, finished 5th in British Champs last year. He's looking to try and contend for a number 1 seed in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Only 4 points which separates him and Chris Whitten. So it's still all to play for no matter what the result is in this race. Everything can still change. as through Sunny Bend, riding the curb, using it to his advantage. You'll see it here from Harrison Morrow, just hopping over the curb, trying not to aquaplane on the exits. The number 75, a sideways under braking, just flicking the rear end out, trying to help it rotate the front end. A lot of drivers may use that strategy when driving in the wet. As a karting driver myself, I can say just using the brakes and using that rear end to turn the front end. I know it may sound weird, but it's definitely very useful. Just trying to gain some traction in the wet here, and a very blurry camera actually depicts an overtake here as Jehan Kalichern is fighting away with William Bryant. William Bryant trying to make his way back past Jehan Kalichern. Kalichern checks over his shoulders as he's just about held on to the overtake here. That's flickered up standard water as we go down the back straight and into the center S's, using the curbs to their advantage, trying to use minimal track possible as they hop over the curbs. Down towards Sunny Bend now. Jehan Kalichern, the E-plate, just about holding on to it right now. Kalichern won the E-plate earlier on this year in dominant style, and has now been able to sport the E-plate on his car for the remainder of the season. So one of the many victories to put under the belt of Jehan Kalichern. A very well asserted driver. Jehan Kalichern was on the podium last round. We got to speak to him after the weekend last time out. He told us that his trip to Rowrah this time was going to be his first time at the circuit. And I'll tell you now, for it being his first time at the circuit, Kalichern is looking in an element of his own, as his pace is very much on par of the top drivers right now, getting himself in the mix. He's just got to be very careful and very cautious of the number 72 of William Bryant, breathing down his neck around this circuit. Managing to deal with the pressure very well right now is the E-plate of Kalichern. In the meantime of him trying to fend off the 72, he's also caught onto the back of the 75. That's Harrison Morrow in third position right now. You won't be surprised when these drivers treat these races like it is the actual final, because they do gain championship points for where they finish here in the superheats. So it's still a very, very important race to these drivers, and wherever they finish in these superheats, that's where they will start for the super final later on this afternoon. So a very important one for these drivers indeed. Down the back straight we go. A little bit sideways under braking. Jacks the rear wheel there to try and get some extra rotation. That's Harrison Morrow, the number 75, leading this pack of Morrow, Kalichern, Bryant. And just in the background, ready for if anything kicks off in front of him, that's the number 5 of Kian Bennett, sitting quite nicely in 6th position right now. Not the position he would have been hoping for, considering that he's competing for the championship right now. But he'll have to deal with the cards that he's been dealt right now. 1 minute and 40 seconds is left on the clock, so it looks like we will just get 3 more laps of action, with Chris Whitten setting the fastest lap time on that previous lap. That was a 1 minute flat 0.98. So as the day goes on, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing times drop below the 1 minute mark, especially in the senior Rotax class. Senior Rotax obviously being the drivers which set the fastest lap times around the circuit, them being the fastest karts possible. Sideways, completely sideways, nearly losing control of the kart. Completely unsure how Jehan Kalichern has held on to that one through the center S's. Now through Sunny Bend goes Harrison Morrow. Down towards the final bend. Through Paddock Bend we go. Harrison Morrow currently 6th in the championship. His best finish at any round has been 5th, which was at round 3. So 5th in the final has been the best for Harrison Morrow. So he is on pace to have his best result of the season. Hasn't had a podium in any single race, never mind the final, pre-finals, or the heats as well. So Harrison Morrow looking for a good weekend indeed. Jacks the kart through the hairpin, but Jehan Kalichern, he's better late than ever. He's all over the rear bumper here of the 75 as he comes down towards the center S's. You can see differing lines here, which is interesting to see from Harrison Morrow and Jehan Kalichern. Kalichern opting for a tighter and closer line to the inside apex, which you'd normally see from a dry track. And Harrison Morrow looking to carry the momentum around the outside of the circuit, obviously making himself more susceptible to an overtake on the inside, but also managing to carry more momentum as a racing line itself. Last lap is now upon us, and Chris Whitten in a land of his own. The number 33 has been untouchable this race. Leo Robinson, he did start on pole position, but he was very quickly put down into that second place, with Chris Whitten making a move on the first lap of the race. A short-lived race in the lead was Leo Robinson, but Chris Whitten has just dominated out in front, got himself into the lead, got himself into a very, very nice rhythm as he now makes his way back down towards Sunny Bend for the final time in this race. Keeps it nicely hooked up, not over the track limits, and around the final paddock bend. Jacks the car in, around the final bend, across the straight. Chris Whitten will mark the first victory of the day as the number 33 will take home his win in the superheats here. Sets himself up very, very nicely for the final later on this afternoon. And the number 33 of Chris Whitten will also take home a nice haul of points for the pre-final. It looks like it will be 38 points which go the way of Chris Whitten. So just building on that championship lead that he already has. Cian Bennett's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to catch the back of the 33 this afternoon. Chris Whitten takes the win in style by 3.36 seconds. Leo Robinson finishing in second. Harrison Morrow in third. Jehan Kalichern will come home in fourth, from William Bryant in fifth, and Cian Bennett in sixth. Jack Stewart and Jessica Fitch-Hall will be the last two cars which round out the 8-driver grid here for TKM Extreme this weekend. So with TKM Extreme Superheat now being out of the way and kicking off the morning action, we hope you're all ready and warmed up at home, as we now have the Honda Cadet Superheat coming up next. Honda Cadets, a very interesting class indeed, and one that we definitely have to keep an eye on, as out in the front, it's the number one in pole position, Ryan White, with, I'm sure, a name he's very acquainted to. Ralphie Branscombe will be starting alongside him, Alfie Cannon and Riley Blakemore, with Ricky Jr. McIntosh and Theo Hamilton rounding out the third row of the grid. Fourth row will consist of Elliot Borg and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Then it's going to be Ashton Horspool and Esme Rosie. Marjorie Kovachis. Then it's going to be Jayan Prakash starting in 12th position. Then it's going to be Shea Hilton, Toby Turner, Harry Pennington, Jerry Dufucci, and then it's going to be Reggie Dufucci starting in 9th position. So that is going to be the 17 drivers that will be lining up on the grid here for the Honda Cadet GX200 race. And what a race we have planned out in front of us. Ryan White, he's starting on pole position, and he's currently sitting very nicely in the championship in 3rd position right now. So let's see what he's able to do with that little hand advantage over Ralphie Branscombe, our championship leader right now, who is starting alongside him. Margaris Kovetskis, as we just mentioned before, he's currently sitting 2nd in the championship right now, as he had a very dominant last round out at what was Gleneagles, and it was an amazing weekend, in the south of Wales in the Three Sisters circuit. Had a 2nd in the first heat, a win in the second. The superheat was also a victory that went the way of Margaris, and it was also a final victory for Margaris Kovetskis. So let's see if he's able to keep on top of that form and also do the same this time out. but a very tactical front row, and one that we have to keep an eye on indeed. The bright pink helmet of the O-plate, Ralphie Branscombe. It's been an outstanding season for him. He's won the British O-plate. That was out here at Rowrah, so one track that he's very much used to indeed. He's also leading the Ultimate Karting Championship so far in the Honda Cadet class. He's leading by 36 points over Margaris Kovetskis. And he's also, just to top off his season, he's currently leading the British Kart Championships as well. So not just the Ultimate Karting Championship, which he's leading, also the British Karting Championship. Ralphie Branscombe, one of the biggest names in the Honda Cadet class all over the United Kingdom. So let's see if he's able to keep that form on top and take home another victory here at the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Or will there be an upset, and will there be an overthrow at the top of the championship as well? Margaris Kovetskis and Ryan White still within contention is Margaris Kovetskis. Unfortunately, Ryan White just a little far outside of that championship battle. He is 88 points off Ralphie Branscombe, who's currently leading the championship. Honda Cadets, if you're not familiar with the class, they will be the only class this weekend which are going to have a standing start. So obviously they will now round the final bend here, and it's great to see. I'm sure you'll all be very happy to see at home as well that the fog has now cleared up and we have a clear picture of the track. Isn't it such a pretty circuit when you can see it in its full glory as well? So the Honda Cadet drivers will round the final corner, get themselves into their grid positions, and they will have a Grand Prix type start, which you'll be used to seeing in the Formula 1, Formula 2 and Formula 3 classes as well. A couple wipes of the visors, drivers just trying to get the best visibility possible on the starting grid right now, as the marshals will go down the grid and check that all of the drivers are in the correct starting positions and within their grid boxes as well. We have a thumbs up from the back of the grid, eyes on the lights, on the gantry, lights is out, and we are racing. Great start there from Ryan White as he manages to get the jump on Ralphie Branscombe going down towards the first bend and through the first chicane. As the drivers now fight, one driver riding the rear bumper of another through the background. Oh, and that's not what you want to see, beached on the curb and in a massive puddle of standing water. Couldn't quite catch the number of that driver which had that incident through the first chicane. But in the background, a little bit of congestion, and down the inside, Ryan White makes the move, and following through there, that looks like that's going to be, was that the number 68 following through? Yes, it was. Riley Blakemore gets himself into second position, make that first. Down the inside, great move there from Blakemore on Ryan White as he dives down the inside into the center S's and takes advantage of the opportunity that arose. Now through Sunny Bend we go, as we see the battling in behind. Currently in the lead. What a start there from Riley Blakemore. Ryan White's in second. Who's that in third? Is that Archie Cannon? Is that the S-plate of Archie Cannon who finds himself in third position? Yes, it is. A great start from him. Theo Hamilton finds himself up 2 positions as well. In fourth, the number 300 is just in front. The number 1 of Ralphie Branscombe. Sorry, the O-plate of Ralphie Branscombe. Our leader in the championship is all the way down in 5th position right now. Definitely not the start he would have been hoping for. And we can confirm the driver that had the incident in the first chicane on the first lap, that was Esme Rosie, the number 42. Started in 9th position and unfortunately drops all the way down to 17th. Through the center S as we go now. And onto the back straight once again. One driver under investigation. Riley Blakemore is under investigation by the stewards. Completely unsure what that is for. I've not seen any foul play from the number 68 in my vision. Maybe it's for a starting infringement. I'm sure the stewards will know more than I do sitting in the commentary box. So we'll have to wait and see if there is a post-race investigation into Riley Blakemore. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer has just picked himself up a contact warning in 6th position right now. He's just tucked in behind Ralphie Branscombe right now, as the drivers come flying out of the first hairpin straight into the second. Archie Cannon very deep under braking there was Theo Hamilton, nearly running into the back of the S-plate under braking. Did the number 300. Down the back straight, through the double right-hand. A very difficult section for these drivers to find traction and get their cars turned into the corner indeed. Down towards Sunny Bend we go. Number 300 of Theo Hamilton looking very feisty on the rear bumper of the S-plate of Archie Cannon. As we now come down the home straight once again. We apologise for any technical issues which you may have experienced at home. But we come straight back into the action. What a great place to rejoin. Theo Hamilton, faster than ever. He's all over the rear bumper of the S-plate of Archie Cannon right now. The Scottish plate being held by Archie Cannon. That was what at the Larkhall circuit. Archie Cannon is now able to rep that S-plate on his car. And Ryan White, last year's champion in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Oh, and dips a wheel there in the box. Going round the double right-hander. Dropping a rear wheel in the wood chippings. Ryan White. That's so rare to see a mistake like that from the one plate with the experience he has in this class. That's a very, very rare mistake to see from last year's championship winner. Down the inside goes Theo Hamilton. He'll get the move on Cannon. Cannon straight back on the attack as he fires himself down the inside. On the inside, gets it done in the first part of the chicane. No worries at all. Calm and composed is the S-plate of Archie Cannon. Very well responded to the move of Theo Hamilton. Hamilton stuck himself on the inside line through the final corner. Archie Cannon said, don't you worry, I'll get you back for that one, mate. And straight back down the inside into the first part of the chicane. Lovely bit of battling between the two of them. Out in front, though, the number 68 of Riley Blakemore has departed from the rest of the field. He has checked out from Theo Hamilton in, well, it was Theo Hamilton in second position. It is now Archie Cannon once again. But 2 seconds is now the gap which separates Riley Blakemore and Archie Cannon. Do remember, though, that the number 68 of Riley Blakemore is under investigation by the stewards as it showed up on the gantry down the home straight just a few laps ago. But with 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes now being completed in this race, we do have around 4 minutes and 20 seconds of action remaining in this Honda Cadet race, and plenty of time for these drivers to get themselves into their finishing order, as I'm sure Theo Hamilton is not going to give up right until the wire. It's going to go all the way down. But Ralphie Branscombe, this is less than ideal for his championship hopes. However, taking that into account, Margaris Kovetskis is all the way down in 15th position. So Ralphie Branscombe's closest competitor is down in 15th position, and that will be music to the ears of the O-Plate. I'm sure he will be unaware of the situation that he finds himself in, but mum and dad that are watching along from the sidelines and mechanics as well will be watching along thinking, hold on a minute, Margaris Kovetskis is all the way down in 15th. This is great for Ralphie Branscombe. Ryan White, he may be in 4th position, but he's just a little too far out of this championship battle up at the front end. As mentioned before, he's 88 points off the back of Ralphie Branscombe. As the drivers now make their way down the back straight, you can visually see how big the gap is between Riley Blakemore and Archie Cannon right now. It's nearly half the length of the straight which separates the number 68 and the S-plate as they came out of the second hairpin there. Obviously, the Honda Cadet GX200 class, they are 200cc engines. similar engines to what you would actually find on a lawnmower at home, except for your lawnmower doesn't go 60 mile an hour around the circuit. These Honda Cadet class drivers do. These drivers are some of the youngest on the grid, from ages 8 to 13 years old. Apart from the Micromax class, these are some of the youngest drivers which are competing here this weekend. They are running on the Vega WM1 wet tyres. So European spec tyres on these Honda Cadet cards, which necessarily isn't going to be the best for wet weather, as mostly European karting you would be expecting dry weather indeed in some very sunny countries. Unfortunately, the northeast of England is not one of them. But all of these drivers seeming to deal very well with the Vega WM1 wet tyres and not seeming to struggle at all. Riley Blakemore just in his own element out in front as he's disappeared from the rest of the field. The number 68 of Riley Blakemore is currently sitting quite nicely in the championship. Well, unfortunately, he hasn't competed in all of the rounds. This is actually only the third round that Riley Blakemore is competing in, as he's only also completed in the second round and the fourth round. Riley Blakemore is currently 17th in the standings in the Ultimate Karting Championship. However, at the fourth round, it was a very good outing for him indeed, with a win, a second in the heats, a win in the super heat, and a second in the final. So it was a good haul of points for him. Unfortunately, he only finds himself 17th. He does return for the final round here at Rowrah, though. In the British Kart Championships, it's a different story. Riley Blakemore is currently sitting 7th in the British Kart Championships, so proving that he's used to fighting up at the front end and looking for a seeded number at the end of this season. Riley Blakemore still out in front by over 4 seconds now, and with the clock dwindling down, with less than 10 seconds remaining for these drivers, it's going to be the final lap next time round. And one battle that we very much need to keep an eye on right now is between Archie Cannon and Theo Hamilton. The S-Plate and the 300 have been battling all the way throughout this race, and it all came down to the dying stages of this race. But can the Ember be reignited on the final tour of this circuit? And will sparks fly for any overtakes to still be made between the S-Plate and the 300? There's Archie Cannon as he makes his way through Sunny Bend, a little bit wide on the exit, kicking up some standing water. Across the line goes Riley Blakemore to mark the final lap of this race, as you can see him carving his way through the first chicane, down towards the first hairpin as well. The number 68 of Riley Blakemore, this has been a display of dominance for the driver out in front. Has a little check over his shoulder, and he doesn't have to look for long because there is no one in the eyesight of the number 68. And although he's in the lead, he's not leaving anything left on the table as he goes completely sideways through the first hairpin, nearly losing control, but keeping it just on the edge right now is a 68 as he makes his way through the center S's. No worries at all. If he can keep up this form going into the super final this afternoon, it's looking to be a very nice weekend for the number 68 indeed, and a great round out to a championship that he may not have been majorly competing in, but one that he's definitely left a mark in. Round the final corner and down the home straight, Riley Blakemore takes home the win in the super heat here for Honda Cadet. Celebrating across the line is Archie Cannon. He's content with that result, to say the least, as he comes home in second position, does the S-Plate. A great result, sets him up very nicely for the super final this afternoon. Theo Hamilton will come home in third, and Ryan White, our pole sitter, after a very rare mistake of dropping a rear wheel in the wood chippings down at the back end of the circuit, you'll recover to cross the line in fourth position. Still in a very competitive result for this afternoon, as as we wait for the final couple of drivers to cross the line. Margaris Kovetskas, a less than ideal race for him as he crosses the line in 17th position. Second in the championship standings. But that gap is just going to extend to Ralphie Branscombe. Riley Blakemore takes the win though in the Honda Cadet Superheat here. Archie Cannon will come home in second position, which he was elated with that one. Theo Hamilton comes home in third, from Ryan White in fourth, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer in fifth. Ralphie Branscombe comes home in sixth to add a few points to his championship tally. Elliot Bork will come home in seventh, with Ricky Jr. McIntosh in eighth, then Jerry DeFicci, then it's going to be Shea Hilton rounding out the top 10. Harry Pennington, then Ashton Horspool, Reggie DeFicci, then it's going to be J.M. Parkish, finishing in 14th position. Finishing down in 15th is going to be Toby Turner. Esme Rosie will come home in 16th after a couple issues on the first lap left her stranded in the first chicane. Margaris Kovetskas will come home in 17th position. Unfortunately, the last driver across the line, and that's not going to do any good to his championship battle. Margaris Kovetskas is going to have a lot of work to do this afternoon if he wants to claw back any of the points which he's just lost in that superheat there. So, with Honda Cadet GX200s now being out of the way, we turn our attention to the youngest drivers which are competing this weekend. Micromax Superheat is going to come up next. So Micromax Superheat are the next drivers out onto the circuit. Max Jolly's going to be starting from pole position with Maximilian Aberhart alongside him. Dean Singh Pahal, then Ansel Murray alongside him. Jos Hushka and Harry Radcliffe will round out the third row of the grid. Fourth row of the grid is going to consist of Sebastian Crawford, Austin Oman, then it's going to be Ralph Martin and Logan Stanley Jones, rounding out the 10 drivers which are competing here for the Micromax Superheat. So, quick roundup of the championship here for Micromax. The number 2 plate is currently in the lead. That's Austin Oman, as he has a lead of 24 points over Maximilian Aberhart in second position. Everything could change here in the Micromax class, as so many drivers are in contention for this one, as it looks like drivers all the way down to 4th position in the championship standings can be fighting for this championship win. That includes Austin Oman, Maximilian Aberhart, Dean Singh Pahal and Max Jolly as well, all in contention to be crowned the ultimate karting champion at the end of this weekend. Micromax, one of the most mixed classes that we have ever seen. So many drivers taking victories over the course of the season. We have not had the same, we've only had one winner which has won twice, and that being Dean Singh Pahal. He won last time out and also in round 4, but a dominant start to the weekend it has been from Max Jolly, winning both of the heats so far. Sets himself up on pole position, of course, for the superheat here, but a little bit of a longer race, so a little bit more endurance is needed. Let's see what Max Jolly is able to do here, and can he keep up his winning streak alive? Can he get the clean sweep this weekend? Well, first he's going to have to answer the question if he can win the superheat here. The number 8 plate will be starting from pole position. Austin Oman, our championship leader, under a lot of pressure from Maximilian Aberhart. As mentioned, only 24 points is what separates them. Only another 12 points behind that is Dean Singh Pahal, third in the championship. Down through Sunny Bend we go. The 8 and the 3 on the front row. Max Jolly and Maximilian Aberhart. Down towards the final corner. Let's see who can take the win in this one. As just about to go around the final bend now. marking the start of the superheat. It's going to be a very, very broken up start, but through the first chicane we still go racing, and out in front through the first chicane we go, and now down towards the first hairpin into the lead. Oh, one drive around, and that looks like that is going to be Max Jolly. No, sorry, that's not Max Jolly, that's Maximilian Eberhardt. Maximilian Eberhardt, the driver second in the championship, has spun out at the first hairpin. Max Jolly still in the lead of this race, and a contact warning going the way of the number 96. So the stewards, drivers getting very close there through the center S's, but a contact warning going the way of Ansel Murray. The stewards clearly feeling that foul play was there and around the inside. That looks like that was a move down through Sunny Bend for the lead. We'll have a see when we catch them come around the final corner. Yes, it was. Dian Singh Pahal has got himself into the lead of the race. So Singh Pahal just off our camera through Sunny Bend. Had a very nice dive down the inside. Goes the number 8 of Jolly. How has he made that one stick? How has he managed to make the corner? We will never know. And he's straight on the defense. Dian Singh Pahal is not one to be played around with. Oh, and he's beached down in the wood chippings. He's just about kept it going. But the number 23 of Dian Singh Pahal has been dropped to the rear end of the field. And that's going to do no help to his championship battle as well. Max Jolly still in the lead right now, but in behind, who is that? That's the 32 of Ralph Martin. And Austin Oman sitting behind in third position right now will be grinning from ear to ear, seeing all of this unfold in front of his eyes. Austin Oman, sorry, he's not in third. He's currently in fourth position, sat behind Sebastian Crawford. But Austin Oman, the two other drivers which were in contention for the championship. Down the inside goes Crawford. He'll make the bid for second position. And following through will be Austin Oman. So Oman gets the move on Ralph Martin. And down the inside, you better make the double. He gets one in the first hairpin and tried to get the second in the second hairpin, but gets the switchback, does Max Jolly. Sebastian Crawford, he's got no time to waste. A man on a mission right now is the number 16 in second position. As the two Hunter Motorsport karts, P1 and P2 right now, they may be teammates, but there's no friends out on the circuit. As Sebastian Crawford, it's every man for himself on the attack once again through the final corner. What a move that was, but the switchback is there for Max Jolly on the inside into the chicane. He'll take it straight back. This is great battling between the two Hunter Motorsport teammates as they go to and fro through the chicane. Just about keeping it a straight line. I have no idea how there has been no contact between these drivers, but here to throw one in the mix. The SPR driver, he's going to get both of them. Oh my wits, Austin Oman. Down the inside, he manages to slip down the middle of two drivers. That was Max Jolly and Sebastian Crawford. Max Jolly down the inside went Austin Oman. Crawford didn't get the exit he would have been hoping for. And Austin Oman says, thank you very much. I'll pick up that position as well. And gets himself into the lead of the race. Racecraft is so key here in the wet conditions, and Austin Oman has it in abundance as he manages to get himself into the lead of this race. The start of this race is under review. That's a first that we've seen in the Ultimate Karting Championship, as the start is under review by the stewards. I'm unsure what the outcome of that one would be, but you cannot take your eyes off. Oh, and backwards into the wood chippings. Austin Oman goes round. Our championship leader goes backwards into the first hairpin and into the wood chippings. Manages to get himself going again. But what a chaotic start to the morning. Micromax, nothing short of a chaotic race here for the superheat out at Rowrah. Austin Oman, the championship leader, after what was some of the best action. Oh! And going round goes Sebastian Crawford. It's like we're playing Mario Kart. There's banana peels out on the circuit as drivers are going round left and right. All that means is Ralph Martin has managed to get himself into second position. Max Jolly's in the lead of the race. Ansel Murray's into third. And Austin Oman has somehow recovered into fourth position. Wow. I am barely getting a minute to breathe here on the commentary box as drivers are just... Something is clearly happening out there in the Cumbria Kart Racing Club circuit. I mean, I know it's the final round of the championship, but fireworks are plenty and we're not even into the finals this afternoon. Out in front, Max Jolly still has a gap of about 1 second over Ralph Martin in second position. But one driver under a lot of pressure right now is Austin Oman. He has Sebastian Crawford all over his rear bumper as they come round the final couple of corners and down the home straight once again. Austin Oman just trying to hang on in front of what is the number 16 of Sebastian Crawford. We know he's a ruthless driver. He's relentless when it comes to sending an overtake down the inside. And one driver trying to gain a position down the inside. Will he get there? Ansel Murray, as it's all going off. Oh! And it looks like we had a tangle of front bumper and rear bumper. A little too close for comfort as it's now barreling down with rain out there on the Rowrah circuit. As the conditions are just worsening as this race continues on. Ansel Murray just about hangs on to third position for the time being as Austin Oman is still on the attack. Sebastian Crawford in behind, down the inside. Oman's going to get there at the final bend using the curb to his advantage, hooks himself round the final corner and gets himself up into third position. Austin Oman, our leader in the Ultimate Karting Championship and second in the British Karting Championship. One driver with many accolades so far this season and experience aplenty. Wide on the exit goes Ansel Murray, putting himself up for grabs for Sebastian Crawford. Getting the switch back there. Martin's going to try it. It was a dive down the inside. It was a dive bomb down the inside from Austin Oman to try and get the move on Ralph Martin. Martin manages to get the switch back though, no worries at all. But everything is kicking off here in the Micromax class. These are the youngest drivers, the least experienced drivers, yet still providing some of the most brilliant racing action. Great defensive shake there from the number 32 of Ralph Martin. Oman looks one way, he looks another, but Ralph Martin is there to cover. Through the first chicane once again, Oman picks up the fastest lap, but he's not able to pick up that second position that he so desperately wants out there on the circuit. As he's down the inside of the second hairpin, will he finally get there? Yes, he will. After a multitude of laps, attempts, and desperation to get himself into second, running into the rear bumper. That's a push and pass there from the number 96 of Ansel Murray as he gets the move on Ralph Martin. Martin drops from second down into fourth, and he's now into the clutches of the number 16 of Sebastian Crawford. I don't think there has been a single dull moment here in the Micromax race. As around through Sunny Bend we go into the final corner. Crawford looks on the inside, just letting Murray know that he's here and he's in an attacking position. As through the first chicane we go once again. It's the calm before the storm on the penultimate lap of the race here. Micromax Superheat has had so much to offer, and down the inside. No one was expecting that one, especially Ralph Martin. Oh, Martin goes round, way too deep under braking, as he just pirouettes under the braking zone. Just barreling into the corner there with way too much speed. Locked the rear tyres and went pirouetting round. Did the number 32 of Ralph Martin. Maybe desperation got the better of him as he was trying to get that position back on Sebastian Crawford, but it just didn't work out in the end for him as he goes round and beached into the wood chippings at the second hairpin. Max Jolly, it's been an uneventful race for him. Unfortunately, other drivers can't say the same. Austin Oman, after already having a spin this race, finds himself back in second position. The number 2 car, we've seen him go round at the first hairpin into the wood chippings, managed to keep it going, and have somehow managed to recover to second position. What a race this has been overall. Max Jolly, it's been a textbook race for him indeed. He's kept himself out of trouble, he's kept himself out of the action, and with establishing a 3.8 second gap, he will take home a super heat victory, and it's one to add to the books as well. Max Jolly, he's been untouchable so far this weekend in the first 2 heats. He continues it on into the super heats indeed. Side by side across the line there, it was nearly a photo finish for Ansel Murray and Sebastian Crawford. Crawford taking his offensive actions all the way to the line in that one. But Max Jolly, we mentioned it before the race, the number 8 has already won the first 2 heats of the weekend, and he will now come across the line to finish the super heat in first position as well. Undefeated so far this weekend. Will it stay the same for the rest of the weekend into the super finals? We'll have to wait and find out. Max Jolly takes home the win in the Micromax Super Heat here, with Austin Oman finishing in second position. Great recovery from his spin. Ansel Murray will come home in third from Sebastian Crawford in fourth. Dian Singh Pahar will be fifth from Maximilian Eberhardt, Harry Radcliffe, Jos Huschka and Ralph Martin. Maximilian Eberhardt, a less than ideal race for him. He was already 24-point deficit in the championship back to Austin Oman. But with Austin Oman taking home a second place finish there, and a less than ideal race for Maximilian Eberhardt indeed, he will just lose more points back to our championship leader of Austin Oman. Well, Mini Inter has definitely got my voice warm, and it will have you guys at home on the edge of your seat indeed. That's going to round it up for Micromax. So coming up next is going to be the only class with a champion decided already. Mini Inter Superheat is coming up next. As the last race had me stumbling over my words, we recuperate ourselves for more Mini Inter action. Emerson McAndrew Urin, your ultimate karting champion for 2024, will start from pole position. He secured it last time out, with Riley Muro joining him alongside on the front row. Joshua Griffin will start in third, with Louis Radcliffe on the second row as well. Then Hansen Khan and Alex Goodson will start in sixth position. Thomas Jackson will start in seventh, with Thomas Potter alongside him. Then Blair Smith and Drew Davidson in the S plate will start in 10th. Soren Gallagher and Jacob Underhill will round out the sixth row. Seventh row of the grid will consist of Zach Jennings and Charlie Stapleton. David Yorns and Miles Burton will start in 16th, and it's going to be Jack Mellon and Hakeem Batt in 18th. Loman Wilcox will start in 19th from row 10, and he will round out the 19 car grid here for the Mini Inter class. And as you have a drone shot over the track, I'm sure you'll be able to tell that that is not the current state of the Cumbria kart racing circuit, as it looked very nice and sunny in that drone shot, as I'm sure many of us at the circuit and many of the drivers as well will be praying that we have conditions like that this afternoon if the track is able to dry up and if this dreary wind and rain is able to blow over the circuit. Situated in an old quarry, Rowrah is one of the oldest circuits on the British calendar. The oldest circuit, apart from Kimbolton, on the Ultimate Karting Championship calendar, and one that is a driver favourite and has seen many champions find their way around this circuit. Many big names in motorsport as well. Taylor Barnard has made his way around this circuit. He's recently signed for Formula E. Oh, and one driver off on the formation lap. That's the number 5 driver, which has already went off. That's Joshua Griffin. Now, if you're going to go off the circuit, the formation lap is the least ideal position to do so. But a track of champions, as I mentioned, Johnny Edgar, a very successful Formula and single-seat driver. We've even seen him climb as high as Formula 3. Arvid Lindblad has won plenty of races around this one. If you're keeping up to date with Formula 3 racing, Arvid Lindblad has recently been put up into the Formula 2 class for next season. A promotion for himself. But will it be a promotion for anyone else out on the circuit right now? Emerson McAndrew-Urin's already taken the crown, but other positions are still to battle for. The number 3 accelerates around the final corner, and across the line we go to mark the start of the mini inter race here. Can we keep it nice and tidy through the first chicane? A little bit of congestion in the mid-pack there, as a couple of drivers going 3 wide in some cases. How has everyone kept it in a straight line there? Oh, and one driver off in the background on the exit of the first chicane, going off into the wall. 2 drivers, 3 drivers being involved in a collision at the first hairpin. But everybody managing to recover themselves and get themselves back into racing action down the inside. That was a move in the background from Joshua Griffin, and that's the 113 of Akeem Bat spinning out at the second hairpin as well. Down towards the centre rest. Whoa, one driver going round in the background as well. That's the number 69 car. Who is that that's went round? We'll have to have a little look down the order. That was the number 69 of Zach Jennings that spun out in the centre S's. But around the final corner to mark off an eventful first lap. That was a move down the inside. Great move there from Riley Muro. Sorry, that was Riley Muro getting overtaken by Louis Radcliffe. 2 teammates fighting around the final corner there. Emerson McAndrew-Urin leading the way by 0.8 of a second already. Joshua Griffin having to slot into second. And there we have two SPR teammates now battling it. Oh, and a big bump into the second hairpin there. And why not some side pod contact for good measure? The 2 teammates are maybe friends off track, but they're definitely not friendly on the circuit, as down the inside, great move there from Riley Muro as he uses the standing water to slow down his cart on the inside line. Riley Muro gets himself up in a 3rd position, but still fighting back. Louis Radcliffe is not going to give it up. Radcliffe may be feeling that the conditions of the overtake was unfair. But a contact warning going out to Thomas Potter. That's the number 20 car, currently sitting in 9th position on the circuit. Through the first chicane we go. Great exit there from Louis Radcliffe. Thought about the inside line. Muro had to cover. Muro covers the inside line. Doesn't get the exit he would have been hoping for. It leaves him very vulnerable. Oh, when he goes round. We've seen this way too many times this weekend so far. Riley Muro just goes way too deep, way too hot under braking into the second hairpin and just dips a wheel into the gravel trap. It basically acts as a gravel trap, does the wood chippings on the exit of the second hairpin. But Riley Muro spinning round and losing multiple positions. Just one small mistake is very heavily punished here at the Rowrah circuit in the northeast of England. Emerson McAndrew Urin asserting himself a little bit of breathing room. He's got about nearly 7/10 back to Joshua Griffin in second position right now. But in terms of the championship, as we've mentioned, it's already wrapped up at the front end. He has a 107-point gap to Riley Murrow in second position. But Riley Murrow, he can't afford to make mistakes like that. There's only 2 points which separates him and Alex Goodson in the championship. And the way that it's sitting right now, Alex Goodson at the end of this race will jump up into second position in the championship. As Riley Murrow, after making that mistake and after that small little spin, he drops his way tumbling down the order down into 8th. Alex Goodson finds himself currently 5th on the circuit though, so an extra couple of points going his way, meaning he will find himself in second position in the championship by the time the checkered flag flies. That's if the order stays the way that it is, and if Alex Goodson finishes in front of what is Riley Murrow, the number 22, in 9th position right now. Hansen Khan has just made a move on that last lap to get himself up in 8th position, demoting Riley Murrow down. But Riley Murrow just can't be dealing with any issues like that, especially in the final round of the championship. He just doesn't have time to play with anymore, does the number 22, as time is not of the essence right now, and it's dwindling down in this race, and especially in the championship as well, as there is only 2 more races for these drivers in this single round. Obviously, we still got the super finals this afternoon, so it could all change. But Murrow just putting himself on the back foot after making that mistake. But now through the second hairpin we go. We're having a look at the front end of the field. That's the number 26 of Alex Goodson making his way round. Everyone just about keeping it on the tarmac right now. Miles Burton, a little problem on the previous tour of the circuit, meaning he drops down 4 positions into 11th. There's the number 56 of Blair Smith. Just about keeping it on the circuit. They're very close to dropping a wheel on the exit of Sunny Bend. Emerson McAndrew Urin. One thing I know about this kid is when it comes time to put his foot down, he really knows how to hammer on forwards and how to get himself a very nice advantage. McAndrew Urin, one of the most mature kids I have ever met for his age. Amazing on the media and on the social media side of things, keeping himself very active, but on the circuit, a statement in the mini inter class. The number 3 plate is on that kart for a reason, and he's proving that over the course of this season. Already got the championship in his bag, and it's already confirmed for him, but he still wants to finish it out in style, and you cannot respect you cannot underestimate the respect which Emerson McAndrew Urin gains from his competitors out there on the circuit, as he is just lapping the circuit right now, treating it as if it's a practice session right now, is Emerson McAndrew Urin, as he's just hooking it up lap after lap. Disciplined under braking to catch himself on the inside curb of that first hairpin, rotating the car very nicely on the limits through that second hairpin, of dropping a wheel on that wood chippings, but just about keeps himself in order. Check over the shoulder there from the number 26 of Alex Goodson, as he is catching onto the back of the 12. Very close there between Alex Goodson and Blair Smith. Blair Smith just looking a little out of shape. Ooh, sideways there as we go through Oilworks and Sunny Bend. Alex Goodson all over the back of the 56 of Blair Smith now. This has been a whole race in the making, as Goodson has just been chipping away at the gap between him and the number 56 of Blair Smith. The DHR car is now within sight of the 56, positions himself to the inside, hooks the curb, gets a little bit sideways, doesn't get the exit he would have been hoping for. Great exit there from Blair Smith to keep the position, and Goodson, all that hard work is now undone, and he's going to have it all to do again in the space of 1 minute. As with making that mistake and getting the car a bit sideways, one driver off in the front. Who was that had spun round there? It looks like it may have unfortunately been one of the back markers down the inside. You don't see that very often into Oilworks, and through Sunny Bend to make the move stick in these treacherous wet conditions. Down the inside goes Blair Smith. There's the response we were expecting. Alex Goodson so shortly lived that third position, sorry. As Goodson and Smith are fighting it out, battling it out on that circuit for fourth position right now. The driver that did spin out was the number 116 of Thomas Jackson down at the back end of the circuit. A little bit deep goes the 56 of Blair Smith. Remember, this is the only penultimate lap of this race. There is still one more lap to go after this one. Alex Goodson down the inside through the center S's. What a move that was from the number 26. Pins it on the inside line, and Blair Smith just caught lacking on the outside line of the circuit as Goodson sends a staple of an overtake on the inside. Round the final corner and across the line to mark the last lap of the race. The win's already pretty much secured in the way of Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Joshua Griffin has secured himself second position. Third position's also secured for Louis Radcliffe, but fourth is all to play for still, as Alex Goodson and Blair Smith are still going toe-to-toe. As our leaders round the final bend, still spun out on the exit is Thomas Jackson. There's the number 113 of Hakeem Bat, the back marker, and the number 41 there of Soren Gallagher. Those two drivers battling it out, and there's our leader of Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Can he get them both through the final corner? Why not? He may have got himself into the lead and checked out from the start of the race, but a couple overtakes on some back markers on the last lap never hurt anyone, and Emerson McAndrew-Urin will come home with another victory to put under his belt. The superheat win goes the way of Emerson McAndrew-Urin as he wins by 3 seconds over Joshua Griffin in second position. Louis Radcliffe will come home in third, with Blair Smith managing to get back past Alex Goodson on that final lap of the race. Thomas Potter will come home in sixth. Then it will be Hansen Khan in seventh from Riley Murrow, our driver second in the championship right now. Or will he be second anymore? That's the question. No, he won't. So Alex Goodson will be promoted to second in the championship after the checkered flag proceedings, which means that dropping down into third position in the championship will be Riley Murrow. Miles Burton came home in ninth from Jacob Underhill. Our top novice finishes in 10th, does the 105. Drew Davidson finishes in 11th from Charlie Stapleton. David Yorns in 13th, then Lomond Wilcox and Zach Jennings rounding out the top 15. 16th is going to be Hakeem Bat, then it's going to be Soren Gallagher, Jack Mellon and Thomas Jackson, rounding out the 19-car grid here for the Mini Inter Superheats. And well, Emerson McAndrew-Urin, he may have disappeared out at the front of the grid, but he still has one more race to go. Not as if it means anything to him, but Mini Inter is now out of the way and we go to one of the most chaotic classes, one of the closest classes on the field, Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop. Let's see what happens in this one. It's Senior Rotax Superheat coming up next. Well, if you came for fireworks in the Ultimate Karting Championship, Senior Rotax, you came for the right class indeed. With two of the biggest names in British motorsport in the karting world, Senior Rotax Superheat is about to get underway. Stephen Napier is going to start from pole position. Archie Buttle is going to start alongside him from Gabe Fairbrother and Jack Liddy third and fourth. Then Pearson Bullicata and Angus Scrivener rounding out the front three rows. Macaulay Bishop, the number 1 plate, recently taking home the British Car Championship. That's why he has that number 1 plate. Alexander Cole will start alongside him. Stephen Duncan just recently getting the Anglian plate. That A plate will now join his kart, starting in 9th position with Aaron McKay alongside him. Reese Bailey and Kai Hunter will start in 12th position. 2 very low positions for Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter. Rachel Robertson will start in 13th with John Brown in 14th. Jack Collins in 15th from Morgan Hudson Brown and Ben Southgate. Alex Duncan will start in 18th, rounding out the 9th row of the grid. 10th row will consist of Callum Kinder, Gemma Hjorns, with Ewan Charman starting in 21st, Marcus King, then Mac McGilvray and Daniel Whitfield starting in 24th. Harry Lamond and Louis Marika will start in 26th. Then it'll be Stephanie Hebecca and Caitlin Seabrook. David Mitchell and Harry Gilbert will be starting in 30th position. 31st and 32nd rounding out the grid is going to be Jay Pearson and Sam Kelbrick. So, what a race this one is about to be. I mean, over the course of the weekend, Senior Rotax, it hasn't been some of the cleanest racing, I think it's fair to say so far. Kai Hunter, he got 2nd place in the first heat. Macaulay Bishop won the first heat, separating those drivers by 0.2 of a second. Then the second heat of the weekend, well, it wasn't without some fire between Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop. A couple of banging wheels as they were fighting up at the front end. And then some major contact between the number 1 and the 35. Macaulay Bishop then being deemed at fault by the stewards for that contact and being awarded a 5-second penalty post-race. Macaulay Bishop ended up finishing in 17th, with Kai Hunter finishing all the way down in 21st position. Well, there's still a lot to play for in this championship. 44 points is what separates Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop. Bishop would have to work a miracle if he wants to win this championship, but it's still very much possible, and anything can happen here in Senior Rotax. Around the final bend we go, and it's time for some action. Into the first chicane we go. Can everyone keep it tidy? One driver going a little bit wide in the mid-pack there. Everybody just about keeping it in a straight line as the drivers now file through. All 32 of them keeping it in a straight line as they went through the first chicane. One driver having to go to the grass on the exit of the corner, but out in front, it's a great start from the 229. Leaving, oh, getting pirouetted round as Archie Buttle tags the rear bumper of Stephen Napier through the second hairpin. A little bit of contact between those two drivers as we go down into the ZRSs. Look at the gaggle of carts trying to fight their way through. How has everyone kept it in a straight line there, as they were 3 wide at some point in an area of the track where it's difficult to fit one cart through. But as the first lap now comes to a close, around the final corner we go. Archie Buttle is in the lead from Gabe Fairbrother. And what a recovery already. Macaulay Bishop finds himself in 3rd position. The number 1 car in 3rd position. Well, is it going to be 3rd for long? I'm sure his answer will be no. A little wipe of the camera lens for good measure as well. As we go around the final, through the second hairpin, Pearson Bullet Carter under a lot of pressure from in behind, but Macaulay Bishop through the second hairpin did get that overtake done on Gabe Fairbrother. So Bishop now finds himself into second position in this race. And Gabe Fairbrother sticking back into third position right now. Jack Lilly in behind under a lot of pressure from Kai Hunter. Hunter also trying to carve his way through the field. You can see the Hunter Motorsport kart. It's local ends of the woods once again for Kai Hunter. He's had it twice this season. One being his pretty much very own track of Karting Northeast. And down the inside for good measure as well. Gets a move done. A nice one indeed from Kai Hunter as he makes his way past the number 3 of Pearson Bullet Carter. Off the road, ooh, squeezed off there was Pearson Bullet Carter. Jack Lilly squeezing him off the circuit. Talking about squeezing, how has he fit himself down the inside line there? Kai Hunter finds himself in third position now as he makes his way past Gabe Fairbrother. Gabe Fairbrother now dropped down into fourth position as Kai Hunter has managed to make his way through up into third. Macaulay Bishop, fastest driver on the circuit right now. Hunter is 2 seconds a trail. Contact warning goes out the way of the number 62 car, and that's Mac McGilvray. So Mac McGilvray picks up that warning flag there for contact. So as the drivers now make their way back down the back straight once again, there's Mac McGilvray trying to make a move. That's Macaulay Bishop has managed to make his way past Archie Buttle. One driver off down the back end of the circuit as well. But Macaulay Bishop, it didn't take long indeed, as Bishop now finds himself back into the lead of the race, a position that he is very much used to indeed. Around the final bend and down the home straight. Buttle's now dropped down into second, but there is a fast charging, feisty Kai Hunter in third position as he has the fastest lap under his belt now, as he's chasing down the back of the number 22 of Archie Buttle. But now down towards the second hairpin we go, keeping an eye on Pearson Bullet Carter as he has Angus Scrivener and Jack Lilly all over the rear bumper of his kart. Down through the centre S's once again. There's Archie Buttle with Kai Hunter breathing down the neck of him as they make their way down towards Sunny Bend once again. Hunter will know this track like the back of his hand. But let's see if he's able to take advantage of that local knowledge. A contact warning going out the way of the number 9 car. But the number 35 car and the number 22 are the drivers which have all of our attention. On the inside into the first hairpin. That's going to be an easy move there for Kai Hunter as he squeezes down the inside. Manages to get that move done on Archie Buttle with no issues at all. Opting for the tight line on the inside of the second hairpin. One of the first drivers that we're seeing do that. All of the other drivers seeming to opt for that wider racing line, carrying more speed through the corners and trying not to scrub off any momentum if possible. We've seen that from the likes of Macaulay Bishop. Kai Hunter obviously opting for something a little bit different. So around the final bend we go. There's Pearson Bullet Carter just sitting in behind what is the number 7 of Angus Scrivener now. So Angus Scrivener just in front of Angus Scrivener is Pearson Bullet Carter right now. There is Kai Hunter just trying to scrape down this gap to Macaulay Bishop in front. As Bishop hooking up that curve very nicely. Oh, one driver off there. One driver off in the background retiring from the race. Was that the number 17 of Stephanie Hebeka walking away from her kart? Oh, that's such a shame there. Though that isn't Stephanie Hebeka. That may even be Aaron McKay. That looks like that may be either Aaron McKay or the 141 of Daniel Whitfield. And Kai Hunter, he may be in second, but he is absolutely flying in that Hunter Motorsport machine as he is trying to charge onto the back of Macaulay Bishop. As now down towards the back end of the circuit, Bishop keeping it just about straight under braking. So Kai Hunter through Sunny Bend we go as the rain continues to pour down onto the circuit. These drivers just trying to adapt to the conditions as they evolve lap on lap. One lap it could be completely wet as there is a downpour over the circuit now. It seems to be showers coming and going here at Rowrah for the Ultimate Karting Championship. Oh, Kai Hunter, what's happened there? Has he had a breakdown? Yes, there is a problem with Hunter's kart. Hunter pulling off the circuit there at the first hairpin. Kai Hunter, his championship dreams fading away in front of his eyes. The number 35 of Kai Hunter breaking down on the side of the road. What has happened there? Hunter just stood helpless at the side of the road, unsure about what's happened to his kart. And the question is, what has happened to Kai Hunter's kart, and what does that mean for the championship? Well, I can tell you now, Kai Hunter, if he finishes all the way down in what is going to be, we'll have to figure out what position Kai Hunter is going to finish as he just tumbles down the order. Ewan Charman seems to have had some issues out there on the circuit as well. But on track right now, Angus Scrivener, oh, just tagging the rear bumper of Gabe Fairbrother there, nearly sending him sideways. Kai Hunter will, oh, another tag there between the number 7 and the 111. Fairbrother and Scrivener getting very close between the two of them, banging wheels on multiple occasions. Too close for comfort between those two drivers. But as we scramble to try and figure out how many points Kai Hunter will manage to scrape from this race, he will be finishing down in 29th position, so he will be taking home 8 points, which is what I'm looking to be. I'm guessing one of his drop rounds. So down the back straight we go, penultimate lap of the race. Angus Scrivener all over the back of Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother just about hanging on to this 3rd position after all the pressure he's put himself under from the 7 of Angus Scrivener in behind. Scrivener all over the rear bumper on the exit. Can he get it done sideways on the curb? Fairbrother's going to have to give that one up to the number 7 of Angus Scrivener. Scrivener gets it done on the inside on the exit of Sunny Bend. But through the chicane we go. Down towards the first hairpin. Angus Scrivener already getting himself a little bit of a pillow between him and Gabe Fairbrother. That's just keeping himself comfortable right now. Keep an eye on this battle though, as Pearson Bullock Carter is very close in behind. But Macaulay Bishop, he couldn't have asked for any more this race. Got himself into the lead, and luck has went in his favour with a retirement from Kai Hunter. It set him up very nicely for this afternoon's super final. Buttle celebrates his second position. And Angus Scrivener crosses the line in third. Gabe Fairbrother in fourth from Pearson Bullicata, Jack Lilly, Stephen Napier, Stephen Duncan, Reese Bailey and John Brown rounding out the top 10. Now let's see if we can work out how many points is going to be between Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop. Hunter is looking to walk away with 8 points at the end of this race. So there should be about 30 points gained by Macaulay Bishop as he will walk away with 38 points from this race, meaning that the gap in the championship will be cut all the way down to 14 points. And only 14 points is what separates Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop going into the super final this afternoon. That really does spice things up and means that it's all to play for. But Kai Hunter, although he may still be in the championship lead by about 14 points, he will have to start from the back of the grid all the way down in 29th position, with 27 cars separating him and his championship contender of Macaulay Bishop. Wow, that really, really does blow the door wide open here in the Senior Rotax Championship. Kai Hunter on more than a back foot going into the second race of the afternoon. The super final is going to be later on this afternoon for Senior Rotax, and definitely one to look forward to. One that we're going to have to wait and see. But Senior Rotax is now out of the way, which means that we very swiftly move on to the next race in proceedings, which is going to be Junior Rotax Superheat A coming up next. So, Junior Rotax Superheat A, the only class with 2 grids here for the weekend. Harry Bartle is going to be starting on pole position with Lewis Goff alongside him. Joshua Turnbull will start in third from Lucas Blanford, Arya Bansal and Zane Quaker in 6th. Addison Smith will start on the 4th row of the grid in 7th from John J. Buchan. Then it's going to be Braith Murdoch, Vlad Tomanchuk, then Jack West, Alfie McBain in 12th, rounding out the 6th row of the grid. 7th row will consist of Owen Wallace, then it's going to be Cameron Nelson, Riley Morgan, Zach Turner, Daniel Kilpatrick and Charlie Benson, rounding out the 9th row of the grid. So Junior Rotax Superheat A is one that we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on as we have a look at the championship right now of what the championship standings have to offer for us. Junior Rotax currently leading the championship is Harry Bartle. The number 1 plate is looking pretty much set. Well, I say pretty much set. I think the championship has already been decided for Harry Bartle, as his closest competitor of Jacob Ashcroft, who was only 49 points behind, is not competing this weekend. So Harry Bartle is pretty much set to take home the championship victory, and I'm sure at the end of this race will be crowned the ultimate karting champion, as points are rewarded for the superheats and the finals here. Harry Bartle, even if he scores around 10 points, that will secure his championship win for Harry Bartle. Bartle would have to have a DNF and a disqualification for 2 races for Jack West to even be in any contention to catch on to the back of Harry Bartle. I think Harry Bartle would have to be disqualified from the whole of this final meeting for it even to be possible for Jack West to catch him in the championship. So Harry Bartle, you'll start from pole position. A parade weekend once again, since Jacob Ashcroft is not out competing this weekend. So around the final bend we go to mark the start of the superheat. Across the line we go into the first chicane for the first of the two junior Rotax superheats. Great start there from Bartle on the front row as he gets himself into lead the race very early and gets himself a little bit of breathing room already over the number 5 in behind him of Lewis Goff. Through the first hairpin, everyone keeping it in a straight line, everyone keeping it nice and tidy here. As into the second hairpin, trying to get involved in some action, banging wheels. That was Joshua Turnbull trying to make a move in the background. So as we keep an eye on this battle going on in front of us right now, does this really affect the championship standings? That's what everyone is currently asking. As it's all here and done. Harry Bartle, currently in the lead of this race, has the number 1 plate on his card and has completely disappeared from the rest of the field so far, as he's already asserted himself a very nice gap over Lewis Goff in second position. Bartle, what a season it has been for him. He's had a multitude of victories in the Ultimate Karting Championship, and that's just the start of it. Harry Bartle, as well as wrapping up the Ultimate Karting Championship this weekend, it looks like he has also wrapped up the British Kart Championships, where he has been able to take home the victory in that one as well, winning the championship by 5 points over William Antrobus. But Harry Bartle, it's not just racing in the United Kingdom where he has been on top form. Finishing 5th at the Kart Masters British Grand Prix in the Junior X30 class. Harry Bartle, a class of many fields, racing out in Europe as well. A well-seasoned driver, to say the least, is Harry Bartle. He's winning the Ultimate Karting Championship. He's already won the British Karting Championship. And with so many big results out in Europe as well, not to mention a 5th place in the Miami Euro Series, Harry Bartle, this is just the start of his motorsport career. So as we keep an eye on these drivers, as they come down through Sunny Bend and into the final paddock bend we go. These drivers still carving their way through the field right now. Harry Bartle sitting quite nicely out in front. He hasn't quite disappeared yet though. Lewis Goff, he is the fastest driver on the circuit right now, as he's just got a fastest lap under his belt. And he's still within a second of Harry Bartle in the lead right now. A couple drivers getting spat wide at the first hairpin as Zane Quaker is trying to defend from the number 15 of Addison Smith. Lucas Blanford has just managed to get himself into 4th position. We're back up at the front end. Goff with a lot of pressure from Joshua Turnbull in behind. He's trying to keep on the back of the Strawberry Motorsport. Harry Bartle still currently in the lead of this race as he cuts through Sunny Bend and down towards Paddock Bend once again. Using the curb to their advantage. The drivers riding that final curb, just hooking the inside right front tyre, trying to get some extra rotation into their car and pull them around. Oh no, and there's one retirement there. In a flooded puddle is the number 47 car. And that looks like that's going to be Stanley Clark walking away deflated. And that's such a shame to see the number 47 retiring so early on in this race, as we still have just over half the race remaining. The race is intensifying out on the circuit as the standing water is just building up and up, and our hopes of dry weather this afternoon just seems to be diminishing in front of our eyes, as it looks pretty much impossible for these track conditions to get any better than they are right now. even if the rain does stop, standing water is going nowhere for these drivers, as they will have to deal with these wet and treacherous conditions for the remainder of the racing weekend. Lewis Goff starting to break away a little bit off the back of Harry Bartle. Joshua Turnbull was now the most of his worries. The number 10 just tucked in behind the number 5 car of Lewis Goff. Through the chicane we go, jumping over the corners and clipping the curbs as well. Drivers just desperate to find any traction possible as they make their way around the circuit. Keep an eye on them as they come around the final couple of ends and across the line once again. Just 4 minutes is now remaining in the superheat here for junior Rotax. Opting for that tight inside line is Lewis Goff. But as we still go around the final couple of corners, through the final hairpin, sorry. Harry Bartle, our Miami World Final winner in the junior class, is still leading the way. Unfortunately, he did not have to deal with rainy weather like this out in Portimao. But Harry Bartle, a master of multiple conditions, as he's currently putting on display right now out in front. Across the line he goes once again, just seemingly unfazed by the drivers around him and by the conditions in front of him as well. So now the gap has associated itself as 1.87 seconds between Harry Bartle and Lewis Goff. The way that things are right now, once Harry Bartle crosses the line, he will be crowned the champion of the Ultimate Karting Championship Junior Rotax class in 2024. However, he will still have to compete in one more race of the weekend. So the celebrations can't start too early for Harry Bartle. As Lucas Blanford there, just carving his way through the field still, just in front of Addison Smith. Zane Quaker has been disposed of by both of those drivers. Blanford and Smith managed to get their way past Zane Quaker on the last couple of laps. There, the number 59 of Lucas Blanford, the X-Kart Factory graduate, currently racing for DJR. Down the inside, that's a late move, but it's a good one indeed. Addison Smith dives down the inside and a millimetre perfect overtake. It was so close to contact between the number 15 and the 59 as they made their way through the second hairpin. But Smith just catches Blanford at a moment under braking, and the SPR driver manages to get themselves up into 4th position. But out in front, 1 minute and 15 remaining on the clock. We will have a couple of laps remaining. We will have what looks like 3 laps remaining for these drivers, as Harry Bartle is consistently setting around the 57.6 second lap times. So just shy of a minute. But he has managed to pull himself a 2.2 second gap. That is a monstrous gap that he's been able to associate over the last few laps. Remember, it wasn't long ago that Lewis Goff was within 7/10 of a second of our number 1 leader. And there's the 777 going very slowly. That's Alfie McBain. He's going to let the field through as he's a back marker, adhering to the blue flags that he will have been waved. It's very smart and very nice of Alfie McBain to let the field through, to not get in the way of their proceedings and action. And down the final corner, Zane Quaker hooking that inside curve very aggressively, nearly even losing the kart on it. but he has to keep an eye on Arya Bansal in behind. That's Bansal. Bansal is all over the back of the number 44 Zane Quaker as they make their way down towards the second hairpin. Quaker covers the middle of the track, goes very deep and nearly off on the switchback though. Getting the better exit, Arya Bansal. Can he get the move done down towards the centre S's? Yes, he can, and without a sweat. Arya Bansal gets himself up into what is going to be 6th position now. Great overtake from the Strawberry Racing driver, as he now finds himself in 6th. But the other Strawberry Racing driver in the lead of the race crosses the line to mark the final lap of this race. And Harry Bartle, in the penultimate race of the day for him, it's a victory lap indeed, as he goes round the second hairpin now, setting it up very nicely. He's been untouchable, outstanding pace all weekend. He's won 2 heats already. Why not win a super heat as well? He won the final last time out. He also won round 3 out at what was going to be the Warden Law circuit. He won at Warden Law, he's won at Three Sisters, and he's won the super heat here at Rowrah. Harry Bartle rounds the final corner to mark himself as the ultimate karting champion in the junior Rotax class. An outstanding race from him. A display of dominance indeed. The number 1 plate sets himself up in the number 1 position in the junior Rotax category and will take home at the end of the weekend, if all goes well in the final, he will take himself home the junior Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship in 2024. Harry Bartle is your provisional Ultimate Karting Champion in the junior Rotax class. So as the drivers pull into the pits, we'll have a little look over what was going to be the order of that race. Harry Bartle takes home the win from Lewis Goff in 2nd position. Joshua Turnbull in 3rd from Addison Smith and Lucas Blanford. Arya Bansal with a great move on the final lap finds himself in 6th from Zane Quaker, Cameron Nelson, Braith Murdoch, and Zach Turner. Sorry, that is Jack West rounding out the top 10, with Zach Turner being best of the rest. So junior Rotax drivers make their way into the pit lane, and now we make our way onto the final race of the morning. The final race before we have a short lunch break and then kick off with the finals once again in the afternoon. The next race coming up, we've already had one of them. Why not do a double? Junior Rotax Super Heat B is coming up next. First one was so nice, we had to do it twice. Junior Rotax Super Heat B is about to head out onto the circuit now, with Finley Buck starting on pole position and William Antrobus finishing in 2nd. That number 2 plate newly asserted on the kart after coming home 2nd in the British Kart Championships. Jared Fox-Whiteley will start in 3rd, with Mikey Walker starting in 4th. Lizzie Menter and Ben Horner are on the 3rd row of the grid. Benjamin Baker starts in 7th from Jack Thompson, Jensen Pritchard, Leon Hasty rounding out the top 10 on the grid from Mateo Plaza and Lewis Sumner. Then it's going to be Shane Chandaria, Henry Cameron, Elliot Powell and Sebastian Lush rounding out the 8th row. 9th row will consist of James Kell and Zach McKay. So 18 drivers will be followed up by Ava Morris and Alex Lynn starting in 19th and 20th. Rachel Turnbull and Jake Rafferty in 22nd, 23rd. Rounding out the 23 kart grid here is Matthew Clark on the 12th row of the grid. I mean, Junior Rotax, they already have their championship sorted, with Harry Bartle taking home the win in the super heat there. Jacob Ashcroft isn't competing this weekend, And Jack West, what will he be able to do to hold on to third position, as Joshua Turnbull is only 14 points behind him in the championship order. And I mean, just look at how grim the weather is here in the northeast of England. One that we're very much used to up here in the northeast. I mean, if you don't have a hood, you're going to have very wet hair standing out there on the circuit indeed. You've got to feel bad for the marshals, and we have to have a big hats off to the marshals and a great thank you to all of the Orange Army that are helping us this weekend. Obviously, all volunteers here for the weekend, and if it wasn't for them, we would not be able to go racing. So a big hats off to all of the Orange Army here racing, helping to do the racing underway. All of the junior Rotax drivers currently just sitting on the grid in a nice little shaded area, so not getting wet on the grid just yet. However, when they make their way out onto the circuit, that's going to be a completely different story. And if we look out of my commentary box window, you can just see on the home straight right now, Stu Stretton getting absolutely blasted by this wet weather as he's trying to capture some good shots of the kart going round in their action, at the expense of some very wet clothes and wet hair indeed. As there he is, standing there on the home straight with his camera equipment getting very wet. I don't think that's an ideal position to be storing a camera, as I'm sure that's not going to be a cheap one, is it, Stu? As he's just stood there contemplating whether he should put his hood up. I think that would be the best option, especially if we're blasting down with rain right now. But as we wait for these drivers to come out onto the circuit, we'll just see them sitting on the grid there. Just a reminder of the previous race. Harry Bartle did take home the win with Lewis Goff getting a second position under his belt. He's currently 5th in the championship and contending Joshua Turnbull for 4th. You'll gain a couple of positions because he finished in 2nd position over Joshua Turnbull in 3rd. Addison Smith followed up in 4th position. And if we have a look at the grid for this Junior Rotax Superheat B, Finley Buck, the number 9 car, finished 9th in the Ultimate Karting Championship last year. He's looking to better himself indeed, as he will start from pole position. The number 9 car is currently 6th in the championship, so Buck is well and truly on his way to have a better result in the championship than he did in his previous season. With this little delay in proceedings, we hopefully should get underway with racing very, very shortly. We just wait for the word from the stewards and wait for the green lights and green flags to be put on display for the drivers to go racing. Starting alongside on the front row, Finley Buck has William Antrobus alongside him once again. As Antrobus, as we mentioned, that number 2 plate on the car, very recently acquired, as he has managed to round out 2nd position in the British Kart Championships. Jared Fox-Whiteley will start on the 2nd row of the grid in 3rd position. Fox-Whiteley recently just taken the step up to the Junior Rotax class after being in the Minimax class in the previous season. Jared Fox-Whiteley, it's been a baptism of fire for him. He showed some great displays of pace, even taking home a heat win in the 3rd round at Warden Law. So Jared Fox-Whiteley, he's put some pace on display, as he's currently 10th in the championship and has some great potential to gain a couple of positions in the championship order indeed. But we'll have to see how this one goes, as some of the drivers from the previous Junior Rotax race have decided to come out into the pouring rain to watch along with the action. But we wait for word from the clerk of the course and from the stewards whether we can go racing for this race. We just wait for it to get underway right now, as I'm sure the drivers will be sat tentatively waiting on the grid right now, eagerly ready to get themselves off the grid indeed. Mikey Walker will round out that 2nd row of the grid. He's currently sitting in what is 14th position on the 14th position in the championship. But he's starting 4th on the grid. Drivers are finally let loose out onto the circuit, And we will very shortly be underway with action from the second of the junior Rotax class. The biggest class that we've had here all season in the Ultimate Karting Championships. 2 grids of drivers here with us this weekend. If you look back to the earlier part of the season, we had grids of up to 4 grids of drivers. I mean, it was absolute chaos having 4 grids of junior Rotax drivers. Definitely made for some interesting battles throughout the grid. One of the biggest turnouts that we had was at the Wilton Mill circuit for the second round, where we had nearly 4 grids of junior Rotax drivers. Then we made our way to Warden Law for round 3. Round 4 was Three Sisters. Then GYG was the last round. Now we find ourselves in the northwest of England for the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. To kick off the superheat, here we go. Down the home straight we go, racing into the first chicane. It's a great start from the front row of the grid from Finley Buck, as he manages to jump himself up a couple of positions and keep himself in the lead. The race, he momentarily lost out to William Antrobus in the first chicane. Oh, going round. That looks like that was the driver in 3rd position. Was that Jared Fox Whiteley going round? It may well have been. That looks like it was the number 42 of Jared Fox Whiteley spinning out in the first lap of the race. And I'll tell you what, William Antrobus is not waiting around as he drifts sideways, trying to find a way past Finley Buck in the lead of the race right now. Number 9 of Finley Buck hooking the curbs through Sunny Bend as he comes down the hill and towards the final corner. Kicking up some standing water as they go around the final corner. Finley Buck still out in front right now is the number 9 car. Tucked in behind him, the number 2 plate of William Antrobus, trying to apply as much pressure as possible. And we've got the 332 of Mikey Walker. Oh, big off. Big off there from the number 9. As Finley Buck went flying off the circuit into the wood chippings at the second hairpin. William Antrobus now finds himself in the lead of the race, and Mikey Walker finds himself in 3rd. Down towards Sunny Bend we go. William Antrobus using his experience out in the lead right now. As sitting in 2nd, Mikey Walker is followed up by Jack Thompson. Little check over the shoulder there from Mikey Walker. All these 3 drivers just string together out in front as they kick up a little bit of standing water out of the rumble strip on the exit of the first chicane. Through the first hairpin we go. Once again, a check over the shoulder there from William Antrobus. He's definitely not confident out in the... Oh, and he's went round! Yeah, he's definitely not confident indeed as he loses the rear end through the second hairpin. Spinning round goes William Antrobus out of the lead of the race. Mikey Walker is now the driver which is challenged with the curse of the lead position. In 2nd, Jack Thompson is all over the back of the 332 of Mikey Walker. But the question is, Mikey Walker ran straight into the side of William Antrobus when he spun. Has he got a drop down? But it doesn't matter anyways, as down the inside goes Jack Thompson. A little nod of the head as he goes down the home straight. Just confirmation to himself, yes, I got that move done. And now he finds himself in the lead of the race. Walker tentative on the exit of the first chicane as his back end of the car just spitting out a little bit through the first hairpin we go. Now down towards the second hairpin. Hooks the inside curb, does the number 65. Jack Thompson just keeping it very tidy. And look over the right rear wheel. Mikey Walker still very close in behind Leon Hasty. And red flags are out. Red flags are out on the circuit. So red flags are out. There has been an incident somewhere on the track. which has brought out the red flag, which means proceedings will grind to a halt and the race will momentarily be stopped until we can resolve the incident. It looks like there is an incident up at the second hairpin there. The drivers involved, we are unsure about the drivers which are involved in that incident at this moment in time. So drivers will be stopped on the home straight right now, and all the attention will be given to the drivers that are up at the second hairpin right now. So the drivers that are involved in that incident will receive any medical attention if necessary, as there is going to be a break in proceedings due to the red flag here in the Junior Rotax Superheat B race. William Antrobus, I'm sure this is exactly what he would have been hoping for, as unfortunately with his spin at the start of the race, he'll drop down into third position. But now that the field will be congested back together, Antrobus has a second chance at hope and a second chance at glory here in the Superheat. So we'll have to see what happens off the restart here, as anything could happen, as all of the gaps that were formed between the drivers will now be pulled all the way down. And now it's time for the front bumper check. And William Antrobus, he does have a drop down on the front row of the grid there. You can see a photo will be taken by the stewards. So he does have a front bumper. Question is, will he be able to reset that front bumper due to there being a red flag? Antrobus will have a short discussion with the race director to find out if he's able to reset that front bumper. Our camera just looking over Matteo Plaza and what is William Antrobus, the driver who finished second in the British Kart Championships as well. So with there now being a break in proceedings and with the red flag being out, any medical attention, if necessary, will be given to the drivers involved. And I'm sure we will keep you up to date with any and all updates we do receive. But for the time being, we are going to cut to a short ad break here on the Alpha live stream. So you rejoin us here for the Junior Rotax Superheat B action. The incident has been cleared up and all the drivers that required any medical attention have been sought to. Green flag is now waved and we are racing underway once again. 5 minutes and 30 seconds of action is what is going to be on the clock. Out in front though, William Antrobus has managed to gain himself a little bit of a lead already as he extends his gap over the drivers in behind him. Let's see if he's able to maintain this one this time. Mikey Walker is stuck in behind with Jack Thompson all over the rear bumper of that Jack's Motorsport car. William Antrobus, he's already been in the lead previously in this race, and we've seen him have a little bit of a spin and a bit of a moment up at the second hairpin. Down through the center S's, where we have a pool of what is standing water on what through the center S's. Down towards Sunny Bend we go. All the drivers all in very good suit and form. Jack Thompson all over the rear bumper of Mikey Walker right now as he rides the curve through the final bend. Now makes his way through the first chicane. Down towards the first hairpin we go. Trying to look for a move is Jack Thompson, just waiting for the opportunity to arise. William Antrobus, though, capitalising on these two drivers being so close in behind and just trying to break away and build himself a bit of a cushion of a gap over Mikey Walker in second position. Tap on the helmet there from Mikey Walker to say, come on, let's work together. Let's try and break away from the drivers in behind and catch onto the back of William Antrobus. Big spit of standing water there from Mikey Walker as he drains it over the hill. Down the inside, there goes Thompson. He'll make the move through Sunny Bend as he dives up the inside of Mikey Walker. So Mikey Walker down into third position now, and he has Leon Hasty all over the back of him now as they go through the first chicane. Walker in a world of trouble right now. He's just lost out on the position of Jack Thompson. Leon Hasty is trying to do the double as well. A little tag of contact between the two of them, the 133 and the 332. Through the second hairpin we go. Now down towards the center S's. Very hot under braking there. Here's Mikey Walker as he nearly spears into the rear bumper of Jack Thompson through the center S's. Walker very, very lucky to come out of that one unscathed, as he very much nearly went straight through the rear bumper of Jack Thompson. Round the final bend we go, and across the straight. William Antrobus is taking advantage of this second chance. A 58.010 is the lap time which he's put down on the circuit, the fastest out of all the drivers around him. All over the road right now is Mikey Walker as he's desperately trying to shake off Leon Hasty in behind. Leon Hasty still glued to the rear bumper, overhooks the car on the curb, and that's going to be very detrimental to his exit. A long look over the shoulder there from the 133 as he tries to see how far the gap back is to Finley Buck, who's currently sitting in fifth position. The number 9 plate finished 9th in the championship last year. He's currently 6th in the championship. 5th on the road though. Trying to better that up to 4th. Through down into the final corner we go. And across the line. 3 more laps remaining in this race. But William Antrobus, this has been a great recovery race from him. He's taken advantage of this second restart and he's jumped his competitors and disappeared out in front. 2.33 seconds is the gap which he currently has over Jack Thompson in second position. Mikey Walker just trying to claw back some of the time which he gained to the number 65 in front of him. A wipe of the visor down the home straight. Visibility is key through here. Hook the inside curve. Splash of water as we go through the center S's now. Down the hill. Oh, Jack Thompson very nearly just skewing his cart sideways as he uses way too much curb down the hill. Jack Thompson putting himself right into the midst of Mikey Walker. Walker now all over the back of the number 65, marking the penultimate lap of this race. Through the first chicane we go. 1 curb, 2 curb, 3 for best luck. Now down towards the first hairpin. Jack Thompson, can he recuperate his nerves? Can he get himself back in racing order? Mikey Walker trying to take advantage of that major mistake as he made his way out of the center S's. Jack Thompson just hooking too much curb and causing a spear of water to come flying out of the curb. Downhill we go, where he made the mistake just 1 lap ago. Jack Thompson just about holding on, but this is going to be a very, very close final lap. As he crosses the line now, William Antrobus will mark the last lap of the race as he will cross the line now. But what a move there! That's Mikey Walker down the inside of the final corner, gets the move done on Jack Thompson. Now Thompson just has 11 corners, no 9 corners now to get that move back. 8 corners. The lap is ticking down, he doesn't have much more time and the overtaking zones are dwindling. Through the second hairpin now, 1 car beached on the exit. Down the back straight we go, long look over the shoulder, 1 driver that doesn't need to worry at all. That's William Antrobus as he now makes his way through the center S's and down towards what is going to be Sunny Bend. But the battle for second position has had us all on edge. Mikey Walker and Jack Thompson, they're still going at it as they come round the final couple of bends. Through the final corner we go. Big nudge through the final corner. Thompson on the inside. Does he get there? Yes, he does. Jack Thompson gets to the line, but the question is, does he have a drop-down bumper from making contact with the rear bumper of Mikey Walker? Jack Thompson, he'll come home in second, but provisionally Mikey Walker will come home in third from Leon Hasty, who very, very nearly jumped Mikey Walker on the line as well. But Mikey Walker finishes in third. Leon Hasty will finish in fourth. Ben Horner in fifth. From Finley Bug, Matteo Plazo, Jared Fox Whiteley, Lewis Summer and Elliot Powell rounding out the top 10. Well, what an amazing second part to that race though. William Antrobus able to take advantage of that one and gets himself a nice race victory. So William Antrobus will win the race once again. Jack Thompson will finish in second. And finishing in third will be Mikey Walker. Leon Hasty did pick up the fastest lap of that race. No extra points for that though. He will come home in fourth position. So a very chaotic second part to the Junior Rotax class. Junior Rotax Superheat B is now finished. And we will now make our way off the circuit. Give the marshals a little bit of a break out there, as we will have a break in proceedings. So we are going to have a lunch break here on the Alpha Lives Productions. We are looking to get underway at around 1:20 proceedings for the first of our final. Sorry, no, we're looking at getting started at around 12:30. If that doesn't get changed, TKM Extreme is going to be the first of the finals. Unsure about the start time of that right now. We are about to cut to the lunch break, and we have some very special news for you. Kev's been running around the paddock all morning, and he has some exclusive driver interviews over the paddock.
So here we are then for the final round of the season. We're ahead of the Super Heats and the Super Final. Some championship classes are wrapped up and others, well, it's still all to play for. The wet weather tyres are on, and this is the first time that this year some of these drivers will have had experience of using them. So let's go and see what some of the key contenders are thinking ahead of the final day of the season. So Ralphie, here we are, a rainy Rowrah, final round of the season, final day, but it looks like you might have the championship wrapped up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do, because after drops I take third today no matter what.
Brilliant, well done to you. Talk to me about yesterday then, because yesterday, quite a tough day for you.
Yeah, it was, the wet's just not my thing. The tyres haven't been good, nothing's been good. but it came to dry 9th to 3rd and 9th to 3rd again on the second heat, so the dry is where I'm at.
That's really good. And the young man who's won the championship previously, Ryan White, he had a really good day, but you and him have had a great battle all season, haven't you?
Yeah, we've had such a good battle.
Have you enjoyed this season with us here at UKC?
Yeah, this has probably been one of my favourite seasons ever.
Nice work. Why is that? What have you enjoyed about this season so much?
Just the atmosphere, like in the Hondas, we come off, and even if you got pushed a little bit and someone beat you, we're still mates at the end of the day.
Ralphie, great to talk to you as always. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Elliot, great to see you here. A rainy last round, a rainy last day. You're sitting 4th at the moment. Have you got your eyes on the overall championship podium?
Yeah, hopefully I can get a podium. That'll be a great achievement, and I'd love to get a podium and go to that presentation.
Yeah, exactly. Presentation evening later this year. It's been a great season for you. I think you've really enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been really fun this season. Been a lot of fun races and good overtakes. Yeah.
And this is your first full season of racing in the UKC, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I've never done it before.
What sort of things have you learned, do you think? How have you developed over the year?
I've got a lot of racecraft from this championship and just learned how to manage races on the last lap and stuff.
Brilliant. Well, listen, Elliot, thanks for talking to us. Very best of luck for this final day. What have you been thinking? What has your mechanic been telling you ahead of this wet weather day?
Just be confident with the car, just overtake as many people as you can and just drive finish as high as you can and have fun.
Have fun, buddy. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Hopeful.
Hopeful. I think as we look at the championship standings, if you still got your eye on the overall podium.
Yeah, we think so.
So you're looking to beat Ralphie Branscombe and Ryan White?
Either that or try and protect a 3rd place.
3rd place at the moment. What have you got to do to protect that 3rd place? It looks pretty wet out there, presumably fairly conservative driving.
I think all we have to do is just not DNF. So even if I'm last, every race is fine.
Okay, well, very best of luck. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Austin Oman, great to see you. Final day of the season. It's a rainy one. How'd you fare in the wet, young man?
We're better in the dry.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can keep our lead and win the championship.
Yeah, looking at the championship, coming into the weekend, you were leading still. Do you think you can still take the overall?
Yeah. If we keep a good placement in every pre-final and final, then we'll have a good chance.
Yeah, it's all about today, the pre-final and the final. You do well in both of those, and I think you've still got it wrapped up. But looking at your season overall, are you pleased with how you've driven?
Yeah, there's a few races I think I could have done better in, but overall good.
And your main contenders this year have been the likes of Max Abrahart, Dean Singh Pahal, Max Jolly. Have you enjoyed racing against these boys? There's some good drivers in your class, aren't there?
Yeah, challenging, but yeah.
Challenging, but yeah. All right, well, listen, you're just about to go out for the Super Heat and then the Super Final. What's going through your head right now? What's your game plan?
Just get as high as we can, try and win, and we'll just see where we are.
Good luck, my friend. Go well.
Thanks.
So Max, great day for you in the heats yesterday. Talk to me.
Yeah, so the first heat I came first by like 8 seconds, so I was really happy with that. And in the second heat I came first again by like 6 seconds, so yeah.
And as we go into this final day on this season then, overall it's been a good season for you. I think you're still in the mix for a championship podium place, aren't you?
Yeah, I could get, I think the first and second is finished. Dean could get second, but I think Austin's won it. But I could get third by beating Dean in every race today, so yeah.
There's a lot of maths to be done, isn't there, to work these things out, but we've got the super heat and the super final. It's going to be a wet race. How do you fare in the wet?
I think I'm very confident in the wet, and I feel like I'm going to try my best.
Try your best, my friend, and go well. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Dean, final round of the season, final day of the season, and it looks like you're in a podium place for the championship overall.
So Austin's probably won. I think he's got about a 14, 24 point lead. I reckon I could possibly still go for second, just 12 points away. I don't think Max Jolly can get me anymore. Maybe a slight chance, but you never know what's going to happen. That's it.
That is a great mathematical assessment of the final day of the season. Thank you ever so much for that. Well done. Yeah, it all comes down to today. It looks like Austin's won it. I think you're probably in second, but Max Jolly had a good day yesterday. You basically, I think, have to do as well as you can in today's super heat and today's super final. But it's going to be a wet race. How do you fare in the wet?
I was second in practice, so I think I can kick off.
And looking at your season overall, this has been quite a good season for you, hasn't it? I think there's a lot of positives to take from this year.
Yeah, I have the second most wins. If I have, yeah, it's a good season.
It's a great season. And what have your mechanics been saying to you about today then? We've got the super heat and the super final. What sort of advice have they been giving you?
Finish in front of Max. I worked out I'm going to need about 4 carts between us, but
it's all to play for. It's all about who keeps it on track.
yeah.
Best of luck. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. So, Riley, great to see you. Final weekend of the season, final day of the season, and it's a wet one. How are you feeling ahead of a wet race?
Well, I know Joshua Griffin's good in the wet round here, so if I'm honest, I would rather it be dry, but you've got to race with what you have, so hopefully I can just get some good points and not really focus on the championship and just drive like it's a normal race.
Yeah, you got to play the hand you dealt. I like that. It is what it is, isn't it, on a wet day like this? And you say you're not focused on the championship, but you've been in the bubble at the top of it all season long, really, haven't you?
Well, obviously we can't go for first, and I'm third from how I've drove, so obviously if I just drive how I've kept driving, I'm going to be somewhere thereabouts.
Yeah, so it's all about this super heat and then the super final today. You get as many points as you can, then we'll see what happens. But when you look at a race like this, what sort of things have your mechanics been saying to you? What's the advice they're giving to you on a day like today?
Make sure you're calm on the throttle and don't slide in the exit. That's what the main thing that I've been doing wrong that I need to work on.
Brilliant. And overall, when you look back at your season in 2024, how's it been for you? Do you think this has been a positive season for you in the kart?
Well, obviously my first year we had a few problems early on in the British, which then mainly meant this was my only good championship, which we have gone well in, so I'm pretty happy.
Riley, great talking to you as always. Very best of luck for the super heat, the super final today. Alex Goodson, great to see you. Final day of the season, and it's going to be a wet race. How are you feeling ahead of putting the wet tyres on the car for the first time this year, maybe?
Yeah, feeling good. I'm cold, I'm wet, and I don't really want to go out, but it's all worth it.
Well, it is what it is, and you have to go out. But joking aside, we haven't had much practice with the wet tyres this year, have we?
No, yesterday was our first wet session of the whole year. It had to happen at Rowrah.
It had to happen at Rowrah. As we look at the championship overall, you've been on the bubble in the top sort of 4 or 5 all year long, I think. Have you done any maths on the championship points? Do you know what you've got to do today?
Just go fast. That's all I've been told from the team.
Just go fast. I think Emerson has got the championship wrapped up, hasn't he, ahead of you?
Yeah, he's got the championship. He doesn't need to be here this weekend, but obviously he's come to win. He's going to help me out when possible, so yeah.
All right, well, very best of luck, Alex. Go well.
Thank you.
So here's a man who's a little bit relaxed on a rainy day, Emerson McAndrew, and I think you've got the championship wrapped up coming into this one, haven't you?
Yeah, obviously we wrapped it up at GYG with a clean sweep. Yeah, come here because I love the track, and we're going to help my teammate possible if I can to help him get P3, and yeah, just love the track really.
And your teammate being?
Alex Goodson.
Alex Goodson, we just had a word with that young man. And as Alex said, this is, I think, the first weekend. Yesterday was the first session where we had the wet tyres on this year, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So how did you fare in the wet? Because you haven't had much practice with them in the UKC this year.
Yeah, I think we did pretty well considering we weren't here on Friday, and yeah, I think we were fast, and hopefully we can continue that in this.
So what is the game plan for today? Because the championship is wrapped up, you're on the wet tyres, you've still got to do well, you can still get as many points as you can. What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, really, I want to win, but yeah, if I win, I also help my teammate by not getting extra championship points, but if I can help him out, I will.
All right, well, very best of luck, Emerson. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
So Pearson, final weekend of the season, final day of the season, and we got the wet tyres on. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling quite confident. I've been quite fast in the wet, but we'll just have to see what we can do in this one, and hopefully we can get a good result in the pre-final and in the final.
Yeah, when we look at the
haven't been what we wanted them to be, and the pace haven't really matched the results either. So yeah, hopefully in the next couple of years we can get to the front and hopefully win championships.
So one super heat, one super final to go. What's the game plan? What's going through your head right now?
Just get to the front and drive away. That's the game plan.
Get to the front and drive away. Good luck, Pearson.
Thank you very much.
So Jack, final round of the season, final day of the season, and you've been on the bubble at the top of the championship table for a little while. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Rowrah is a good track for us. Like last year, we came second in last year's round, so hopefully I can.
This weekend, where the wet tyres have come out, how you been getting on with those?
Yeah, the wets have been all right. It's just obviously not using them and just getting used to it. That's all. So just getting used to the conditions. Obviously, it's pretty torrential out there, so it's just going to get used to it and find the grip out there.
And when we look at the championship points overall, it's between Kai Hunter and Macaulay at the top. But have you done any maths? Can you still get yourself on the overall podium?
To be honest, I haven't looked. There's just in the race, get myself as high as possible on the results, and then obviously it'll just play out like that.
Best of luck, Jack. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
So Kai, final round, final day of the season, and the fight between yourself and Macaulay is still on, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I don't know if I've already won. I think there's quite a few points between us, but I'm not really thinking about that. I just need to get going and get on with it and see where I can end up.
And get going and get on with it is what we got to do in conditions like this. It's the first time that the wets have come out. A lot of these guys haven't had used these this year. How are you finding it?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, put them down yesterday, were pretty good, so I'll just cover that up. So it was great, yeah. I think yesterday in qualifying P1 obviously, but well, I'm starting at the further back this time after yesterday, so we'll see where we can go.
All right, well, very best of luck. Thanks, Kai.
Thank you.
So, Macaulay, final day of the season, last couple of races. Tell me how you're feeling coming into this.
Yeah, the pace has been exceptional this weekend and dry in the wet. Yeah, just last second heat yesterday, bit scrappy. Yeah, got some penalties that I think was quite unfair. So I was starting 7th, but yeah, the pace on the wet's been unreal. So I think we should come through and probably should win this really.
Yeah, well, best of luck with that. For a lot of these drivers in the UKC, this is the first time the wet tyres have gone on. Have you had many wet races elsewhere this year?
Nah, not really at all, to be honest. Yeah, it hasn't really rained much the last 5 months, just more in the winter. But yeah, I'm really good in the wet normally, so yeah, I'm just naturally good in the wet.
It's a bit of a leveller, isn't it, when the wet tyres come out?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just like some people can drive in the wet and some people can't. It just comes with time, I think.
And when we look at the championship table overall, it's been yourself and Kai Hunter who've had some pretty robust racing all season, fair to say. We've enjoyed watching it, but where are you at with the points? Have you done any maths on what can happen ahead of this Super Heat and then the Super Final?
Yeah, I can get second. I can't win. Personally, I think if I didn't have such bad luck, some things went wrong that hampered the whole weekend, really. But yeah, second's all right. I mean, he's been doing senior for 5 years now. Yeah. This is my first year. I won the British with the #1. Yeah, it's a really good year.
So you're looking forward to today?
Yeah, definitely. Going to be exciting, I think.
Have a great day. Thanks, Macaulay.
Thank you.
So Harry, final day of the season, final couple of races for you, the Super Heat and the Super Final. But I think you got the championship wrapped up, haven't you?
Yeah, should have done. So if we've done the maths right, so hopefully we can get the win this weekend and end it with a high.
Yeah, end it on a high. You've had a strong season. You've been battling with Jacob Ashcroft all season long. He's not here this weekend, but you've still got to get the business done on what is a very wet day. How are you feeling ahead of these next 2 races, which are both likely to be wet?
Well, we've had a good 2 heats yesterday, but they were dry. So starting on pole for this wet race and see how it goes.
This is the first time I think that we've had the wet tyres out this year. Is it something that you look forward to? You haven't had much chance to practice with them.
Don't know if I'm looking forward to it. I'd still rather it be dry, but the pace has always been good in the wet, so hopefully it'll be a good race.
And when we look back at the season as a whole, it looks like you've taken that championship title. You must be thrilled with it. Is it one that you can look back with complete positivity, or has it had its ups and downs?
Well, we had a bit of a bad round at the first round, but after that we've taken every single win. Yeah. So good to try to put this championship and obviously win the British Championship as well. So yeah, good season.
Final 2 then in 2024. What's going through your head right now?
Just the wins basically. That's all I'm settling for. So hopefully it'll go that way.
Very best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's take a look then at the road to the podium over race weekend in 2024. It all starts on Saturday morning with timed qualifying. All drivers take part here, and this will determine your starting position for the heat races. Then all drivers take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you'll gain championship points and determine your starting position for the superheat. The superheat follows for the top 68 drivers, and not only will you gain championship points here, but you'll also decide your start position for the super final based on the heats and the superheat. Then it's the top 34 drivers who will compete in the super final and gain those all-important championship points based on their finishing position. And if you're in the top 3, well, you'll be standing on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the trophy and the prizes. So there it is then, through time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, the super final, and then hopefully the podium. So let's take a look at the classes that will be running in 2024, and we start with Honda Cadet. Now these drivers are just 8 to 13 years of age, and they're running that Honda GX200 engine on a 900 or 950mm chassis. Vega supply the rubber that will keep them on the tarmac, and they have a choice of the Cadet Slick or the WM1 for when it's wet. Next up, it's Micromax, also younger drivers here, aged 8 to 12 years, but now running that 125cc Micromax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. Vega supplying the rubber once again, and it's the Cadet Slicks or the WM1 wets. Then we move up to Mini Inter, and now the drivers are 10 to 13 years of age, running a 125cc Minimax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. But Mojo now supply the rubber, C2 in the dry and CW in the wet. Junior Rotax are next, and now things start to get a little bit serious. 12 to 16-year-olds here running that 125cc Junior Max Evo engine. Mojo supplying the rubber, D2 and W5, and we're expecting a huge number of entries in this class, and it's going to be really competitive. Following on from Junior Rotax, and we have Senior Rotax, open to drivers over the age of 15, running that full 125cc Senior Max Evo engine with Mojo supplying the rubber. Win a championship in Senior Rotax and you're well on your way, climbing the ladder of professional motorsport. And new to UKC for 2024 are TKM Extreme, open to drivers over the age of 15, and they'll be running that tag TKM BT82 Extreme engine. 115cc's at their disposal, and they'll be laying down the power onto the tarmac through Maxxis rubber. So here we are then, it all comes down to this, the final afternoon in 2024 of the UKC, and it's a very wet and rainy Rowrah. Thanks for your company, my name's Kev Harris. I've been running around the pit and paddock as always, getting a word from each of the drivers who's hopefully looking to win the championship this weekend, because it all comes down to this final afternoon of racing in the super final. Kai Bacchini then will bring you the commentary in a moment or two, but as you can see, we look out across at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club here at Rowrah, and it has been raining hard all day, and it doesn't look like it's stopping for these super finals. When we think about the championships as well, there's only, I think, 2 drivers who at this point in time have got both hands on that championship trophy, and that's Emerson McAndrew-Uren in Mini Inter, and in Junior Rotax it looks like Harry Bartle has done the business. In every other class, I think there are some drivers with one hand on the championship title, but they've still got to get it across the line, and it all depends on the maths from all of the other finishing positions from all of the other drivers in each of those classes. So, without further ado, that's enough from me. Let's go hand you straight over to your race commentator for the final time in 2024, Kai Bacchini.
Thank you, Kev, and at least you had an umbrella keeping you dry down there in the paddock and not getting as wet as some of our marshals out there on the circuit. It's looking very wet and dreary for this afternoon's racing. On the weather forecast, it did say that it might have been a little bit sunny. Guessing we've been lied to there, because there is no signs of the weather easing off. I mean, still a very damp circuit that the drivers are going to have to deal with this afternoon. Superheats are out the way, all the grid positions have been decided for the final this afternoon, and this is really what's going to decide it. As Kev just mentioned, we've already got 2 of our champions crowned, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Harry Bartle, and we're going to decide another one right here. TKM Extreme Final is coming up with Chris Whitten and Leah Robinson on pole position. Kian Bennett and Harrison Morrow will start in the second row from William Bryan and Yehan Kali-Churn. 7th and 8th, rounding out the grid, is going to be Jack Stewart and Jessica Fitch-Hall, starting in 8th position. Now, if we have a look at what the championship standings are for the TKM Extreme class, there is a couple drivers that are still within contention of taking home this championship trophy by the time the checkered flag is fly. We have a look at this championship right here. Chris Whitten is still leading the way by 8 points over Kian Bennett in second position, so it is all to play for right now. If we put ourselves into theoretical positions to win the championship, Kian Bennett would have to win the race, and Chris Whitten would have to finish all the way down in 7th position. So Kian Bennett, although he may not be starting at the front end of the grid, or in the top couple of positions like he would have been hoping for, he still has a lot of work to do over the course of this race. There's Jessica Fitch-Hall, there's the number 57 of Jack Stewart. Their carts lining up on the grid. Yehan Kali-Churn, our podium sitter from last round, managed to get 3rd position in GYG in the last round, was very happy with the result. It's his first time out at Rowrah here, so let's see what the E-Plate is able to do in the super final. He's had a couple days of practice to get himself up to pace, and now he's really getting stuck in at the deep end. There's the number 75 car of Harrison Morrow. He'll be starting on the front 2 rows of the grid. There's the man with all the pressure on his shoulders, Kian Bennett, second in the championship. Will it stay that way, or will it change? He's got a fast charge in Leah Robinson breathing down his neck, and who could be snatching up that second position if possible. Leah Robinson will start on the front row of the grid, but our pole sitter, Chris Whitten, with everything to lose, only 8 points is what separates him and Kian Bennett. Who knows what's going to happen in this final here? Whitten has been dominant over the course of the weekend so far. Second in Heat 1, a win in the second heat, a win in the super heat. Let's see what he's able to do in the super final, because it all comes down to this. The championship is not yet decided here for TKM Extreme, and it's all up in the air. The drivers will be nervous, the drivers will be tentative, and they will be more than ready to get going and get racing once again. Leah Robinson, as we mentioned, starting on the front row of the grid as well, joining Chris Whitten alongside the number 36 has already taken a win last time out at GYG. He managed to get himself on the top step of the podium with some ruthless racing. Managed to take home a victory, which was an amazing race from him. But as we see, drivers not yet in their carts, drivers not yet ready to start this race just quite. We normally would have our drivers walking down onto the grid and having what is called our podium start, where it's kind of like a Le Mans tribute where we see the drivers walk down onto the grid. Unfortunately, we won't see that this time due to the weather standards and due to the wet weather which we're seeing upon us now. All the marshals are just returning to their posts as soon as possible. And then we should be ready for racing action once again in the northwest of England right here, Cumbria Kart Racing Club. And that standing water looks deep enough to take a nice swim in on the exit of the CNRSs. Think it's fair to say there's only one racing line there, and you can just see the rain pouring down onto the circuit. Less than ideal conditions for these drivers. Yeah, they're going to have to make the most of it. If you're watching along at home on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, make sure to get yourself in the chat. Let us know who you're supporting and let us know where you are watching from as well. But Chris Whitten on pole position. Let's see what he's able to do. Kian Bennett, 5th in the British Championships for TKM Extreme. Now he's 2nd in the Ultimate Karting Championship, but can he get first? It's all going to be decided in the next few moments. Just standing on the grid, waiting for it to start. You can't blame him, he can't stand still. Very nervous, but still able to have a joke on. Trying to hide from the camera is Chris Whitten, but one who's not a stranger to the camera indeed, as we've had many interviews with Chris over the course of the season. Drivers just sitting in the cars. There is the number 72 of William Bryant, as he's sitting on the grid waiting for this race to get underway. Some support in the chat coming in from Summer Harris to Harrison Morrow, saying good luck Harrison, you've got this. That's from Summer Harris in the YouTube chat, cheering on Harrison Morrow in the number 75 car. So as we're still sat on the grid, drivers not wanting to get in their carts until the latest moments possible. There is Harrison Morrow, who's getting some love and support in the YouTube chat. There is Jehan Kalichern. Got a podium last time out at GYG. 3rd position, that was his best result that he's had all season. He's had a couple of seconds in some heats. Sorry, no, he did get a 2nd in the 2nd round. So he's had a 3rd, he's had a 2nd. Can he get a 1st though? That would be a great way to round out his championship. Currently in 4th, chasing down Leah Robinson for 3rd. And number 57 there, Jack Stewart. Maybe getting a little bit too comfortable in his car, starting up. Trying to keep the engine up to temperature. Now, I do wonder what the delay in proceedings here is, as we were supposed to get racing again at what was 12:45. Now, 10 minutes later, we are still waiting for proceedings to get going once again. So, as the drivers are sat on the grid, just waiting to get going once again. The Alpha Live Productions team doing a great job once again at providing these live pictures. You can see a lot, I'm sure you'll see on the cameras, a lot of the camera operators getting absolutely soaked in this wet weather out there on the circuit. Having to stand the test of these treacherous conditions. Unlike the drivers, which are able to have a helmet and a wetsuit on to keep themselves nice and dry as they make their way around the track. So as we wait for the signal from the race director and clerk of the course to get us racing once again. We will wait for the first of the super finals to kick off the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's such a shame to see it go for the season. It's been such a great years of action. There you can see, that is where I would want to be. If I was a camera operator, I would want to be in that hut. Definitely not in that position. I mean, there we go. Good wave there from the camera operator. At least he's got a hat and at least he's got a hood. Maybe Stu Stretton could learn a few lessons. He doesn't seem very bothered by the conditions, just Stu, as he's sat munching on a bag of crisps, waiting for the racing to get underway. Once racing does get underway, Stu Stretton, obviously the cameraman, the man who takes all of the photos from the racing over the course of the weekend, he's the one to thank for all of the amazing photos which you see over the course of the weekend's racing. Jehan Kalichern with his thumb over the ignition, just waiting for the green flag to fly and able to get himself out onto the circuit. All the drivers are now in their carts, all of the drivers are now ready. The time is now 12:59. My prediction is that we're going to go racing at 1 o'clock, which would make a lot more sense than the break in proceedings. So maybe there wasn't a break and that we did originally just get going at 1 o'clock. All the marshals are now stood in their post. Green flags are out on the circuit. So we are ready for racing action to get underway. The gantry switches to 14 minutes. That is how long these drivers will have in their super final. 10 minutes in the superheat, 14 in the super final, an extra 4 minutes of what is going to be about 5 or 6 laps of racing for these drivers. There was the results from the last race, which was out on the circuit. That was Junior Rotax Superheat B, where William Antrobus was able to take home the victory and secure that in his bag. So up on the grid, we just wait for the start signal from the race director. Some of the puddles out there on the circuit, if you drop a wheel into it, it will just pirouette the cart round because of the decrease in speed that it will have when hitting that patch of water. And eventually, the TKM Extreme Karts, for the final time of the season, have been let loose onto the circuit. So let's see how this race unfolds. Chris Whitten starting from pole position. Leo Robinson alongside him. There is the number 5, Kian Bennett, the driver in second position in the championship, trying his hardest, trying his best to chase down that championship lead. 8 points is what separates Chris Whitten and Kian Bennett currently. So we'll have to see what happens here. As Chris Whitten, it's all to play for. He has to finish within the top 7. Chris Whitten has to finish 6th or higher, and Kian Bennett has to win if Kian Bennett wants the championship. If Chris Whitten wants the championship, all he has to do is finish within the top 6. Let's see how this one unfolds. The story is about to take place as we cross the line and start racing here with the TKM Extreme Final. Into the fish chicane we go. Chris Whitten, a brilliant start from the inside line of the front row. Leo Robinson was not able to contend, getting sideways already. Nearly losing the car is Harrison Morrow as he made his way out of the first chicane. Couple of drivers going round in the background. That looked like the number 57 of Jack Stewart. So Jack Stewart spins around and through the first hairpin we go. 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Full lock there for Chris Whitten as he makes his way around the double right-hander into the center S's. So Witten still in the lead from Leah Robinson a second. Watch out for Harrison Morrow. Jehan Kalichern tries to get there on the inside through Oil Works. Through Sunny Bend we go. Now into Paddock Bend. Harrison Morrow fighting that back there. Jehan Kalichern just about holding on to that third position for the time being. Harrison Morrow, though, I'm sure he won't be giving it up that easily. As we go through the first hairpin now. Jehan Kalichern diving down towards the second hairpin, keeping it as tight to the inside line as possible. Harrison Morrow just trying to follow the line of Kalichern as he's slightly dropped off the back of the E-plate. Sideways under braking, goes to 75, keeps it under control though. Kalichern gets that one hooked in very nicely and gets himself into the corner. Over the hill we go, and up at the front end we watch Chris Witten still leading the charge from Leah Robinson. Robinson trying to keep in touch with the number 33 in front of him. Kalichern kicking up some dirty water as he goes around the final corner. Harrison Morrow comes around the final bend, a nod of the head. Leah Robinson, though, the fastest driver out there on the circuit. Chris Witten, just 500th slower than Robinson on that previous lap. Half a tenth between the two of them. Witten locks the kart there through the second hairpin. That was very nicely put together there by Leah Robinson as he controls the drift through the second hairpin to get the kart rotated. Through the centre rest as we go. It seems that the rain has started to ease off a little bit here for these drivers, so it will start to get easier and easier for them to find traction out there on the circuit. Chris Witten kicking the kart through some puddles as he made his way out of Sunny Bends there. Through the Paddock Bend now, Harrison Morrow fighting with the kart to get traction and to find his way through the final bend. Robinson. Oh, Chris Witten, big moment there as he goes way too wide out of the first chicane and kicks up a lot of standing water. I'm surprised he's been able to keep a hold of that kart and been able to keep that one under control. But Leah Robinson needs to take advantage of this lapse in judgment and this lapse in concentration from Chris Witten. This is where Robinson's going to be most effective if he's able to get in an offensive stance. Chris Witten hooks up the curb nicely there. As we now go back round towards the final bend. Robinson still tucked in behind the number 33 of Witten, as it's starting to clear up a little bit here in the northwest of England. It's not quite sunny yet, but at least it's not raining. Chris Witten just trying to keep a hold of this lead right now, but standing water is currently his enemy. Leah Robinson needs to take advantage of this situation that he finds himself in. Robinson's still third in the championship right now. Cian Bennett still currently in second with a fifth that would hold on to his second position. Currently, the way it stands, nothing changes within the top four of the championship. So no changes in the top four of the championship. All of these drivers staying in the same order right now, with Chris Witten leading the championship and leading this race as well. Leah Robinson still third in the championship, but second in this race. And second in the championship, but fifth in this race is Cian Bennett. Chris Witten picks up the fastest lap there to respond to the pace which was getting put down by Leah Robinson over the last few laps. Robinson has been the fastest of the two drivers concurrently over the last 4 laps. But Chris Witten is finally able to respond. Sets a fastest first sector on this lap as well, and a purple sector of his own last time round. But with the rain not being as heavy as it has been previously, I would not be surprised if we start to see the times tumble and fall. As Chris Whitten with a blistering second sector there. A 23.43 in the second sector from Chris Whitten. Leah Robinson only managing to do a 23.82. Whitten over half a second quicker than Leah Robinson on that previous lap. So let's see what happens here. That is Kian Bennett that we're watching as he's chasing down the back of the 75 of Harrison Morrow. Morrow really struggling to get that front end turned into the second hairpin there. As the fastest lap still going the way of Chris Whitten. Hasn't improved in the first sector there, 2/10 off his personal best. But let's see what Kian Bennett is able to put down on the circuit. Kian Bennett just slightly, marginally faster than Harrison Morrow in the first sector, then a couple times slower in the second sector, so it just about balances out. Harrison Morrow managing to maintain the gap to the number 5 of Kian Bennett. Oh, Bennett goes round. Kian Bennett hooks the first curb of the first chicane, just a little bit too much, and Bennett goes pirouetting round. That's not the ideal situation that he would have been hoping for. It won't make an effect to the championship standings as of yet. But Kian Bennett, he has to be careful there. He can't make the same mistake twice. Just caught that front wheel a little bit too much through the first part of the first chicane. The kart just rotated round underneath him. Nothing he could do to stop that one. So through towards the final bend we go. Number 72 of William Bryan. Still just chasing down the back of Kian Bennett now. Bennett recovering from the mistake that he made on that last lap. Much more tentative through the first chicane this time around. Kicks up a lot of standing water on the exit though. And Chris Whitten, once again another purple sector 1. He is absolutely flying out there on this circuit. Whitten in an element of his own. Whitten, it would have been a clean sweep so far if he had have won the first heat. He finished in second in the first heat, but he's won the second heat, he's won the super heat, and he's looking pretty set to win the final as well. All he has is a few more minutes to go. 4 minutes and 35 seconds is what's remaining on the clock here. Chris Whitten is moments away. He's within an arm's reach of that championship trophy. And Leah Robinson, there's not looking like much he can do to get himself into second position in the championship. The man that is second in the championship is on your screen. That is Kian Bennett. Oh, and Kalichern's off. Jehan Kalichern slowly pulls off to the side on the exit of the first hairpin. I wonder what's happened there to the E-plate. But Jehan Kalichern, he pulls off the circuit and unfortunately will have to retire from the race. That's such a shame there for Kalichern, as it was looking to be another podium set in the stars for him. He was in third position, and now he will tumble down the order due to his retirement. Kalichern will finish all the way down in 8th position. But Chris Whitten, he just needs to keep this one on the tarmac and keep himself out of trouble. And he will be crowned the ultimate karting champion in the TKM Extreme class of 2024. Bennett jacks the car into the apex for the double right-hander before the center S's. So as we see the drivers once again come round through our picture, we'll have a look to see what happens here, what is about to unfold. Number 72, William Bryant, really biding his time in behind. Kian Bennett just not able to find the pace to jump the number 5 car in front of him. Too similar on lap times, too similar on driving style is the number 5 and the 72. Bryant, he's going to have to try everything each way if he wants to get himself into the lead of this race. Not into the lead of this race, sorry, into the lead of this battle. This battle is currently for 4th position. But Kian Bennett, he could have had a podium under his belt. He could have had 3rd position if he hadn't have had that issue through the first chicane, pirouetted himself round after using a bit too much curb. And unfortunately, he has to live with the consequences of his mistake. Across the line our leaders go, and that will mean that we have 3 more laps of action here in the TKM Extreme Final. Leah Robinson has completely dropped off the back of the number 33 of Chris Whitten. Whitten has just disappeared from the rest of the field. 2.18 seconds is what separates the two of them. And at one stage in this race, it was very close between Chris Whitten and Leah Robinson. Robinson was within a few tenths of the rear bumper of Chris Whitten after Whitten made that mistake through the first chicane, where he ran a bit wide, kicked up a lot of standing water, and had to go over the muddy grass. Luckily, has able to recover himself from that one as he now comes down towards the final bend. And will round the final corner across the line to mark the penultimate lap of this race. This is a parade at this point for Chris Whitten. Leah Robinson in 2nd position. He's going to have to settle for it because there's nothing more he can do. Robinson will secure himself 3rd position in the championship standings. Yes, Chris Whitten up towards what is going to be the double right-hander into the center S's. Sorry, that's through the 2nd hairpin. He'll make his way down towards the double right-hander and then through the center S's. But Whitten, what a season it has been for him. The number 33 has been untangible out in front. He kicked off his season with a P3 in the first round of the championship. He then bettered that with a win at Wilton Mill. We then made our way over to round 3 where he scored no points in the final. It was a less than ideal situation for himself. Final lap is upon us now. When it came to round 4, Three Sisters was his track, and what a weekend it was for him. Only one race that he didn't win, and that was the Superheat where he finished in 3rd. Managed to take home the final victory, and it was a P2 that he had to settle for last time round in GYG. But with all that tallied together, all of that totaled up, it's been a stellar season for the number 33. And on his final lap of this race here, he will dance around the circuit in glory. A star-studded victory here for the number 33 of Chris Whitten as he slides it sideways through Sunny Bend. Just one more corner to go. The number 33, the Talco kart of Chris Whitten, will cross the line to be crowned the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship champion in the TKM Extreme class. Chris Whitten, take a bow. It's been an outstanding season for the number 33. It did come down to the wire, but in the end he was unbeatable. He won the superheat and he wins the final here in the final round. Cian Bennett, he finishes in 5th position, but he will secure himself 2nd in the drivers' standings. Leah Robinson comes home 2nd on track and will secure himself 3rd in the Ultimate Karting Championship standings. No changes in the drivers' order at the end of that race, but Chris Whitten, his heart would have been in his mouth for all 14 minutes of that race. He will take home the victory from Leah Robinson in 2nd. Harrison Morrow will come home in 3rd from William Bryant, Cian Bennett, Jack Stewart, Jessica Fitch-Hall, and unfortunately the driver which was set to have a podium, he comes home in 8th position. 6 laps down was Yehan Kalichern. Well, emotions will be running high throughout the drivers making their way into Parc Fermé. The drivers will make their way over the weighbridge now, and we will very shortly cut down to Kev Harris, who will be interviewing our top 3 drivers. Kev's down there now to catch up with our top 3.
So here we go then, the first of the super finals of the afternoon comes to an end with TKM Extreme doing the business there with Chris Whitten, kart number 33, taking the win. 40 points goes to him, and that sees him wrap up the championship overall as well. 718 if my on-the-fly maths is correct. Just behind him then, kart number 36, bringing it home in 2nd was Leo Robinson. And then that's kart 75, there's Harrison Morrow bringing it home in 3rd. He was down in, I think, 2-4, about 6th place in the championship coming into this one, so he'll have bumped up a few spots, but I don't think he's going to be fighting for a championship podium after that. But a great way to round out his season with a podium here on the final one in 2024. Chris Whitten, though, it's been a great weekend from him. Kart number 33 there, just on the left-hand side of the scrutineering bay as we look at it right now. He's been great all weekend long, and he's been a hard campaigner all season, so perhaps a well-deserved victory for him. The man that didn't feature on the podium in this one, who I think, though, is still on the podium for the overalls, is Cian Bennett. That's, of course, kart number 5. I think if my on-the-fly maths is correct, he may have clawed his way or held on, kept his fingertips on the 2nd place overall there in the championship with 703 points. Maths was never my strong point, and doing it on the fly here in a rainy Rowrah on a Sunday afternoon makes it even trickier. But we'll get a word with him as soon as we can. We'll try and get Mr. Morrow up first, Harrison Morrow, kart number 75. We'll get a word with him and see what he's thinking ahead of this one. Coming on out of scrutiny, and now here's the man getting to put his feet just on the spot here, left and right foot there. Harrison, there we go, mate. You're looking very wet. You got a smile on your face, though. Brought it home in 3rd.
Yeah, it was a tricky race, tricky conditions, but managed to bring it home.
Yeah, well done. Great way to round out your season. Final one in 2024. I don't think, if my maths is correct, you're going to be on the podium for the championship overall, but a good way to finish nonetheless.
Yeah, and it's my last race in TKM ever, so it's a great way to finish it.
Is this the retirement announcement?
Well, we're going to X30 next year.
Okay, right, fantastic stuff. So lots to look forward to still in karting.
Yeah.
But as you look at the season overall here in the UKC doing the TKM this year, it's something you've enjoyed?
Yeah, it's been great. We haven't had the best of luck, but the way we've been able to end the season is the best way I could ask for.
Brilliant stuff. Right, well, well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this year?
My parents, Dave and Ash from Class and Motorsport, and my sponsors, CMS Services and 88 Digital.
Listen, well done, Harrison. Been great watching this season. Well done, your 3rd place, final one of the year.
Thank you.
And best of luck for next year, of course. There goes Harrison. Let's try and get a word with the next man then, which should be our 2nd place man, Leo Robinson, kart number 36. Here comes Leo, top man. Got a smile on his face as well. I do like the TKMs because they always come out here. They've had fun. They've gone racing, but they've had fun. Leo, great to see you, my friend. 2nd place in the final one of the year. Well done. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, just pleased to finish it off with a podium again. I couldn't quite get the win, but I got my first pole yesterday, so that's a big positive already. And then 2nd, just to finish it off, is great.
Brilliant, well done to you. Yeah, lots of positives from this weekend. I'm just glancing down at my notepad here, trying to do the maths overall. Had you done any maths coming into this, looking at where you might be in the championship? I think I might have you down as 3rd overall in the championship, maybe?
Yeah, I think I am 3rd after this. We had a positive day yesterday and today, and then I looked before the final and we were clear, so...
Brilliant. Looks like you've got, where are we? Chris Whitten 7:18, Cian Bennett 7:03, and then I think yourself there was 6:92. So a great season and a great way to finish it on the last day of the season. Who would you like to thank?
FF Course for the Driver Academy, Tim Wilson Motorsport, all my sponsors, all my family at home for the great support, and my dad for being an awesome job on the spanners.
Well done, Dad. And what are we looking forward to for next year? Still in TKM, still in karting, doing something else? What's happening?
Looking to go to X30 next year with a bit of KZ, so that should be a blast.
Oh, it will be a blast. Best of luck, and thanks for racing with us this year.
Yeah.
Great stuff. There goes our man Leo Robinson. Go and high-five your team. Let's see who else we got. We should be able to bring out then, hopefully now, Chris Whitten. Let's have a look. Have we got Chris? He's there. Let's try and get a word with him. He's just obviously got to do the scrutineering with his mechanic, but he should be a man who's happy. Chris, come and put yourself on the spot, mate. I haven't caught up with you much this weekend already, but you've got to be pleased with that. Taking the win and the championship overall.
Yeah, no, it's been a great weekend, to be fair. So a bit of wet, bit of dry, so it's been fun.
Yeah, you've got to really sort of feather the kart in these conditions, haven't you?
Yeah, the good thing about TKM is in the wet there's not a lot of grip, so it's definitely a bit more down to the driving than just how grippy the tyre is, really.
And this is actually the first time the wet tyres have gone on in the UKC this year as well, so it's not like you've had much time to practice.
No, mix it up a little bit.
But a good weekend, and just looking at the championship standings overall, I've done some maths on the fly. I think you got 7:18 as your overall score. Cian Bennett 7:03 just behind you. You two have had a great battle all season long, really, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been close, to be fair. We've done a lot better in the second half, I think, than the first half, so it's all brought it home, really.
Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this weekend and indeed this season?
I'd like to thank my mum and dad for everything they do. My girlfriend coming and support me every weekend. Alan, Joe and Mark for everything they do. Calgate Performance. Yeah, that's it.
It's a long list. A lot of people make this all happen. What's happening to you for next year? Staying in TKM, cars, karts, something else?
We'll see. We'll see.
All right, well, listen, well done. Enjoy that podium later on, and thanks for talking to us.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
There we go. There goes Chris Whitten, winner of TKM Championship and the Super Final on the final one in 2024. Let's go back to Kai and catch up because there's karts out on track for the next one.
Thank you very much, Kev. Yep, karts are already out on the circuit, and it's Honda GX200s which are out on track right now. Ryan White's going to start from pole position with Archie Cannon alongside him from Riley Blakemore, and Ralphie Branscombe, our championship leader, in behind. Theo Hamilton and Ricky Jr. McIntosh is in behind them. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer will start in 7th, from Elliot Bork in 8th with Ashton Horspool and Shea Hilton 9th and 10th. 6th over the grid is going to be J.M. Prakash, then it's going to be Toby Turner. Esme Rosie and Jerry DeFicci will start on the 7th over the grid, then it's going to be Margaris Kovetskis, then it's going to be Harry Pennington and Reggie DeFicci rounding out the 17 driver grid here for the Honda Cadet GX200s. Well, the championship isn't so close in this one. Ralphie Branscombe does have a 36-point lead coming into this final race of the season, meaning that if Margaris Kovetskis was to win this race, that he would have to finish very, very low down, would Ralphie Branscombe. With the gap being 36 points between them, there would have to be a 37-point deficit, which would mean that Ralphie Branscombe, I don't even think it's possible, unless Ralphie Branscombe gets disqualified from this race. Ralphie Branscombe has already secured himself the championship trophy. So all that Branscombe has to do is finish this race and stay out of trouble. Let's see if he's able to do so. So the drivers now dive down towards the first chicane. There's a couple of overtakes in the background. Driver still squabbling for position through the final part of the chicane. Couple kicking up some dirty water on the exit. Everyone just about staying in order right now. Out in front, Ryan White is the perfect start he would have been hoping for. Let's see what he's able to do, as Ryan White has already secured himself 3rd in the championship, but he could possibly battle for 2nd if possible. Margaris Kovetskis to finish all the way down in 17th position with Margaris Kovetskis. If Ryan White was to jump up into second in the championship. And Kovetskis currently finds himself 16th. So if he's able to keep himself 16th or higher, Ryan White has the championship, but he hasn't got it easy. Oh, as they bang, oh, going wide on the exit as well. Hopping over the grass was the number 68 of Riley Blakemore. Riley Blakemore didn't have that easy when battling with Ryan White, the driver second in the championship. It's all about the long game here, a long race for these Honda Cadets. A 12-minute final instead of 10 minutes, which they are used to in the superheats. Ryan White still in the lead of this race. Archie Cannon, the S-plate, is now in second position. The recently acquired Scottish plate on the kart of Archie Cannon. He also has the fastest lap underneath him. One driver which will be very much used to racing in the wet is Archie Cannon. The check over the shoulder there from Theo Hamilton. You'll see that Archie Cannon isn't far in behind him. He has to keep an eye on the 68 of Riley Blakemore in behind. If he wants to hold on to this third position right now. But out in front, Ryan White under increasingly building pressure from Archie Cannon in behind him. Ryan White doing a good job out in front at withstanding this pressure. Ooh, the 68 of Riley Blakemore is glued to the rear bumper of Theo Hamilton right now. That's for the final step on the podium. Very close between these two right now. Constantly checking over his shoulder is Theo Hamilton. Theo Hamilton not safe at all, as he could very quickly fall into the grasp of the number 68. Riley Blakemore down the inside. He'll try it in the second hairpin as they bang wheels onto the rumble strip. Went Theo Hamilton. Will he get the move done? Yes, he will. Riley Blakemore up into third position. Gets himself the fastest lap as well for good measure. So down towards Sunny Bend we go with Ryan White. Oh, very sideways went Riley Blakemore there, nearly losing control of the car. Down through Oil Works. Through Paddock Bend now. Riley Blakemore trying to catch onto the back of Archie Cannon and send an upset of a shockwave into the top two. All over the rear bumper right now. A fast charging number 68 of Riley Blakemore. He's absolutely flying out there on the circuit right now. A wipe of the visor there from Archie Cannon. Trying to improve his visibility. Tries to send it down the inside. Thinks better of it, does Riley Blakemore. Blakemore not waiting around at all. As soon as he sees an opportunity arise, as he clips the rear bumper of Archie Cannon. Blakemore, who was momentarily in second. Oh, but he's went round! Blakemore's lost it through Oil Works. As Riley Blakemore goes round. That's such a shame there. Through St. John's, just lost it up at the top end. We've seen him be very close to losing it a few times there. And oh, another driver round. Who was that again? The number 14, that's Elliot Bork. He's furious, but that doesn't look like the car that was pirouetted round in the first chicane. There's Riley Blakemore with Elliot Bork in behind. Blakemore currently finds himself in what is 9th position. Was it 8th position now that Elliot Bork got caught up in that incident? So Bork has dropped down into 9th, Blakemore up into 8th. There's the S-plate of Archie Cannon. A little bit of breathing room has now been associated between Ryan White and Archie Cannon. as these two drivers have broke away from the rest of the field. Let's see if this affects anything. Archie Cannon still in second position right now. 1 second gap to Ryan White out in front. Ryan White just taking charge of this race and commanding out in front. Here's Riley Blakemore trying to fight his way back through the field on the back of Ricky Jr. McIntosh. On the inside, he loves that move down the inside of the second hairpin. Does Riley Blakemore down the inside of Ricky Jr. McIntosh. McIntosh loses out, but he's going to go straight back on the attack. He tries it, but can't find the traction on the inside line. Those Vega VM1 wet tyres not working in the favour of Ricky Jr. McIntosh as he tried to make the move. There is Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe made the move on Theo Hamilton there. As it looks like, yep. There is Ralphie Branscombe, finds himself in the top 3 right now. This is going to put the nail in the coffin and staple himself at the top of the driver's standings. Just 4 minutes remaining in this race for Ralphie Branscombe to keep himself out of trouble. Head down to the steering wheel. He's not going to ease off though. He's going to push this kart all the way to the end of this race. He's going to push this one until it finishes. Finds himself in a podium position right now. Would be a great way to round out what has been a fantastic championship bid from the O-Plate. Been an outstanding season from Ralphie Branscombe. The bright pink bell helmet, you can't miss it on the circuit, has a check over his shoulder. As we go around the final, picks up the O-Plate while he was at it this season. Actually, circuit indeed. It was at Rowrah at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club where the British O-Plate was held. And that is where Ralphie Branscombe picked up that number to put on his car. Branscombe tentative in 3rd position right now, as he's constantly checking over his shoulder, constantly worrying about Theo Hamilton in behind. You see him check over his shoulder once again. He is not comfortable at all in his kart right now. He's currently in 3rd position. I'm sure he'll be wanting to hang on to a podium. Mistake there from Theo Hamilton sends himself very wide out of the centre S's. Through St John's we go now into Sunny Bend. Big hop over the curve at Sunny Bend there from Theo Hamilton. Round the final bend, through Paddock Bend we go, onto the home straight once again, into the first chicane. Side by side around the final corner, that's Ricky Jr. McIntosh having a battle with Derry Dufaci. Dufaci trying to make a way past Ricky Jr. McIntosh on the inside. In the first hairpin is going to be the ideal spot. McIntosh tries to get the switchback, but he's not able to do so. A tap on the helmet there from Dufaci, saying let's work together, let's push forwards to say the number 12. McIntosh thought of going for the move into the second hairpin, but thought better of it. He backed out of the move. Down the back end of the circuit we find ourselves now. And Ryan White out in front does not have long left of this race, and with a 1.7 second gap which he's established over Archie Cannon in behind, there's a warning flag going out to the 888 of Shea Hilton. So Shea Hilton picks up a warning flag for, it is not specified what the warning has been issued for. But Ryan White crosses the line, meaning we will have 2 more laps of racing here for the Honda Cadet GX200 final. As through the first chicane we are watching the number 12, followed by Ricky Jr. McIntosh and Elliot Bourke in behind. Bourke unfortunately caught up in that incident in the first chicane where one driver pirouetted round on the final apex of the first chicane. It's been a great recovery from Bourke. He previously found himself in 5th position in this race. Now he's all the way down in what is 8th. He is catching onto the back of Ricky Junior McIntosh, though. Goes a little bit deep into the center S's. Down towards St. John's. Now through Sunny Bend. What is he going to be able to do as Ryan White marks the penultimate lap of this race? These are just going to be podium laps. These are just going to be celebration laps for the drivers out in front. But for drivers like Elliot Bork, they are fighting all the way down to the wire. And into the first hairpin we go. Just about holding on to it is Ricky Junior McIntosh right now. Elliot Bork still breathing down his neck. We'll have a quick update on the championship standings. As finishing down in 16th position is Margaris Kovetskis. It's not the ideal situation that he would be wanting to find himself in, but he will still pick up 22 points from this race, meaning that Ryan White will not be able to get that second position in the championship. It is currently a 19-point gap. Ryan White is going to fork back 18 points. So one more point was needed for him to pick up that championship win. For that second place in the championship. Either way, though, it's been an outstanding race from Ryan White. He's been able to dominate from pretty much start to finish and has secured himself third position in the championship standings. And Margaris Kovetskis, although it may be down in 16th, has done enough to get himself second in the championship order. And a big tank slapper there from Riley Blakemore as he went through the center S's. Ralphie Branscombe, he may not be finishing on the top spot and he may be finishing in third, but it's still a podium and it's still enough. Around the final bend he goes. Ryan White takes the win, but the driver which take home the championship, it's Ralphie Branscombe. The O-plate crosses the line and he is the victor. He is the champion of the Ultimate Karting Championship in the Honda Cadet class. Ralphie Branscombe, if a podium isn't to be happy enough about, he takes home the championship win alongside it. And what a way to round out the season. Ralphie Branscombe, he's been amazing all season long with so many outstanding results. He won the first round, second in the second. It was a clean sweep out at Warden Law in the third round of the championship. And it's just been consistent podiums throughout from Ralphie Branscombe, which has managed to secure himself the Ultimate Karting Championship Drivers title. Ryan White comes home with the race win and third in the championship from Archie Cannon in second, and Ralphie Branscombe, our championship winner, is third on track from Theo Hamilton, Riley Blakemore, Jerry Dufaci. Then it's going to be Ricky Junior McIntosh, Elliot Bork, J.M. Parakash. Then it's going to be Jack Fulbrook-Armour rounding out the top 10. Esme Rosie is 11th from Harry Pennington, Ashton Horspool and Shea Hilton rounding out the top 14. 15th is going to be Reggie Dufaci and Margaris Kovetskis. He'll finish in 16th, but second in the championship. And rounding out the grid in 17th, that was Toby Turner. Now as the drivers make their way into the Parc Fermé area, we're going to throw down to Kev very shortly as he's down there ready to talk to the drivers and see what happens down in the emotions.
So here we are then in scrutiny at the end of that Honda Cadet Super Final, the last one in 2024, and former champion Ryan White brings it home in first place, rounding out what has been a really positive end to the season for him. A first in his two heats, then a fourth in that super heat this morning, and then a first in the Super Final. Archie Cannon was the man that came home in second. Wasn't fighting for the championship overall because we haven't seen him in every round, but there in the green helmet in the middle of your picture now with the S on his car and the green helmet helmet, just taking that helmet off. And behind him, the man that's all smiles, of course, is the inimitable Ralphie Branscombe, who's brought it home in third on the day, but with enough points there, scoring 35 to give him 734 points for the season, and that sees him take the championship win for Lenny Messenger Motorsport. 3 youngsters there, they've all been competitors out on track, but look at the smiles on their faces now as they double check the timing screens in scrutiny here for UKC. Let's get a word with them as soon as we can. Let's get Ralphie up onto the spot first. Come on, Ralphie, running on out, mate. You know the drill. Come and put your feet on the spot, my friend. Well done, Ralphie Branscombe. Dad Joe there, just giving him the cheers and the high fives he deserves. Ralphie, well done to you. You've taken the championship with a 3rd place win in the final there, and it's all smiles from you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just so happy that I got 3rd in the end of it, and I wouldn't care if I got last. As long as I won the championship, I would have been happy.
It's nice to win the championship, but it's nice to do it and also get on the podium, isn't it? It's been a great year for you all in all.
Yeah, it's been a lovely year. UKC is one of the best championships in British.
Yeah. And when we look at who you've been racing against there, as I was just saying, when you look at the timing screens, yourself, Ryan White, Archie Cannon turning up for this time, Margaris Kovetskis as well. You're fierce competitors on the track, but you have fun off it.
Oh yeah, we're all messing about off of it. Like late at night, we'll play manhunt for like 2 hours.
Well, listen, I would say that's worked for you because you've taken the overall win for the season. Well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this year once again?
Well, I'd like to thank LMM. I would like to thank Adrenico, JCC Young One, as JCC Young, JCC Normals, Sharps and Adrenico. They've just been the best for me.
Yeah, it's been really good. And your dad, Joe, by your side, as always, every weekend. He puts a shift in, doesn't he?
Yeah, I love my dad so much. I could never forget him.
We can't. You couldn't and we can't. You're a great team together. But just a quick word about the conditions. This is the first time I think you youngsters have been out on wet tyres, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been. I think we went out on wets like at the practice of a couple other rounds, but never in the final.
And you handled it all right, though?
Yeah, we were struggling all weekend, but in that final we got it down to a crack.
Well, listen, well done to you. Go and high-five your dad. He's in scrutiny there, and huge congratulations on your championship win once again.
Thank you.
There goes Ralphie Branscombe, your championship winner for the season and 3rd on that one. Let's get a word with Archie Cannon if we can. We'll welcome Archie up to the spot. Look at the smile on this man's face. This is what I like to see from Zipcar. Come on, sir. Put your feet on the spot there. Archie, great to see you, pal. 2nd place. Wasn't fighting for a championship position, but it's nice to finish with a podium at the end of a UKC season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Tell us about your weekend, because I'm looking at your results here. You got a 4th, a 3rd, and then a 1st and a 2nd. You've done it all.
Yeah, it was a real good weekend. Also, I got 2 penalties at the S-Way, and somehow I just got lucky. I just got lucky.
You did just get lucky, but, you know, the harder you practice, the luckier you get, is what they say.
Yeah, because I have younger experience. When you have the younger experience, less you have around the tracks and passing skills. But with my dad, I like to say this because his go-kart passing and like his track skills run through my vein.
You've got your dad's track skills running through your veins. Well done to your dad. Who else has made it possible this weekend, indeed this season?
The Zip team, my dad and my mum, because she gives me food.
And anyone else watching along at home? Who do you think's watching around the UK and on the internet? Because you're live right now on the internet, my friend.
Probably my mum. She's like, yeah! I know my gran and granddad, like the rest of my gran and granddads do, and usually some of my friends.
Well, listen, well done to you, sir. Well done to all of your team and all of your followers and fans. Will we see you again in the UKC next year? I hope we do.
Maybe we're not. Maybe we're doing the full champion. Maybe not. Just maybe to practice to do UKC.
Well, whatever you do, sir, I wish you all the very best luck with your motorsport career, and congratulations once again.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, look, it's raining again.
Isn't it just? Right, there he goes. Good. Go and high-five your team, my friend. Archie Cannon, what a champ. Let's welcome in, though, the man that came home in first, Ryan White. Come on, Ryan, come and have a chat, because this man's had a great season with us, and a great season elsewhere as well. Here he is on the spot. Ryan, well done to you, mate. Final one of the year in 2024, and you brought it home in first. It's been a strong weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, very good.
So, yeah, as we look at your heats, 2 firsts, a 4th place, and then a 1st there in that super final. Tell us how you handled the wet conditions. What was going through your mind when you're sort of balancing on the wet rubber?
Well, it's all about like going slower into corners. You'll think, oh, I have to go faster into this to catch this person. The second you do that, you're just going to spin. So it's all about keeping it cool and steady, just going around the track, wide lines, and it works.
It really does work. And I did some maths on the fly. I think you've brought it home in second place for the championship overall. So championship runner-up, that's not bad, is it?
Yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad, because also, let's not forget, give you credit where it's due, you missed the complete round with us, went off to go and do CKC, but you won that championship as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
So that was a good choice. Well done. So championship win elsewhere, runner-up with us. It's all looking good for Ryan White Motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you.
Who would you like to thank?
My dad, my grandparents who couldn't be here because they went on holiday, but I'm sure they'll be watching. My mum, my dog, my sister, and Project One.
Yeah, shout out to your dad. He's an absolute trooper, isn't he? He drives you all over the country every weekend. Couldn't do it without him.
Yeah, this is our local English track. 5 hours to get here. So, yeah.
Well done, sir. Go and high-five your team. Get your scrutineering sorted and we'll see you for podiums later.
Yeah, thank you.
How about that? There goes Ryan White. What an absolute trooper. And yeah, 5 hours to get here because they live in the far north of Scotland. Have a think about that next time we're racing down at Clay Pigeon down in Somerset or Dorset or wherever that is. Right, let's go straight back to Kai because the next one's right on track. There's more to come from here at Rowrah.
Great to hear from all of the drivers in the Honda Cadet class there as we get ourselves ready for the next drivers out onto the circuit, which is going to be Micromax, the youngest drivers here with us this weekend. Starting on pole position, it's going to be Max Jolly, and joining him alongside will be Dian Singh Bahal. Then it's going to be Maximilian Eberhardt and Ansel Murray from Austin Oman and Jos Hushko. Sebastian Crawford and Harry Radcliffe are going to be on row 4. Then it's going to be Ralph Martin and Logan Stanley Jones rounding out the 10-driver grid here. So in terms of the championship, Austin Oman, he has got the championship lead by 25 points, which with it only being a 10-driver grid, I am pretty sure that means that Austin Oman has won the championship here in the Micromax class. So Austin Oman, as long as he doesn't get in any trouble with the stewards and doesn't get disqualified for anything, it does mean that Oman is going to be walking away with the championship here after this race, no matter where he finishes. Maximilian Eberhardt in second though. He won't have it so easy, with Dian Singh Bahal only being 9 points behind him in the championship. It is so close between these drivers as they make their way down towards the final bend now. 12 minutes is ready on the starting gantry. As we accelerate out and round, down the home straight we go. We go racing first time round. Great start there from the front row of the grid from the number 8 of Max Jolly. A little bit of congestion in the mid-pack as a few drivers. Oh, one driver getting squeezed completely off the circuit. That's the number 16 of Sebastian Crawford. So Crawford goes completely off the circuit. And looking up at the front end, Max Jolly just trying to depart from the rest of the field. Number 2 of Austin Oman getting overtaken there. In second position, Dian Singh Bahal could really do with a race victory. He's in third position right now, but he could really do with a race victory if he wanted any chances of getting second in the championship order. Dian Singh Bahal currently in third position right now. As I mentioned, 9 points behind Maximilian Eberhardt in the championship. Down the inside, Oman's gonna go for it. Will he get there? I don't think he will. Just about holds on to it, does Ansel Murray. Great defense there from Murray to hold on to it from the number 2 of Austin Oman. But Maximilian Eberhardt currently in second position. If Dian Singh Bahal wants any chance of getting there, he needs to get past the number 3 as it's all kicking off here up at the front end. Down the inside, everyone filing through as 3 wide on the exit. Singh Bahal can't get there as he gets a terrible exit out of the hairpin. And that is very much going to be a drop-down bumper for what looks like, which cart was that ran into the back of Dian Singh Bahal on the exit? It's the number 2 of Austin Oman. Austin Oman. No, it wasn't the number 2 of Austin Oman, sorry. It must have been Jos Huška. So out the final bend there. There is yes, it is going to be Jos Huška, which picked up a from running into the back of Dian Singh Bahal on the exit of the second hairpin. Out in front, Max Jolly just departing from the field. Already got a 3-second gap back. Down the inside. There goes Singh Bahal. He goes very deep into the corner. Gets helped on the exit. Jos Huška now down the inside. Singh Bahal goes for it again. And he'll get there. What a move there from Singh Bahal as he gets himself up into second position now. This is perfect for Singh Bahal as he needs the number 3 of Maximilian Eberhardt to finish as low down as possible. We'll get an update on all the positions as the drivers cross the line. Jos Huška, though, will definitely be picking up a 5-second penalty at the end of this race due to his drop-down bumper. Round the final bend we go. Max Jolly picks up the fastest lap. Maximilian Eberhardt, he's all the way down in 6th. Make that 5th, though, because of Jos Huška's drop-down bumper. So at the end of this race, if things stay the way that they are, in 5th position, he would pick up 33 points with Maximilian Eberhardt. As Jos Huška and Harry Radcliffe are still going toe-to-toe. Dian Singh Bahal, though, on the other hand, would be looking to pick up 36 points. So Maximilian Eberhardt would pick up, as I mentioned, 33 points for that 5th position. But unfortunately, that would not be enough for Dian Singh Bahal to get himself second in the championship, as that would only be a 3-point deficit that he would gain. Eberhardt trying to find his way through down the inside as they bang wheels. Good move there as Eberhardt finds his way through on Harry Radcliffe. Through the first chicane we go. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock as it's still all kicking off. Dian Singh Bahal has managed to pull himself a little bit of a pillow, a little bit of a cushion over Jos Huška in behind him. Maximilian Eberhardt, though, after making that move on the... Oh, flying into the apex of the corner came Sebastian Crawford, nearly taking out the rear wheels of the number 26 in Harry Radcliffe. Big hit of spray there from the number 3 of Maximilian Eberhardt as he used way too much curb on the exit of the Senna S's. Round Sunny Bend we go. We're starting to see the sun peek through the clouds now. I'm sure the drivers will be very happy to see that indeed. Blue skies are in sight after it's been a very grey and cloudy day. Through the chicane we go once again. And now down towards the first hairpin. Dian Singh Bahal still under a lot of pressure from Jos Huška. Huška does have that nose cone penalty, remember. Maximilian Eberhardt in behind. All over the back of him, though. Down the inside, Sebastian Crawford. Where did he come from? Crawford came flying out of nowhere. And now Harry Radcliffe, he's managed to find his way past Maximilian Eberhardt. So Crawford sent it down the inside from a mile back. Tried to make up 2 positions. Didn't make up any in the end. Running wide there is Dian Singh Bahal. Through the final bend, down the inside. There goes Harry Radcliffe. Radcliffe makes the move on Huška. Huška's going to have to tuck in behind, as Harry Radcliffe in front is now let loose onto the rear bumper of Dian Singh Bahal. Down the inside, Eberhardt wants a bit of the action. You'll get 2 in 1, or he tried it. He made the move on Jos Huška, He nearly got down the inside of Harry Radcliffe. He'll get it done that time, but on the switchback. Great switchback there from the number 26. Harry Radcliffe read that move like a book and managed to get himself back past. Sebastian Crawford getting himself into another little bit of contact as well. Out in second position right now, Dean Singh Pahal all over his rear bumper. The 26 of Harry Radcliffe trying to read him left and right. Down the inside, you'll get that one done, no problem. Aberhart's going to come through as well. Aberhart says, thank you very much, you've left the door wide open, now I'll pick it up. Check over the shoulder there from Maximilian Aberhart. Down the inside, you'll go for a very assertive move there on the 26 of Harry Radcliffe. Radcliffe, he's going to try and respond in the second hairpin. It's not going to be enough. Tight line move down the inside. Crawford sends it from Mars. What a move there from the number 16 of Crawford. He made the move on Singh Pahal when he made the move on Radcliffe at the same time. Singh Pahal responds. Both of them. 3. He has to keep an eye on Jos Hushka as Hushka is looking for that position. Defensive. Crawford goes inside. Switch back there from Hushka. Sebastian Crawford going for any and every move that arises to him. Hopping over the curb, just about keeping the car in a straight line as the sun is now peeking out of the clouds and beaming down onto this Cumbrian circuit. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock here for these drivers. Down the home straight we go. One driver kicking up a lot of standing water there down the home straight. As we're looking at Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin both battling for position. Jos Hushka trying to defend from the number 16 of Sebastian Crawford. There is the sun peeking through the clouds now. As you can see, the dark grey clouds are now moving out of the way of the circuit. And we now have a bit of sunshine upon us. Sebastian Crawford, though, has just made that move on Jos Hushka. He gets that one done, no problem. Just in front of him, Dean Singh Pahal. Is he next going to fall victim to the number 16? Crawford trying everything he can to make his way through the field and definitely make his way past Dean Singh Pahal. Oh, and round goes Crawford. Sebastian Crawford just carrying a little bit too much speed there through Sunny Bend and loses the rear on the exit as the kart just gets away from him. That's such a shame there for the 16 of Sebastian Crawford. He'll drop down into 9th position at the back of the grid. But it was such a good race. He's going to respond straight away and fight his way back through. Up into 8th already. But Sebastian Crawford, it all fell apart. What was looking to be a great race for the number 16. .40 seconds is now remaining on the clock, though, as the drivers drift out of the centre S's. Crawford still trying to fight his way through, but Jos Hushka is all over the back of Dean Singh Pahal. Hushka still has that front bumper flaring penalty, though. So at the end of the race, that does mean that the number 10 of Jos Hushka will have 5 seconds added on to his final race time. Tight line there from Dean Singh Pahal as he's going very defensive now from the number 10 of Jos Hushka. Hushka goes to the inside, Singh Pahal goes to cover. He's going to try the switch back, is Hushka. Does he get the overspeed on the exit? Yes, he does. He's going to have to go the long way round, though. Has to go diving down towards the double right-hander. Switching left, switching right. The defensive shake there from 23. Dean Singh Pahal manages to shake off the attack from Jos Hushka. What a defensive maneuver there from the 23. Dian Singh Bahal could not have executed that any better. The final lap is now upon us though, as Max Jolly has crossed the line. Around the final bend we go. Onto the home straight once again. This is the battle everyone is watching. Dian Singh Bahal, does he really want to risk anything though? Jos Huska has that drop down penalty, but does Dian Singh Bahal know? Max Jolly out in front though. It's been a dominant race for the number 8. Nothing more you could have asked from him, as he will come home. An 8-point gap is what separated him and Dian Singh Bahal for 3rd in the championship. Singh Bahal, when he crosses the line in 5th, will come home with 33 points. Max Jolly crosses the line to bring home another 40 points in his favour, and will lose out on 3rd in the championship by 1 point. As around the final bend, Austin Oman crosses the line as your 2024 UKC champion in the Micromax class. All the other drivers come round. Where's Dian Singh Bahal? He's dropped down to 7th. Dian Singh Bahal, he falls down into 7th. That will be 6th though, because of Jos Huska's front fairing penalty. Now we're going to have to quickly work this out. Dian Singh Bahal, with him crossing the line in 6th, he'll come home with 32 points. Crossing the line in 1st, Max Jolly will get 40 points, leaving both drivers on what looks like it will be 695 points total for both of the drivers. But then who wins, who takes the position on callback? That's the question. If we look at race wins, I think it will just about go the way of Dian Singh Bahal, as he has 2 race wins in the finals. Oof, you couldn't go any more down to the wire than that. Austin Oman will take home the championship. Maximilian Eberhardt in 2nd. But Dian Singh Bahal and Max Jolly 3rd and 4th will be tied on points. We'll have to get confirmation on what happens there. But Kev is down in Parc Fermé to talk to the drivers.
Well, there we go then. Another one comes to an end under sunny skies here at Rowrah. The Micromax Super Final was filled with excitement, but in the end, the man that won it at a canter was that man, Max Jolly. We'll go in reverse order, so I'll get our 3rd place man up to the finish first. In 3rd place, where was it? It was Mr. Abrahart, I think. Mr. Abrahart in 3rd. Where are we? Yeah, 3rd place was Max Abrahart. There it is. Where's Max Abrahart? Let's get him out. Let's have a word with him. Here he is. Get yourself on the spot, sir. Well done, well done. Tricky conditions out there in the rain for you, but pleased with the podium?
Yeah, I am.
Talk us through that one, the final one then in 2024. And I think with that, you've just got yourself the runner-up spot in the championship?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Fantastic. So when you were going into that one there, did you think you could get yourself the 2nd place?
Yeah, I did.
Talk me through your weekend. Who's made it all possible? Who you been with this weekend?
Jordan Force, my dad, my mum and my sister for supporting me at home.
So ahead of you was Max Jolly. He finished with quite a few lengths ahead of you. Was there any point in the race where you started to think I might be able to catch him, or was he just too far down the road?
I think he was just too far down the road. He had very good pace this weekend and I'm happy that he got the win.
Yeah, but coming into the weekend, you were looking strong as well. Austin Oman was kind of, well, you were 2nd place behind Austin Oman there. Were you at any point thinking you might be able to get yourself a little bit higher up the championship table?
Maybe in a couple of the practice sessions when I was like really quick in the dry, but then it started to rain on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, and we haven't had much practice in the wet, have we, this year? I don't think the wets have come out at all. It's the first wet UKC weekend we've had.
Yeah, it is.
So how do you manage in the wet? How have you got on? 'Cause you don't get a lot of chance to practice.
I usually get on not the best, but I'm still usually quick at some tracks. But here I felt quicker than usual.
Yeah. Well, you've done really well. Huge congratulations. Runner-up in the championship, 3rd place in the final super final of the year. Who would you like to thank? Who has made it all possible?
My dad, my mum, my sister, Jordan from Force, and everyone who supported me.
Well, well done, sir. Go and high-five your team. Finish off scrutineering, and congratulations.
Cheers.
There he goes. Let's say goodbye to Max as we welcome in second place man on the super final at the end there, Austin Oman. Austin, great to see you, buddy. Well done. Congratulations on second place in the last super final in 2024. And congratulations. My maths on the fly tells me that you have won the championship overall. How does that sound?
Good. Going into the final, it was going to be close, but we've came out on top.
Yeah, exactly. There was a lot of maths that could be done before the weekend. I don't think it was cut and dry that you'd win the championship overall, so that second place has really helped you do that. Talk me through your weekend. First one in a while that we've had wet weather racing, but you obviously got to grips with this wet conditions on those wet tyres.
Yesterday wasn't the best of results for us. We had a last and a 5th. But today we've managed upped our game and got to where we've got.
Got to where you got, sir, and that is top of the championship table at the end of 2024. You, sir, are the Micromax Ultimate Karting Champion for 2024. You must be thrilled.
Thank you.
Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
My mum, my dad, my sister, family members and Sam Pollitt Racing.
That might be it. There might not be anyone else, but I don't know. Go on, keep reeling off the list if you can.
Everyone in the tent. Just everyone that helps me.
Who else is watching you? You're live on the internet right now. Who do you think's watching along at home who can't be here today? Anyone?
My granddad, my aunties and uncles, and friends.
Well, it's a huge cheering section, and they will be watching along, cheering loudly for you now. So well done. Go and high-five your team. Give Sam Pollitt a high-five from me as well. Great racing. Great to have you with us once again this season.
Thank you.
There he goes. Austin Oman from Sam Pollitt Racing with the championship win overall, second on the day. But how about this guy, Max Jolly of Hunter Motorsport? The smile says it all, sir. Well done. This has been a great weekend for you, taking first place in the last super final from pole position, and your heats were good as well. And I don't want to do maths on the fly, but I think you've just put yourself maybe on the podium for the championship in third, maybe.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it because we were doing the calculations last night saying if we clean sweeped it and Dean came fourth or above, we came third, and we came third, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, I think, like I say, maths is not my strong point. I've been doing it on the fly. I think you've ended up on 695 points. I think Dean has ended up on 694 points. I think you've pipped him by 1 point, but well done to you. It's been a great season. First time we've seen you in UKC, but you've really thrived, haven't you? You've loved it.
Yeah, it was my first year, so I'm really happy with my result.
A lot of good results, and coming into this one then, like your experience on the wet tyres, probably less than some of these other youngsters, but you took 2 wins yesterday in the heats.
Yeah, I got first, and then first in the other one, and then this one, yeah.
How's it? I mean, that's fantastic. You're just saying it like it was easy, but it was. Surely it wasn't easy. What do you have to do when you're, in that kind of position? You've got to keep your head. You've got to feather the accelerator, feather the brake, be light on the steering.
You have to just think all the time. Think if the track's getting drier or wetter, and then adapt to the track.
Brilliant, well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made this all possible?
Kai, my mechanic Jordan, Mum and Dad for everything, Hunter Motorsport, Reese, Josh for the data, all my family for watching too.
Brilliant stuff, and you've enjoyed racing alongside these youngsters as well. Hard competitors on the track, but good fun off it?
Yeah, really good, yeah.
Brilliant, well done. Huge congratulations, Max Jolly, winner in the super final. Go and high-five your team and go through screening. There he goes. Look at these youngsters, they absolutely love it. Hard chargers on the track, but pals when they're off it, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? And with that win there, I think, like I say, if my maths on the fly is correct, Max Jolly has just put himself in third place for the championship over in 2024. Not a bad result for someone who's just starting out. Kai, it's back to you.
Well, with a few races out of the way now, we make our way into the final couple of races of the day. Mini Inter Final is going to be the next up. We already have our champion here, and he's starting on pole position. Emerson McAndrew-Urin will start from pole with Joshua Griffin alongside him. From Louis Radcliffe, Riley Muro, Hansen Khan, and Alex Goodson alongside him. Starting in 7th, that's going to be Blair Smith and Thomas Potter alongside them. Then it's going to be Drew Davidson and Thomas Jackson starting in 10th. Then we're going to have Jacob Underhill and Zach Jennings starting in 12th. 13th is going to be Soren Gallagher. Then it's going to be Miles Burton, Charlie Stapleton, David Hjorns, Jack Mellon and Loman Wilcox rounding out the 9th row of the grid. So the Mini Inter Final is going to be rounded out by Maximilian Bart on the 9th row of the grid, starting in 18th. And that's going to be the 18 drivers here for the Mini Inter Final. Only 3 more races to go today. We've got the Mini Inter Final, then Senior Rotax, and then the Junior Rotax Final as well. As mentioned before, the Mini Inter class already has their decided champion in the form of Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Then Riley Muro and Joshua Griffin are still battling it out for 2nd position right now, and it can all change between them. Only 12 points is what separates Riley Muro and Joshua Griffin. So Alex Goodson is then 4th in the championship from Louis Radcliffe in 5th. That's Miles Burton, Hansen Khan, Blair Smith, Thomas Potter and Drew Davidson that round out the top 10 in the championship right now. That is all subject to change apart from Emerson McAndrew-Urin, who has won the championship last time out at GYG. Managed to secure it in the final race of the day. So McAndrew-Urin, it's just going to be a victory race for him. And it's going to be a victory tour that I'm sure he will enjoy. Joshua Griffin starts alongside him in 2nd. Griffin currently battling for 2nd in the championship. Riley Murrow is the driver which he is going to be fighting it out with. He was actually tucked right in behind him. Around the final corner we go though, and across the line to go racing for the final time. It's the Mini Inter Final. Oh, and a couple of drivers go round in the first chicane there. Everybody somehow avoiding the stationary cars in the first chicane. One driver going round on the exit there. But side by side, the 82 in the 22, that's Louis Radcliffe and Riley Murrow. Both battling it out right now. Oh, drifting across the track there was the 56 of Blair Smith. Just about avoiding contact with any of the other cars around it. Big spit up a spray. Oh no! McAndrew-Urin's went round. Nearly collecting some of the other cars around him. The number 3 will get himself back out onto the circuit and back racing once again. As up at the front end, and that does mean that Joshua Griffin now hits the front, and this is huge for his championship bout. Riley Murrow, though, he's not going to take it lying down. As Riley Murrow up into 2nd position. As Joshua Griffin still in the lead right now. Riley Murrow in 2nd. Louis Radcliffe in 3rd. Hansen Khan in 4th right now. Down the inside, there goes McAndrew-Urin. You can see it coming from a mile off. What a brilliant move there from the number 3. As coming through the field now, Emerson McAndrew-Urin, he may have spun out earlier in this race, and he may be having to fight his way through, but he's standing on business right now as he's fighting his way through the field. Stuck in behind the number 82 of Louis Radcliffe right now. Emerson McAndrew-Urin currently finds himself in 4th position. Great recovery so far from the number 3. Down the inside, what a move there into the first chicane. Emerson McAndrew-Urin throwing danger to the wind. as he gets himself down the inside, gets a little nudge there through the first hairpin, but still sticks himself up into third position past Louis Radcliffe. What an overtake that was from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Did not see that coming from a mile off, as Louis Radcliffe will pick up a contact warning for running into the back of Emerson McAndrew-Uren through that first hairpin. Hansing Khan now trying to make his way past the 82. Hansing Khan in the Hunter Motorsport colours trying to make his way past the SPR cart of the 82 and Louis Radcliffe right now. Radcliffe has just picked up that contact warning for running into the back of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Oh, nearly going round did Emerson McAndrew-Uren, as he just clipped the rear bumper of Riley Murrow there as they went through the first chicane. A wipe in the visor there. Emerson McAndrew-Uren trying everything he can down the inside. Oh, and they very nearly bang wheels. Oh, spinning round. And ooh, how has he managed to avoid the other drivers coming around the corner there? Louis Radcliffe nearly causing all sorts of problems there, as he tried so desperately to spin himself back around. Nearly went straight into the path of Miles Burton, but brilliant reaction times there from Burton means that all crisis was averted. Around the final bend and down the home straight now. Hansing Khan in fourth. Joshua Griffin still in the lead by about 2 seconds over Emerson McAndrew-Uren. If McAndrew-Uren was able to fight back and get himself into the lead of the race, this would be one of the greatest recovery drives that we've seen all season. Down the inside, there's the move from the 82, nearly collects Thomas Potter in front. And Louis Radcliffe trying to get the move done on Miles Burton, just overshot the apex. There's the number 20 of Thomas Potter, jumping his way through the center S's, all over the back of Blair Smith right now. Now down towards the final corner we go. And now down the home straight, Blair Smith with Thomas Potter breathing down her neck, but applying as much pressure as possible is Thomas Potter. Oh, he sells the dummy and onto the inside. Thomas Potter to get the move done. Oh, great switchback there from Blair Smith. Manages to get the accelerator down a little bit earlier and gets the position back as soon as possible. Teapot just not able to do it yet. Looking behind, there's Miles Burton all over the back of Potter. Potter gets the move done and Burton follows through. What a move there from Thomas Potter. Got on the inside of Blair Smith. Following through was Miles Burton. All done through the center S's. Oh, and Miles Burton. No, that's not a good move. A shake of the head there from Thomas Potter, and rightfully so. Miles Burton spears into the rear wheel of Thomas Potter after such an amazing overtake. That's such a shame that Miles Burton, oh, spinning round down the inside, lost control trying to make the overtake, did Blair Smith. As Smith went drifting down the inside sideways, nearly collecting off Miles Burton. Miles Burton has picked up a contact warning from the stewards for that incident with Thomas Potter. Oh, when going round, that looks like that was Hakeem Batt. So Hakeem Batt has spun around there through the center S's. Miles Burton nearly losing it there through St. John's, through Sunny Bend now. Louis Radcliffe all over the back of Miles Burton, but down the inside, trying to get the move done is Alex Goodson. Wasn't quite able to get there with a front NASA panel, which isn't looking too healthy. Through the first chicane we go. Once again towards the first hairpin, down the inside. There's the move, which was always going to get done from Louis Radcliffe. As he's still covering off the inside. Burton tries the switchback. That was so well timed on the accelerator and brakes from Miles Burton to get himself wrapped around the rear wheels. He nearly got there. Oh, and kicking up a lot of standing water is the number 82 of Louis Radcliffe. In behind, Alex Goodson's trying to get involved in this battle as well, if possible. The DHR LN car tries to switch back on Burton towards the final corner. I doubt he'll get it done, but yes, he will. On the inside, on the switchback, though, Burton gets the overspeed. Great switchback there from Miles Burton as it looks like he just used the overspeed to his advantage. And as we look out of the window and the clouds now re-emerge over the top of the circuit, is the rain starting to emerge once again over the track? I'm sure the drivers are hoping that it's not, but Blair Smith is still fighting it out with Alex Goodson right now. Blair Smith, after making that mistake before and spinning in the first hairpin, has managed to recuperate herself. Oh, up the inside. That's not a good move either. Emerson McAndrew-Uren tried desperately to make his way past Joshua Griffin. Griffin keeps himself in a straight line, but Emerson McAndrew-Uren had a half spin there through Sunny Bend. Manages to keep the car in a straight line though, and will have another go at it once he catches back onto the back of Joshua Griffin. Currently 1.4 seconds, which is separating the two of them. If Emerson McAndrew-Uren is able to spin at the start of the race and then catch himself back on for a race win, that would be an outstanding victory and an outstanding send-off from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. But let's see what he's able to do here. Emerson McAndrew-Uren will have a lot of time to gain back if he wants to find himself in the lead of the race once again. He had it momentarily until he had that issue on the first couple of laps where he spun out, gifting the lead to Joshua Griffin. As around the final bend we go. Onto the home straight. Emerson McAndrew-Uren still chasing down Joshua Griffin. But only 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Time is dwindling down. Joshua Griffin has tunnel vision going forwards. There is no looking back until now. He's already managed to assert himself into this position and into the lead of this race. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, though, still fighting his way through the field as he's pushing forwards. Yellow flags is out down the back end of the circuit. As there was a yellow flag out, unsure what that was for. As there was not a stranded car anywhere to be seen from our camera. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren closer than ever. Oh, that's what will be the yellow flag for. And that looks like that's the 113 of Hakeem Batt. So unfortunately, Hakeem Batt has went off the circuit, down the back end of the circuit. But here comes McAndrew-Uren down the inside to get the move done on Joshua Griffin. He clips the front bumper for good measure and gets himself into the lead of the race. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, a drive back of dreams. 2 minutes remaining on the circuit as the S plate just in front has spun out, unfortunately. That looks like that is going to be Drew Davidson. So Drew Davidson has spun out up at the second hairpin. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren, hats off to him. He's already won the championship. He spun on the first couple of laps of the race. He dropped himself further and further down the field. And now he's fought his way all the way back through. Nearly spun again when he tried to attempt the overtake on Joshua Griffin. But he recuperated his nerves, didn't let it bother him, and now finds himself back leading the race with a 1.7 second advantage. This mini interclass well and truly has been Emerson McAndrew-Urin's season. He has been unstoppable all the way throughout the championship, and rounding it out with a race to go, the first driver to be crowned champion in the Ultimate Karting Championship here in 2024. It's pretty much unheard of, and McAndrew-Urin was able to do it with a round to spare. This race was just for fun. He got told, go out there, have fun, and enjoy your final tour of the Ultimate Karting Championship. And my word, has he done it in style. He won the first heat. He won the second heat. Not only did he win the super heat as well, but he is on track to win the super final, rounding out his championship bid with a clean sweep at the final round here in Rowrah, taking on the conditions, taking on a spin, and the other drivers out there on the circuit. Emerson McAndrew-Urin has been built different this year. Oh, what a move around the outside. The number 7 of Hansing Khan gets the move done on Riley Murrow. What a move around the outside. Managed to get the switch back. That was beautiful there from Hansing Khan. Riley Murrow will have to drop down a position for that one, though. Hansing Khan has snatched himself third position on the podium step. Final lap is now upon us. A parade lap for Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Riley Murrow has also secured himself second in the Drivers' Championship, unless anything drastic happens on this final lap. Joshua Griffin as well has secured himself third in the Drivers' Championship unless something drastic happens. But there he is, the number 3 kart, DHR. Dan Holland himself could not be any more proud of this youngster. 33 on the helmet, 3 on the kart, but it'll be a number 1 soon as he rounds through the final couple of corners, through St. John's, through Sunny Bend. Just one more corner to go for our already crowned champion. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Emerson McAndrew-Urin is your Ultimate Karting champion in the Mini Inter class, winning in style. A clean sweep at the final round here at Rowrah. Joshua Griffin will come home in second position. Hansing Khan in third, with Riley Murrow in fourth, securing himself second in the driver's standings, and Joshua Griffin securing himself third. Wow, what a race that was. And what a recovery drive from Emerson McAndrew-Urin, fighting his way all the way through the field once again after a spin on the first few laps. He pulled himself back together and pulled himself up to the top step of the podium. What a way to round off the season. You could not ask any more from the DHR youngster. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, take a bow, because what a race that was. And he did not just win it, he won it by 2.6 seconds over Joshua Griffin in second position. Griffin did a great job to hold himself in second, and for first most of the race, he comes home third in the driver's standings because of that one. Hansing Khan will come home in third on the final step of the podium from Riley Murrow, who secures himself second in the driver's standings. Then it will be Louis Radcliffe, Miles Burton, Alice Goodson, Blair Smith, Thomas Potter and Jacob Underhill, which round out the top 10 drivers here in the Mini Inter class. But I'm sure Kev Harris will have a lot of fun doing his interviews this time round, as he will get to interview the UKC champion, top step of the podium, top step of the championship, Emerson McAndrew-Urin. We'll hear from him very shortly, as well as Riley Murrow and Joshua Griffin, finishing in second and third in the championship. Joshua Griffin finishing second in the race and Hansen Khan third in the race. Kev Harris is up at Parc Ferme. We're going to throw down to him to hear from our drivers that finished in the top 3.
So there we go then, the Mini Inter Super Final comes to an end, and in the finish Hasnain Khan puts himself on the third step of the podium. Josh Griffin was second there, looking at one point like he might be able to beat Emerson McAndrew-Urim, but not so in the end. There's the man that came home in second there in his Tony Kart overalls. There's Josh Griffin. That's enough to give himself third place in the championship overall. Riley Murrow, who came home in fourth, I've got him down as second in the championship overall, and Emerson McAndrew-Urim comes home in first and takes that championship win overall. Let's try and get a word with the man that came home in third, Hasnain Khan first. Where's Hasnain? Let's get him out and have a little chat just in the scrutineering bay there, just undoing his helmet. So Hasnain, come on up to the spot, mate. Let's have a quick word with you. So Hasnain, Mini Inter Super Final, last one. Hang on, put your look where you're going. There you go, pal. So yeah, last one in 2024. You got yourself on the podium. You pleased with that one?
Yeah, we didn't really expect it because we got a bad set of wets and we've been struggling all weekend with the setup, but finally got it in the final.
Yeah, exactly. So tyres not to your choosing or not to your choice, but you did what you needed to do. Quite hard out there in the wet, I imagine.
Yeah, very cold and wet, yeah.
Very cold and very wet. And looking down the road ahead of you, it was, of course, Josh Griffin and Emerson there. During that race, were there any points where you started to think, I can close the gap on those two, or were they too far away?
No, they were too far away, they were too quick.
Yeah. When you look at your weekend as a whole, let's just take a look at your results. A fourth, a fifth, a seventh, and then a third. You've finished on good form, really, haven't you?
Yeah, as I said, we were just getting better every single heat and race, so yeah.
When you look at your season as a whole as well, not in the mix of the championship overall, but one you can take any positives from?
Yeah, we missed the first 2 rounds and we still finished 7th, which kept my seed, so yeah, very happy with that.
Yeah, you got to be really proud of that. We start missing out rounds, the points start to go down, so the skills are there, the pace is there. Who's made it all possible?
Hunter Motorsport, Venator Racing Engines, my brother and sister for watching, my mum, my dad, and yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. Anyone else watching along at home right now, do you think?
Probably just my family.
Well done. Listen, huge congratulations. Well done. Thanks so much for racing with us in 2024. We'll see you for that podium presentation a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes, third place man on the day, Hasnain Khan, not fighting for the championship overall in the end, like he said, missed a couple of rounds. Let's get our second place man if we can, Josh Griffin. Let's try and welcome Josh out, if we can just, you can see me, he's deep there in scrutineering there, kart number 5, Strawberry Racing, here he comes. Josh, come and put yourself on the spot, mate. Well done, tough race between you and Emerson, and he just got you, didn't he, in the closing stages of that one?
Yeah, I wasn't good enough there.
You weren't good enough. You've been quite hard on yourself there, my friend. What went wrong? What do you think you could have done better?
Wasn't pushed hard enough at the front. Yeah, he caught me from a while back.
But I mean, credit where it's due. Emerson has had a really strong weekend. He's had a clean sweep of wins, so he's obviously coming to this really, really fast.
Yeah, I guess.
When we look at the championship overall, though, my maths has you in third place on 655 points, so it looks like you're on the podium for the championship overall. Can you take some positive and credit from that?
Yeah, I think it's second on drops. I think we didn't get one round at Kimbolton, but yeah.
Okay, well, my maths is on the fly. It may or may not be that accurate, but well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Jack for running me this weekend, and my dad.
Brilliant. Anyone else watching along at home? You're live on the internet right now?
My mum.
Your mum?
Yeah.
Well, listen, Mum, well done. He's been a champ. Great result for you in there. Not quite what you wanted, but congratulations all the same. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Yeah, thank you.
There he goes. That's our man Josh Griffin, second on the day. A second and a fourth in the heats, a third in the super heat, and then a second in the final. But this man should have the biggest smile on his face in town, because when I look at his results for the weekend, it's a clean sweep. You won everything this weekend.
Yeah, we've had a great weekend with just everything, really. We didn't practice on Friday because we didn't have the time, but we've come here on Saturday and Sunday, done our best, and yeah, won it.
Well done, and won the championship overall. I think the lead was perhaps out of reach of the others coming into the weekend, maybe, but nonetheless, you still had to do the business, and you've clean sweeped it. 752 points, taking the championship in 2024. You must be thrilled with that. What a season.
Yeah, we've had a great season. Team's been great. Everyone's done their part, and yeah, we've won.
We've won. Exactly. There's not much more else to say, is there? Riley Murrow's been a great campaigner with you, hasn't he? Credit where it's due to him. You and him have had a few good battles out on track this year, haven't you?
Yeah, obviously we've had battles through the whole year. Sometimes we haven't got the kart right, but we've just had to push through it.
Brilliant. So what's next for you in 2025? Where are you going next? You're staying with UKC, going elsewhere, moving up a class? What can we expect from the man that is Emerson McAndrew?
So we're going to stay in Mini-Max 950. We're going to do UKC and British Kart Championships and Le Mans next year. And before next year, we've got the World Finals and E-Plate coming up.
There's a lot to look forward to. Yours is a name that we should remember because I'm sure we're going to hear it again in the future. Huge congratulations. Go and high-five your team, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. I'd also like to just mention Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, Daryl, Louis for everything they've done this year, and everyone who supported me.
Fantastic stuff. Well done. They'll all be very proud of you. Go and just enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
There he goes. That's the man that should have the biggest smile in town because he's won everything this weekend and he's taken the championship overall. Kart number 33 from Dan Holland Racing, Emerson McAndrew. What a champ. Remember that name. Kai, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Kev, as we get ourselves ready for the final two races of the day. And let's kick it off with one of the closest championship battles that you can ever imagine. It's Senior Rotax. Let's get it underway. Gabe Fairbrother's going to be starting from pole position. And alongside him, it's going to be Archie Buttle. Then in third, we've got Angus Scrivener and Stephen Napier. Then Pearson Bullicata and Macaulay Bishop starting in sixth. Seventh is going to be Jack Lilly from Stephen Duncan. Then it's going to be Rhys Bailey, Alexander Cole, John Brown and Rachel Robertson. Starting on the seventh row of the grid, it will be Alex Duncan, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Aaron McKay, Callum Kinder, Kai Hunter in 17th and Jack Collins in 18th. So Ben Southgate will then start 19th, from 20th being Marcus King, then it'll be Mac McGilvray, Gemma Hjorns, Harry Lamond and Ewan Charman starting in 24th. 25th will be Harry Gilbert from Stephanie Hebecca, Daniel Whitfield, then it will be David Mitchell, Caitlin Seabrook and Louis Marika in 30th. Rounding out the grid, it will be Jay Pearson and Sam Kelbrick in 31st and 32nd. As the drivers make their way down towards the final corner, Hunter on 704, Bishop on 666. What's going to happen here? Down the home straight we go. Up into the top bend. Into the first chicane we go. Everybody just about keeping it in order. One driver going round in the background. Couldn't quite catch who that was though. As everybody still fights for their track position and their order. Up towards the first, second hairpin we go. Out in the lead, it was Gabe Fairbrother, but not for long. Fighting his way through. We'll see everybody battling for action. 38 points separating our top two in the championship. Everything can change here. Two drivers off. Two drivers off. That looks like that's going to be the 4-3-3. And couldn't quite catch who the other... Sorry, that was the 2-3-3. And didn't quite catch who the other driver was. So through the final bend we go, and onto the home straight. To get an update of standings, it's Angus Scrivener hitting the front, with Gabe Fairbrother in second from Archie Buttle, Stephen Napier. Then it's going to be Pearson Bullicata, Macaulay Bishop, Rhys Bailey, Jack Lillian, Stephen Duncan, Alexander Cole rounds out the top 10. Kai Hunter is currently all the way down in 16th position. No changes in championship just yet as everyone's going three wide nearly on the exit of the first hairpin there. So as we look at the drivers battling their way around the field once again, as everyone is still fighting it out on the circuit. Up at the front end, I'm pretty sure, unless there is a disqualification in this race, that Kai Hunter has secured the championship. And Macaulay Bishop, there's nothing he can do. Kai Hunter, although he had a terrible superheat, he is able to use it as a drop round, as he has had a previously better superheat. So now, down the back, straight into the second hairpin we go. We're keeping an eye on this battle. Stephen Napier, Pearson Bullicata down the inside. Will he be able to get this? Will he be able to get the overspeed? He's going to try it. They're rubbing tyres sideways down the straight. How has Stephen Napier kept that car in a straight line? Pearson Bullicata ruthless trying to get that kart squeezed past. And Stephen Napier did not want to give that one up at all. Pearson Bullicata gets it in the end though, after a lot of smoke and a lot of rubber being exchanged between the two of them. Angus Scrivener out in front. Here comes Macaulay Bishop down the inside. Bishop gets himself up into fourth. So now into the first hairpin we go. Macaulay Bishop, the two drivers in front battling. That's Archie Buttle and Gabe Fairbrother. Buttle parking it on the apex. Fairbrother trying to find a way through desperately. But in behind, Macaulay Bishop, number 1 plate on his car, recently crowned the British Karting Championship. Macaulay Bishop recently winning the British Champs. Will he be able to win the Ultimate Karting Championship? I don't think it's possible with the way that things stand in this race and in the championship standings. He's going to have to tag through with Gabe Fairbrother here if he wants to get himself up a position. He's going to get squeezed going into the first chicane. He's going to try and stay there. Archie Buttle, oh, and round. Nearly round goes Archie Buttle. How has he kept that one in a straight line? Macaulay Bishop did not want to give up that line. Neither did Archie Buttle. And 2 karts did not go into one through that first chicane. Oh, off into the wood barkings as he hops the kart out. A big splash of mud, and that's going to be a big cleaning job when that one comes back into the pit lane. Stephen Napier unfortunately has to take to the wood chippings. There is Macaulay Bishop, followed by Pearson Bullicata. Looking in behind, there's the 41 of Rhys Bailey, followed in behind by Jack Lilly, Stephen Duncan and Alexander Cole. Crossing the home straight we go. Angus Scrivener followed in behind by Gabe Fairbrother. We're keeping an eye on this battle though. That's Rhys Bailey with Jack Lilly and Archie Buttle in behind. Ooh, nearly getting tagged on the exit of the chicane there. Kai Hunter, watch out for him. He's carving his way back through the field. Made his way past Stephen Duncan. Into 8th now is Kai Hunter. He doesn't need to risk anything, does Hunter? He's already got the championship pretty much secured under his belt. With a 38-point championship lead. Unless he gets in major trouble with the stewards and gets a disqualification where he would not be able to take the final as a drop round, then I am pretty sure that Kai Hunter has this championship under his belt. Around the final bend we go, and down the home straight. Oh, very close between Stephen Duncan and Archie Buttle there. Duncan just about gets through on Buttle without any issues. There's Macaulay Bishop, Gabe Fairbrother all over his rear wheels as he manages to make the move there through the first hairpin. So Bishop up into second. Scrivener out in front though. He has a 4.7 second advantage. Buttle and Duncan are still going at it, wheel to wheel down the back straight. Oh, and Buttle squeezed there onto the grass as he saws at the steering wheel sideways, trying to keep the kart in a straight line. Kai Hunter all over the back of the number 10 of Jack Lilly now down the inside into Sunny Bend. What an opportunistic move there from the 35. Kai Hunter racing around this circuit like he's playing Mario Kart. Stephen Duncan playing with fire as he nearly spins down the home straight, catching the grass under braking. There is Kai Hunter trying to get the move here on Rhys Bailey. Will he try the move here through the second hairpin? That was well covered by Bailey, but the traction is king as Hunter wipes his visor and wipes his brow. The sweat is clear as Kai Hunter manages to make his way past Rhys Bailey. So Rhys Bailey drops down into 6th, and the fastest driver on the circuit of Kai Hunter is now up into the top 5, starting all the way down in 19th position. Hunter is on a mission through. Sorry, I correct myself. Hunter started in 17th position. He is now up 12 places. What a race this has been from Kai Hunter, as everyone in behind follows in suit. It is all calmed down for the time being, but Macaulay Bishop is struggling to chip away at Angus Scrivener, as that gap has only changed by 0.2 of a second between Scrivener and Bishop on the last few laps. Kai Hunter, though, seems to be in an element of his own, hooking up this car around the circuit very, very nicely. As Macaulay Bishop through St. John's, there's Fairbrother, there's Bullock Carter, and here is Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter getting closer to the back of the number 3 car. Pearson Bullock Carter finished 3rd in the championship last year. And now Hunter with another fastest lap. There's the broken down car of the number 36. That is going to be an unfortunate retirement for Harry Gilbert, but Kai Hunter, textbook overtake, no worries at all, gets himself up into 4th position and is now going to be chasing down the back of Gabe Fairbrother. And once he passes Fairbrother, he's only got 2 cars in front of him, and one of them is going to be his arch rival. Kai Hunter preparing himself for these last few laps as he gets ever so closer to the back of Gabe Fairbrother. Once he gets himself past Fairbrother and once he's unleashed, who knows what will happen. I think it's fair to say Bishop and Hunter have had their fair share of contact shared between the two of them. So with it being the final race of the season and the championship at stake, let's see what happens between these two drivers. Hunter hooks it up very nicely through the second hairpin. There's Macaulay Bishop, currently in free air. And in behind, there's Gabe Fairbrother, followed by Kai Hunter. Hunter's going to try it, thinks better of it. He tried to get the move through the centre S's. Will he wait for St. John's or will he wait for Sunny Bend? He loves that dive down the inside of Sunny Bend. He was going to think about it, but it's well covered there by Gabe Fairbrother. Hunter just waiting for the best opportunity possible as they go around the final corner now. Fairbrother really on the defence, but into the first chicane. He can't defend this one. Kai Hunter down the inside gets himself up into 3rd position, and now he is let free like a demon out of a cage. Kai Hunter will chase down the back of his championship rival Macaulay Bishop in 2nd position. Angus Scrivener has checked out of this race. He's 4.6 seconds in the lead. Don't need to worry about him. The number 7 car has got himself into the lead when it mattered most. But Kai Hunter will have only 1 kart in his sights, and that's the number 1 car in front of him. Well, he will actually see the 233 first, and that's the back marker of Sam Kelbrick. I'm sure Kelbrick will move out of the way as soon as possible. Scrivener sets the fastest lap, proving why he's in the lead of this race. But Kai Hunter, the gap between him and Macaulay Bishop is currently 3.1 seconds. And with 2 minutes left in this race, is Hunter fast enough to catch on to the back of Bishop, or will he have to settle for 3rd position? It's not just been over the course of this season, it's also happened at this race itself. Bishop and Hunter have came together a multitude of times. The Titans have clashed on multiple occasions. There is Bishop. Wait a couple seconds, and there's Hunter. Through Sunny Bend we go. Oh, the number 1 car of Macaulay Bishop is under investigation. I wonder what's happened there. Macaulay Bishop is under investigation by the stewards. So I'm not sure what he's under investigation for, but Macaulay Bishop has clearly done something that the stewards have noted is worthy for investigation. So Bishop has been alerted about that out on the circuit, so we will now have that in the back of his mind when he's making his way around the circuit. As Macaulay Bishop now has another thing to play on his mind, as if the stress of this race wasn't enough. Out in front though, Angus Scrivener is really showing how it's done out in front. The number 7 plate has checked out from the rest of the field and is set to take victory here at the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. You cannot take the feet away from him. 2.95 seconds now between Hunter and Bishop. I don't think anything is going to change between the two of these. And I don't think Hunter is going to catch onto the back of Bishop. And chances are that is for the best. I'm sure we all would have loved to see another battle between Bishop and Hunter, as it's never not entertaining between those two drivers. But with the clock now striking 0, Angus Scrivener, a land of his own, rounds the final corner. And he'll check over his shoulder down the home straight to see nobody in sight. The Scot makes his way through the first chicane and makes his way on for what is going to be a dominant victory at the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. The number 7 kart of Angus Scrivener. You couldn't have asked for anything more from him. It's been an outstanding display of pace and an outstanding race from him indeed. Angus Scrivener, he's not in contention anywhere high up in the standings of the championship, as he has not completed any other round apart from this. Angus Scrivener, he has not completed any other round of the Ultimate Karting Championship, but I'll tell you what, he turns up for the final round and he makes a statement in style. Round the final bend he goes and across the line to win the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Angus Scrivener, hats off to you. Macaulay Bishop crosses the line to secure second, and Kai Hunter, his second track from home, will cross the line to take home for the 2nd year in a row the Ultimate Karting Championship. Oh, and one driver off on the final corner. Stephen Napier, if he hasn't had enough issues already, spins out on the final bend. He'll get himself going again and cross the line, but not in the position he would have been hoping for. Angus Scrivener with a dominant victory, 4.48 seconds between him and Macaulay Bishop. Bishop will finish second on track. He'll finish second in the championship as well. But Kai Hunter, our victor from last year, will come home and do it once again. The only driver in Ultimate Karting Championship history to win 2 championship titles back to back. Kai Hunter is well and truly the king of the senior Rotax class, as he will come home with the Ultimate Karting Championship title for the 2nd time in 2 years. Angus Scrivener comes home with the race win and sets a statement at this final round in Rowrah. Macaulay Bishop will come home in 2nd. Kai Hunter finishes in 3rd on the circuit. Gabe Fairbrother will come home in 4th, and 5th is going to go the way of Pearson Bullock Carter, from Jack Lilly, Reese Bailey, Archie Buttle, Alexander Cole and Alex Duncan, finishing in 10th position. Well, what a brilliant end to the Senior Rotax Championship final. Kai Hunter manages to secure himself the victory in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Macaulay Bishop provisionally finishes second on the circuit, as he is under investigation by the stewards as well. But we're going to very quickly throw down to Kev now, as he's ready to talk with our top 3 drivers about what happened in the race.
So there we go then, the Senior Max Super Final, the last one in 2024, comes to an end. What you didn't just see there, just off camera, I think it was a moment ago, Kai Hunter of Hunter Motorsport fame there, just giving Angus Scrivener the hug and the high five. His teammate, first time we've seen Angus Scrivener in UKC in 2024, and he brings it home in third place. He's had a fantastic weekend. Macaulay Bishop getting second place in the final one in 2024, and that sees him take second in the championship overall. Once again, that man, Reese Hunter, there he is, high-fiving his teammate. And Reese Hunter, or rather Kai Hunter, apologies, Kai Hunter there, taking third on the day. A brilliant drive from him, 17th place, row 9 of the grid, up to third on the day, and scoring enough points, 35 for that third place, to give himself 739 overall, giving himself the overall championship win. It's been a real hard-fought battle in Senior Rotax, and in the finish there, on a slightly damp track, it was pretty much kind of business as usual from some of the top names. Kai Hunter, though, put in a great drive, like I say, from 17th place, row 9 on the grid, all the way up to third. So you can see in the background there of scrutineering, Keith, one of the UKC scrutineers, works alongside Gary. They're just checking the timing screen, seeing what went on. And we'll try and get a word with Kai first. In fact, I tell you what, let's get Angus up. He's loitering. First place man of the day, Angus Scrivener. Great to see you, my friend. Put your feet on the spot there. First time we've seen you at the UKC in 2024, and you've had a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, you've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, a lot. I've really, really enjoyed it.
What else has been going on this year? Where else have you been racing? How come we haven't seen you?
I've been doing the British Champs this year, and then I just decided to just have a one-off race in UKC, and this what's happened, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah, you should be. 13th in that first heat, bit of an anomaly there, but then a first, a second and a first. You obviously enjoyed the wet conditions.
Yeah, I was kind of wanting it to be dry because of last year, but I'm happy with what happened, so you know.
And really good as well to celebrate with your teammate and team principal, Kai Hunter there. Hunter Motorsport doing the business for you once again.
Yeah, 100%. They've done an amazing job this weekend.
Brilliant. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I'd like to thank all of Hunter Motorsport, Venator Racing Engines, my dad on the spanners this weekend, and my sponsors, Colorado Construction, and everybody else that supports me.
Brilliant. Who else is watching along at home, live on the internet right now? Anyone else who's not here or you think he might be watching?
My grandma. Hi, Grandma.
There you go.
And also my mum.
Fantastic stuff. Well done. What's for you in 2025? More British Championship stuff? Might we see you back in UKC?
I think it's going to be a long think about it over the winter, but I'd definitely like to race in this championship next year. So.
Brilliant. Well done. We'd love to have you, and congratulations. Great drive in the finish there.
Thank you very much.
There he goes. First place man, Angus Scrivener, wasn't fighting for the championship because it's the only round he's done. Let's get Macaulay Bishop up. Second place man on the day. Really strong weekend from Macaulay. Let's get a word with you, sir. Smiles on your face there. How are you feeling at the end of that one?
It's all right. P2's not too bad. On the podium again. Nice little bit of champagne, but yeah, I think it's getting a bit of a joke now. I think we need some part firm tyres. People are picking up like 1 to 2 seconds like within the session, so I don't know what's going on there. Just Hunter boys just had a bit too much, in my opinion. Yeah, they wasn't very good Friday and yesterday, and then all of a sudden they just turned up the heat a bit too much. Yeah. So yeah, P2's all right. I mean, yeah, considering what I'm racing against, I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah, really solid. Look at the championship overall. You've taken second place in the championship overall. It's been a hard-fought battle all season long.
Yeah, yeah, it's bad luck really. Like I said earlier, that just like hampered my chances of winning it. But yeah, I think my form this year should have easily won it really. Yeah, I won the one that I needed to win, number 1 on my kart. That's why. Yeah, it's been a good year. First year in senior. See what we can do next year.
Are we likely to see you back in UKC next year, or is it too early to tell? I'm sure you'll be in the British, but we'd love it if you could come race with us as well.
I'm not sure what I'm doing next year, whether it's cars or someone else. So, yeah, it'll be a surprise, I guess.
Well, listen, well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible, the results that you have got?
Yeah, all the DHR. The car was pretty good. Daryl, he set up really well. Time Racing Engines, and then my dad and brother from Mechanic and me. And my mum watching at home.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, who's watching along at home? Mum watching along at home. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, there he goes, Macaulay Bishop, second place on the day and second place in the championship overall. Let's welcome in Kai Hunter, third place in the last super final for 2024, but taking the championship win. And Kai, I've got to say, that was a great drive, mate. Starting back in 17th place, row 9, made your way all the way up to third place. Good drive in the wet there.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think I'm all right in the wet, so I knew I was quite confident there. I didn't even care who was behind us or was in front of us, to be honest with you. All I needed to do was try and catch, obviously, Angus and that other guy. So, yeah, I just had to do my thing. I think this year's been really good because of that, so it's been good final.
Yeah, there's been lots of ups and downs. You haven't had it all your own way, but we have seen these strong comeback drives from you. You haven't always started at the front, but when you start further back, it looks like you can really thread your way through.
Yeah, but I shouldn't really be starting at the back. But yeah, you have to do what you've got to do. Getting back past everyone is obviously probably harder than leading. So yeah, just because obviously everyone does different lines, so getting past them in the wet definitely is even harder.
And a great to see Angus Scrivener here this weekend as well. First time we've seen him, your teammate or one of your team, and he drove brilliantly this weekend.
Yeah, Angus we tested around here at the start of the year, and he keeps saying he was faster than us, but I'm still yet to see it. But obviously really proud of him for doing that. 2 years on the belt now for him, so that's really good. Good for us, good for the team, good for him. So yeah, really happy.
And all in all, team has done really well. You've enjoyed running Hunter Motorsport once again alongside your brother Reese.
Yeah, I mean, it's stressful sometimes, but when I win, it's all worth it. Obviously, a lot harder than being just a sole driver last year. Obviously, build the engines, run the team. It's a lot at all mentally as well. So getting the win is, yeah, it's pretty good.
It's great talking to the younger drivers like some Max Jolly, Jack Thompson, Dan Minto. They always praise how good you and your brother are, and they love racing for you.
Yeah, I think we've got some really talented kids in the awning. I think they're building up to be something quite good. Obviously, every one of them have had a decent weekend. So, yeah, just trying to add a little bit of the good stuff we do and not the bad stuff, and try and make some good drivers.
Well done, Kai. Huge congratulations. Go and high-five your team. We'll see you for podiums later on.
Thank you very much.
There he goes then, Kai Hunter, your 2024 championship winner in senior Rotax. Macaulay Bishop just coming home in second from Down Holland Racing. And in third place, just looking at my notes, if my maths is correct, I think it's Jack Lilly who's taken third overall come the end of the season. Another great one here at Rowrah, and the good news is there's one more still to go. Junior Rotax right after this.
One more race indeed. Junior Rotax Super Final is going to be the next race out onto the circuit as the drivers are now let off the grid and onto the track as, again, Harry Bartle, he's already won the championship. There's no taking it away from the #1 car starting on pole position. Lewis Goff will start in second, Finley Buck from third, then it'll be William Antrobus, Joshua Turnbull and Mikey Walker. 7th will be Jared Fox-Whiteley from Lucas Blanford, Arya Bansal, Ben Horner, Alison Smith, Zane Quaker starting in 12th. Row 7 is going to be Benjamin Baker, Leon Hasty, then Brave Murdoch, Jack Thompson, Lizzie Mentia and Matteo Plazo rounding out the 9th row. 10th row will consist of John J. Buchan, then it's going to be Jack West, Vlad Tomanchuk, then Jensen Pritchard, Cameron Nelson and Lewis Sumner. 25th will be Henry Cameron, then it will be Shane Chandaria, Owen Wallace, then Zach Turner, Elliot Powell and Riley Morgan rounding out the 15th row of the grid. 16th row will be Alfie McBain from Daniel Kilpatrick, Charlie Benson and Ava Morris rounding out the 34 kart grid here for Junior Rotax Super Final. Around the final bend we go though. Will we go racing first time round? Yes we will! We go racing here for Junior Rotax for the final time this season. We will go racing. Oh, one driver up at the front, going around there. Who was that? That looks like that may have been the 333. That was the 332, sorry, of Mikey Walker, causing absolute chaos in the mid-pack as everyone makes their way through the first two hairpins now. But out in front, Lewis Goff, oh, Bartle, oh, 4 wide through the first hairpin. This is absolute chaos to kick off the first Junior Rotax race. as drivers are banging wheels. It is dodgems out there on the track for Junior Rotax, as drivers are flying left and right trying to keep on the circuit. Down the inside, there goes the number 10 of Joshua Turnbull to get himself into second. William Antrobus tries to follow through on Lucas Blanford, and he manages to get there. Harry Bartle, your championship winner. A move down the inside through the final corner to make his way back past through Ben Pass. Oh my word. My words have completely gotten muddled up there, as well as the drivers in the order. As I was saying, Harry Bartle makes his way back past Ben Horner. Up into the second hairpin there. That is William Antrobus and Joshua Turnbull. Move has just been made there through the second hairpin, so William Antrobus finds himself in a podium position now in third. The number 5 car is under investigation. Lewis Goff is under investigation. Someone's chain guard has came off the cart there. As we go through St. John's and through Sunny Bend once again down the inside. There goes the number 12. Ben Horner making a move back through the field as drivers congesting through the final bend. There's the 133 in the 6 going at it. That's Leon Hasty and Jack West. West has to yield to Hasty as we go down towards the second hairpin, down the inside. That was a great move there from Ben Horner on Blanford. Blanford, will he lose more than one? No, he won't, but he might in this second hairpin if he's not careful. He'll go straight back on the attack. Ben Horner, can he get the overspeed on the exit? He's going to try it, but he gets boxed out there by the number 19. Sorry, that's not the number 19, that's the number 15 of Addison Smith. Smith tries to fight it, but loses it to Ben Horner. Great move there from Horner through the centre S's as we go up over the crest and towards St. John's once again. This pack is completely scrapping it out for every position possible out there on the circuit. So down the home straight once again. William Antrobus, the fastest driver out there on the circuit at 56.970. Lewis Goff out in front. He is the fastest driver, but he does have a under investigation for what I could only guess is the start proceedings. Down the inside, there's Ben Horner trying to follow through was Jack West. West wasn't able to get there though. So Ben Horner managed to make the move there on the 133 of Leon Hasty. Let's have a look at Finley Book. He's in second right now. William Antrobus is towering over him as they go through the final corner. Mechanical flag out to the number 65 of Jack Thompson, who I could only guess that's his chain guard that has came off the track. Out with the first chicane now. William Antrobus still all over the back of Finley Book right now. The number 9 is not safe at all. 9th in the championship last year. But William Antrobus, the newly seeded number 2 driver in the British Kart Championships in Junior Rotax. As he's peering over the rear bumper, his mullet flicking out of the helmet there is William Antrobus. As he makes his way over the crest and towards St. John's once again. Black flag out to Jack Thompson there. That'll be for him not coming into the pit lane after being awarded the mechanical flag. So Jack Thompson will receive the black flag and he will have to come into the pit lane, or I'm sure there will be even more issues with the stewards. Oh, the number 48 came off the track there. Who is that which has went off? The number 48 that was retired from the race. That looks like that may have been Arya Bansal. So Arya Bansal will have to retire down at the first hairpin. William Antrobus, that's a brave move, but on the switchback trying to fight it back. Finley Book, can he get there? No, he can't. Well held there by William Antrobus as he managed to get the move done and secure it off as well. Black flag still out to Jack Thompson. Thompson is still not pulled into the pit lane. And the longer he stays out, the more trouble that he finds himself in. Harry Bartle all over the back of Finley Buck right now. The number one has made a great recovery after what was not the best of starts for the Strawberry Racing driver. Down the inside. Expected that, to say the least. Harry Bartle makes the move, tries to cover off on the exit. Finley Buck, he did get the switch back, but he finds himself on the outside there. And that's very well covered from Bartle, where you'll get the better exit coming out of the second hairpin. And he finds himself up into third position now. Finley Buck has dropped from second down into fourth. But Lewis Goff out in front has checked out. A 3.76 second gap is what he's managed to acquaint himself with over William Antrobus in second position. Finley Buck in third. And now, sorry, it's going to be Harry Bartle in third from Finley Buck in fourth. Antrobus has got the fastest lap to his name though. The 55.19. These lap times are tumbling as the sun is now beaming down on the Cumbrian kart circuit. In the background, we're keeping an eye on this one down the inside. What a move there from the 42. Tries to get it, does Fox Whiteley, but on the switchback, Ben Horner had better ideas. Fox Whiteley straight back at it. Horner does well to try and keep that car straight. Fox Whiteley clearly having some issues as he's hitting the side of his car. Opens the flap on the radiator as well to try and cool down the engine. Fox Whiteley still very close to the back of Horner. Lewis Goff sets the fastest lap. That's snatched away by Harry Bartle. Around the final bend we go. Jared Fox Whiteley glued to the rear bumper of Ben Horner. Let's see if Horner's able to fend off the Jackson Motorsport driver. Fox Whiteley, can he get down the inside? He's gonna try it! Very late move and a good one indeed. I bet these drivers were hoping they were on slick tyres on some points of the circuit, as we're starting to see a dry line start to appear. However, other sections of the circuit are still completely soaking wet. In the background, there's a good battle going on back here. That looks like that's the 275 of Zach Turner with Braith Murdoch in behind. Trying to get that one done on Zane Quaker. That's the number 63 of Vlad Tomanchuk, nearly losing out to Braith Murdoch as well. But back up in front, William Antrobus in second position right now. Harry Bartle, though, has completely brought down the gap to William Antrobus. Obviously, Harry Bartle recently walked away with the British Championship title. William Antrobus was the driver who finished second to Harry Bartle by only 5 points, separating them in the championship battle in the British Championships. So these drivers will be used to fighting with each other out on the circuit. But William Antrobus, will he be able to beat Harry Bartle this time round? So as we go down the straight once again, only 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. William Antrobus just in front of Harry Bartle. Bartle all over the rear bumper of William Antrobus right now. Bartle's already won the championship. He doesn't need to risk anything. Trying to take advantage of the dry lines which are starting to appear through the corners are these drivers. You can see how the line is getting narrower and narrower for these drivers, especially through the hairpins as well. However, that massive puddle of standing water is still there, prevalent at the back end of the CNRSs. Lewis Goff out in the lead, just extending once again. 4.52 seconds is what separates him and William Antrobus in second. William Antrobus manages to set a fastest lap, trying to break away from Harry Bartle in behind. Bartle is pushing Antrobus to the limit. Leon Hasty snatches away that fastest lap though, as Antrobus Starting to get a little bit nervous there as he's flying left and right down the inside. Bartle, with one of the biggest dive bombs I have ever seen, manages to somehow get the kart stopped. How has he managed to get that one on the inside? It looked like he was about to go straight off the circuit. But Harry Bartle somehow must have super glue on his brakes to get that one stopped for the corner. As Harry Bartle gets himself into second position, William Antrobus caught completely off guard. I was caught completely off guard. I think Harry Bartle was even caught completely off guard by that one. So Harry Bartle is now the man which is tasked with trying to catch onto the back of Lewis Goff in front. Bartle a little bit of a correction on the steering there through the second hairpin. Let's see what he's able to do as he goes down the back end of the circuit. Contact warning there going out to the number 275 of Zach Turner. And now only 2 minutes remaining in this race. We are down to around the 53-second lap time mark. And in the championship standings, Harry Bartle is just extending his lead over Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft obviously not competing this weekend, but he cannot be caught for second position in the championship. Jack West and Joshua Turnbull are your next closest drivers. And they will be securing third and fourth as it stands. Jack West and Joshua Turnbull actually in order on the circuit as well. Lewis Goff in the lead though. 18 points off the back, down the inside. Great move there from Leon Hasty. Caught Joshua Turnbull off guard there in the second hairpin and manages to get the move done, extending it down the back straight. Lewis Goff, the driver in the lead, was 18 points behind Joshua Turnbull. Turnbull, if he finishes in sixth, will be walking away with 32 points. So Goff will still finish in fifth, only gaining 8 points on his competitor, still meaning there will be a 10-point gap between the two of them. Keeping an eye on Leon Hasty here as he's just extending his gap on Joshua Turnbull after making that overtake. You can see Arya Bansal watching from the sidelines there after his unfortunate retirement at the first hairpin, sorry. And as the clock is now ticking down, only 20 seconds is now remaining. Around the final bend here comes our leader. He has a look over his shoulder, does Lewis Goff, and he sees nobody in sight. Harry Bartle, though, with blistering pace. Nobody is remotely clear, or remotely close to the lap times which Harry Bartle was setting out on the circuit. It's a 52.28, which is set by Harry Bartle. The next closest time is a 52.41, and that's Leon Hasty back in sixth position. Harry Bartle gained 8.1 tenths on Lewis Goff on that previous lap of the circuit. The gap is currently 3 seconds between Lewis Goff and Harry Bartle, so I don't think he has much to worry about. But around the final bend we come. He will be awarded the last lap board. He has a check over his shoulder. And Harry Bartle, consistency is key, they say, as Harry Bartle sets the most identical lap time possible. Does the exact same lap time as he set on that previous lap. Leon Hasty, though, he goes one better, a 51.99. The 133 is flying around the circuit. But one driver that did the dirty work early and got it all sorted out for himself early on in this race. He's had no one to worry about from the first few laps. Lewis Goff, the number 5 plate. He finished 5th in the British Championships, and he's going to finish 5th in the Ultimate Karting Championships, but he'll still round it off on a victory around the final corner and across the line for the final round. But second position is Harry Bartle, and he is crowned your Ultimate Karting Championship for 2024 in the Junior Rotax Championship. Harry Bartle, a statement victory indeed. 1.8 seconds was the gap to Lewis Goff in the lead, but it's such an extensive victory in the championship. 700 and what is going to be what looks like 765 points, 765 points at the end of a championship total, winning the championship by nearly 100 points over Jacob Ashcroft in second position. It's an outstanding feat from Harry Bartle, and the number one plate in the number one spot. Harry Bartle will take home the Junior Rotax Championship, and what a way to win it as well. So Harry Bartle will come home in second position but win the championship. Lewis Goff will take home the victory. He finished 5th in the British Championships. He finishes 5th in the Ultimate Karting Championships. Harry Bartle finished 1st in the British Championships and finishes 1st in the Ultimate Karting Championships as well. William Antrobus, he will come home in 3rd, and then it will be Finley Buck in 4th from Jack West, Leon Hasty, Joshua Turnbull, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ben Horner and Addison Smith rounding out the top 10 there for the Junior Rotax Super Final. And that's going to be it there for the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's been such an amazing season, and it's so unfortunate to see it all go away. We're going to have a long winter break, and I'm sure everybody will be ready once again for the Ultimate Karting Championship to start up. We've had so many crowned victors, and so many big names have won it over the course of the weekend. Harry Bartle, just one to mention. Kai Hunter, we've seen it previously. We're now going to cut over to our Parc Ferme recipient. That's going to be Kev Harris. He's going to speak to the drivers since they are now ready to talk to him over there.
So there we go, that's the final one in 2024. Junior Rotax comes to an end, and I don't know whether you saw it, but there was fantastic scenes there from the two Sam Pollitt Racing drivers. Will Antrobus giving a big hearty hug and a high five to his teammate Lewis Goff. Well done to those guys. Will wasn't obviously fighting for the championship, but let's get a word with him straight away. Look, he's out. He's a man who wants to have a chat straight away. He's buzzing. Will, you are loving that. 3rd place, final one of the year. Great way to finish.
I wasn't really in the championship, so I just thought I may as well give it my best shot. And then I thought to myself, just before the race, Lewis is in the championship here, so I just thought, you know what, I may as well try just get him a big gap so he can win it, and then it all worked out to plan. Harry got close to him, fair enough to him, he did a good race, but overall, yeah, I'm very happy.
Yeah, really good. You've enjoyed this final weekend of the season then. Credit to Team Sam Pollitt Racing. You just turned up with a bit between your teeth. You're ready to go this weekend.
Yeah, it's sad to say as well that it's my last weekend in a junior, but I'm very happy where I finished. And I'm so glad, like, my dad's over the moon, Tom's over the moon, the whole team's over the moon. We all deserve it. Like last week as well, Lewis helped me a bit to win the race, so I'm very happy about that. So yeah, I'm so happy for him. He so deserves it.
Brilliant. I can see the happiness. It's palpable. It's tangible. Who would you like to thank? Who's been looking after you under the Sam Pollitt Racing awning this weekend?
Well, definitely my dad, that's for sure. He's always on the spanners. Sam, if Lewis is watching, Lewis in Las Vegas sometimes. And then Nigel, definitely. Ted as well. My whole family supporting me at home. But yeah, that's it really.
Top man, well done. Huge congratulations. Go and high-five your team again. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on. There he goes. Look at Will Antrobus, the happiest man in town with that 3rd place there. In 2nd place on that one, then Harry Bartle. Let's get a word from Harry if we can. Just speaking to his Strawberry Racing mechanic there in the Tony Kart overalls. We'll welcome him out because he's taken 2nd place in the final one in 2024, but he's won the championship overall. Harry's had a great weekend. A first, and then a 2nd. Brilliant stuff. Taking the championship ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. 764 points I've got Harry on, and then Jacob just behind him, not here this weekend, racing at PFI, but on 672. I'll see if I can just catch Harry's attention. We'll get him out. Here he comes. Harry, come and put yourself on the spot, mate. A bit of a debrief going on there in scrutineering. All good, though?
It wasn't really a great race, to be honest. Start of the race, I just got moved out of the way, so I couldn't really do anything about it. We were coming back in the last few laps, a couple more laps, I think I could have had it. But I had a nose anyway, so I had to settle second.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've had a fantastic weekend. You've been the fastest man in town all weekend, the first, and then the second. Like you say, you were clawing it back. You've got to be pleased overall because you have indeed taken the championship as well.
Yeah, great to take the championship, but it would have been nice to win the last race of the season, and the last race in juniors as well, so looking forward to seniors.
Yeah, back in seniors next year then, all guns blazing.
Hopefully, yeah.
Who's made it possible for you this weekend? Who looks after you at Strawberry Racing?
Obviously Strawberry Racing, Cream Racing Engines for the amazing power, and Jax for the guidance all over the weekend in the awning space, and then all my friends and family that are watching me, and then all my sponsors as well as Big Steel and the Spanners.
Well done, Big Steel and the Spanners. Who's watching along at home? Who would you like to give a shout out to right now?
I'm not really sure who's watching, to be honest, so I can't really say.
Family and friends, listen, well done. We're going to see you for that podium presentation a little bit later on. And you've had some great battles. We've got to give a name check to Jacob Ashcroft from DHI. Wasn't here this weekend, but you've enjoyed racing alongside him. There's been some robust, but some good racing. You're happy with how you've performed against him?
Yeah, took for nearly every win in the season, apart from this in the first round. So, safe to say it's been quite a dominant season, so good to end it off.
Brilliant. And senior Rotax next year, British Championship and hopefully the UKC as well, or is it too early to say?
Don't know what I'm doing yet, to be honest, so...
Well, whatever you do, thanks for racing with us this year and enjoy the podium a little bit later on. And congratulations, 2024 Ultimate Karting Champion.
Thank you.
There he goes, Harry Bartle there from Strawberry Racing. Let's welcome up the man that came home in first, though. Final one in 2024, Lewis Goff of Sam Pollitt Racing. He's just down there with Will Antropos in the back of scrutiny, and there I can see him checking the timing screens. We'll just see if we can get... Here he comes, here's Lewis now. Let's get him on the spot. Come and put your feet just on the mark here, sir. So, Lewis, great to see you. Nice one to finish one. Top step of the podium, final race in 2024. How's that feel?
It feels amazing. I had it last year as well. Won the pre-final slicks and won the final. And I think the final again won it on the wets this time. I think it was like a remake of last year.
Yeah, a remake of last year, done really well. It's been a great weekend for you though. A third, a second, and then a first. So you obviously enjoyed the wet tyres. You obviously enjoyed Rowrah.
I think Rowrah is a really good track. It's one of my favourites, and I think we just got loads of good points this weekend. And I think it could have boosted up a few points in the championship.
Yeah, I think it has. I don't know whether you weren't actually, fighting for the top step and lead the podium in the championship, but you certainly moved yourself up a few spaces. You've got to be proud with this season as a whole.
Yeah, I think the season's gone pretty well, except from a few rounds where we had crashes in the final, but it is what it is. We moved on.
Who would you like to thank? Who's been looking after you at Sam Pollitt Racing?
I'd like to thank my mechanic Tom, Sam Pollitt himself for helping out this weekend, all my family who support me all the time, my sponsors Alchemy and Optimum, and Nige at HRS.
Anyone watching along at home on the internet right now? Any other family or friends who you might want to give a shout out to?
Well, it's mainly my mum and dad. My dad's not here, he's in Barcelona doing a 24-hour race, so good luck to him for the rest of it.
There you go. Huge congratulations, Lewis Goff. Well done. Go and high-five your team, and congratulations once again. There he goes, Lewis Goff of Sam Pollitt Racing, taking the final win in 2024 at the UKC. But full credit to Harry Bartle from Strawberry Racing, the overall Junior Rotax champion in 2024. That brings us to an end of our live stream here from Rowrah. We finished under sunnier skies. We started in the rain and we're finished in the sunshine. Not a bad way to go, is it? Thanks to you for watching wherever you are right now. I've been Kev Harris, and your commentator for this one then throughout the season has been Kai Bacini. You can find both of us on Instagram if you'd like to. Please do give us a follow. And of course, don't forget, in the off-season, follow the Ultimate Karting Championship on the Instagram as well. Next thing for us then will be the end of season awards dinner. The date and the location of that will be set in due course. And of course, if you're family and friends of anyone that's been racing along, we would love to see it when that gets posted. Big thanks to Alpha Live as well for bringing you all the pictures throughout the season, and to Paul and Sonia from the Ultimate Karting Championship, Ultimate Karting Championship for delivering another great season of kart racing. But for now, from all of us here in Cumbria, see ya.